If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 179, Continue Acting. The cool breeze swept up dust, and as the shadow clone dissipated, the true figure of Uchiha Yoro was revealed. His head full of white hair began to revert to black, visible to the naked eye, as the suppression of the melanin by medical ninjutsu was lifted. The black hair fluttered in the wind, and the blue crescent moon on his forehead, along with the two red demonic patterns on each cheek, had not faded, presenting an appearance that combined Uchiha Yoro with Sesshomaru. Same Hata. Upon seeing this great blade of the Mist Ninja, Sarutobi Yumiko instantly showed a greedy expression. Possessing this blade would be a supreme honor. In her eyes, it was all about prestige, defeating the Mist Ninja and taking the same Hata from a renowned ninja, climbing up the ranks over the prestige of a defeated enemy. What could be a better record of battle? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect you two to be so valuable. Sarutobi Yumiko couldn't help but show a surprised smile when Uchiha Yoro, without any hesitation, offered the same Hata in exchange. Then, for some reason, she shook her head with a sigh of disdain, as if lamenting his lack of competitiveness. Uchiha Yoro, I truly misjudged you. I thought you would be a stumbling block in the path, but you turned out to be a puddle of mud that can't stand up. And I was wary of you all this time. Sarutobi Yumiko sighed deeply, coming from a noble family, yet so naive, indulging in a romantic love story between a noble young master and a common girl. I feel like I've returned to my ninja school days when I was 7 or 8. It must be said, Uchiha Yoro's decision to hand over the same Hata for two women was a disappointment for her. The once thought formidable threat turned out to be this? Uchiha Yoro faced her mockery with a cold demeanor but did not hesitate, sneering in his heart. Idiots, using the story of a noble young master and an ugly duckling to mock, can't it be a story of a noble young master and a princess? Tisk tisk, do you two want to know his real identity? As if already relishing her triumph over Uchiha Yoro, Sarutobi Yumiko mocked him while patting the cheeks of Tsunade and another woman, pointing at the threatened figure in the distance. This is our Leaf Village's genius, born from the strongest ninja clan, the Uchiha family Uchiha Yoro. He was a spy who infiltrated our ranks, so, the person you have in your hearts is all fake, a mask he had to wear. But now, it seems that this little brat has taken his act to heart and has started to truly care for you. Sarutobi Yumiko confidently extended her hands, drawing two ninja blades from the backs of nearby root ninjas, slowly pointing them at the two women. Uchiha Yoro, are you going to go down with us all, or will you surrender peacefully? The blades drew closer, nearly touching the hearts of the two, when suddenly, in the silent wilderness, Uchiha Yoro, who had been distant and cold, spoke just as the sharp blades were about to pierce their chests, and the blades stopped. What do you want to do? Your hands. The same indifferent voice spoke, and Sarutobi Yumiko stared at the other coldly and warily. I heard you could form seals with just one hand. Now, I want both of your hands. Impossible. Although threatened, Uchiha Yoro maintained an arrogant demeanor, as if he were a noble always above others, and he rejected the offer without hesitation. Hearing such a straightforward response, Sarutobi Yumiko shrugged with what could be called a smile. It seems I've overestimated your worth. At best, you're worth the price of the same Hata, but for the likes of you, that's still an honor. No need for tests anymore. Since you've said he's a spy who infiltrated our ranks, all that's left between us is a play. At that moment, Terumi Mei spoke up calmly, causing Sarutobi Yumiko to show a look of surprise, then shake her head. Is it desperation that gives you courage? Have you awakened from your beautiful dream? What a pity! When Uchiha Yoro, unfazed by the threat, took out the same Hata, Terumi Mei seemed to hesitate for a moment, even wanting to leave the place. As the opponent refused without hesitation, Terumi Mei calmed down and with self-mocking laughter shook her head. Indeed, let's just consider it a play. As Terumi Mei secretly prepared for a counterattack, the girl Tsunade watched all this indifferently. She had seen much cruelty. For this brat to use such a precious trophy to exchange for a person was beyond most, even beyond her expectations. As the two shinobi swords that glinted with a cold light began to move again, they suddenly stopped. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A breeze passed over the empty fields, and blood dripped down onto the ground, while the root shinobi around them watched indifferently, their emotions long since eroded. But Sarutobi Yumiko showed a look of shock, looking disbelievingly at the figure in the distance, finally shaking her head. Is this the pride of the Uchiha clan? Your mouth is tough enough, but your body betrays your honesty. I really didn't expect you to actually do this, honestly, I admire you. At this point, Sarutobi Yumiko let go of her grudges, sincerely expressing her admiration. You really are different, you remind me of White Fang, and Orochimaru. On the battlefield, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone coldly, his eyes revealing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, each hand pierced by a kunao, blood constantly dripping onto the ground. His expression was calm, as if the injured hands were not his own. The wounds meant he could no longer easily make hand signs, significantly reducing his combat ability. White Fang chose suicide under public scrutiny. Orochimaru remained indifferent and chose to be an onlooker when faced with everything. You're really like them, what can I say? A hero. Heroes are admirable. Even Sarutobi Yumiko couldn't help but feel emotional, but she shook her head. Heroes may be admirable, but I can only say there are too many heroes in this world, and the village's Hokage cannot be a hero. The Hokage of a village needs to be aware in many ways, and at critical moments, must decide to sacrifice a few to save the many. Facing the lengthy sentiments of Sarutobi Yumiko, Uchiha Yoru spoke coldly without expression. Use your root methods to erase their memories, just like you said, they are nothing but 2 lowly civilians. The cold voice carried an ironic tone, yet at this moment, it made both Terumi Mei and Tsunade stand still in shock. Both sets of pupils stared blankly at the distant figure, the kunao piercing through the palm, and the blood dripping continuously. This brat/Uchiha has gone mad. He's actually serious. Both women had been aware of each other's identities from the start, thus they had both been observing everything from a detached, calm perspective, although they had been moved by some events and had felt different emotions. But all of this was from their perspective as bystanders. But the situation at hand was clear, this brat was a participant. And what's more, he was genuinely moved. However, at this time, Uchiha Yoru's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, observing the situation, his hands genuinely in pain. From the start, he too was a bystander, only Terumi Mei and Tsunade thought they were the only onlookers, never considering that all 3 had been bystanders from the beginning. The difference was, Terumi Mei and Tsunade thought Uchiha Yoru was a participant. The sudden turn of events had stunned them, as if pulling them from the sidelines into the fray. After a long speech filled with emotion, Sarutobi Yumiko wandered off casually, as if delivering a lecture, and when she finished, she showed a sincere look of admiration. Uchiha Yoru, you are a hero, but what the village needs now is not a hero, but a Hokage. So I hope you can understand. Rest in peace, don't worry, I will bury the 2 of them with you, and when that time comes, you can live out your fairy tale of nobles and commoner girls in the netherworld. At this point, Sarutobi Yumiko turned her head to look at the 2 women with a complex expression. As women, this should be your happiest moment. After speaking, the 2 ninja swords in Sarutobi Yumiko's hands were slowly raised again, and Uchiha Yoru, watching from a distance, finally showed emotion at this scene. What do you want? Uchiha Yoru's voice came again, and Sarutobi Yumiko couldn't help but shake her head with a sidelong glance. Such a proud clan, even now when you're in this state, so pitiful, yet I can still feel that you're like the high and mighty Uchiha of before, such a pity. Your disappearance is what I need the most. With a casual flick, the 2 ninja swords were thrown straight at the hearts of Terumi Mei and young Tsunade, clearly intending to kill them with a single strike. As the ninja swords were thrown, Sarutobi Yumiko's indifferent voice came, kill Uchiha Yoru. Swoosh! Root agents turned into afterimages, dashing towards their target, while a barrage of kunao and shuriken were thrown their way. At this moment, both parties faced a crisis of death. Uchiha Yoru was confronted with numerous shurikens thrown by the root members. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei and Tsunade were facing 2 sharp sword. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, everyone treated them as ordinary people. Just as the 2 women were preparing to circulate chakra to break the ropes and burst forth, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in their field of vision, causing their pupils to shrink in shock. A pair of Sharingan with 3 Tomo merged together, forming a shuriken in a kaleidoscope, while the other eye under Uchiha Yoru's indifferent gaze slowly bled. His other Sharingan evolved into a kaleidoscope. Dojutsu, Takamagahara. Blood splattered, and suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them with 2 ninjat piercing through the chest. The warm, hot blood even splashed onto the women's cheeks. At this moment, Tsunade and Terumi Mei were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Terumi Mei, in disbelief, watched the scene unfold as blood trickled down her cheeks into her mouth. Warm, this was real. And when the blood splashed on Tsunade's face, although she was colorblind and saw the blood as black, the warmth on her cheeks and the taste of the blood shocked her, with a few drops entering her mouth, assaulting her taste buds. Not good. Faced with the sudden appearance of the figure in front of the two women, Sarutobi Yumiko's face changed color, and at the same time, the root ninjas quickly turned to rescue. In everyone's field of view just now, Uchiha Yoru's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was in front of the two women. To the women, Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan was now filled with an enchanting quality, and from his right eye, a line of blood tears flowed, forming a fierce pattern. Jutsu, Koda Amatsu Kami. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru embraced the two women, and with a loud shout, a black shadow appeared directly on the battlefield. Fire release, head molding pain. Wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, the two jutsu worked together, coupled with the surging chakra of Koda Amatsu Kami, a fierce wind carrying flames howled towards them, like a hurricane made of fire. The sound of thunder rumbled. In an indiscriminate area attack, the flames burned a large area. The root ninjas quickly dodged, but Uchiha Yoru was also hit. After releasing the jutsu, Koda Amatsu Kami squinted his eyes towards the center of the distant flames. A violent coughing fit ensued, and blood spurted from the mouth again, revealing a giant black ribcage in the burning flames. Susanoo. In the instant of the flame attack, Terumi Mei and Tsunade witnessed everything. Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan spun rapidly as he raised his head, and as the tears of blood fell, the Susanoo defensive system emerged around him. Terumi Mei was shocked by this sight, this unknown jutsu, and these eyes. Tsunade, however, recognized this jutsu. Her pupils dilated with shock as she looked at the two bleeding and fierce kaleidoscope Sharingan, having witnessed everything herself. The kaleidoscope was activated because of them. Under violent coughing, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru bit down on the kunao in both hands, then with blood, he made a difficult hand seal. Despite the injury of pierced palms affecting the hand seals, it was not impossible to perform them. Summoning Jutsu. With a bang, a beast in a puff of white smoke appeared, followed by the cry of a hawk echoing between heaven and earth. At the same time, the root ninja, who were avoiding the vast range of the ninjutsu, all suddenly changed their expressions. Sarutobi Yumiko exclaimed in shock and anger, "No good! Stop that brat quickly!" They thought he was meat on the chopping block, never expecting him to have escaped. They must kill that brat. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a majestic eagle spread its wings and soared high, while from all directions came a barrage of ninjutsu, shuriken, and exploding tags. Fire release. Lightning release. Boom and rumble. The sky was filled with the resounding noise of splendid ninjutsu, exploding tags, and various hidden weapons, creating a thick cloud of smoke, followed by the bright cry of the hawk piercing through the explosive smoke. The mighty eagle, carrying Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade, and Terumi Mei, shot straight into the sky, with the powerful Susanoo protecting around the summoned beast, avoiding various damages from the ninjutsu. Damn it! Chase them! Watching the fleeing shadow, Sarutobi Yumiko roared ferociously, "They are heavily injured and can't get far, chase them!" On the battlefield, the shadow of Jiraiya had already disappeared. Seeing the employer leap out, he used his technique to escape at once, proving the old adage that old age and treachery will always beat youth and exuberance. In the firmament, the howling wind was harsh, and Uchiha Yoru's mouth was dripping with blood. The bloodshot veins in his Mangeki Sharingan were clearly visible, indicating the overuse of his jutsu. Lord Yoru. The summoned beast, the majestic eagle, respectfully spoke after flying high above in the sky. Uchiha Yoru was gasping violently, each breath bringing him agony. Do not stop, continue flying east. He lay half kneeling, weakened on the summoned beast, his hands firmly wrapped around the waists of the two, as if fearing the two ordinary people would fall from the sky. Chapter 180, and the acting continues. Under the setting sun, the sound of the waves continuously beat against the beach as the chakra beast, exhausted, had already returned. At this time, on the beach, Uchiha Yoru appeared weak, leaning against a rock. The two shinobi swords that had been in his chest had been removed, and his wounds had already stopped bleeding, but he gave off a sense of being on his last breath. You guys! Beside him, the young girl Tsunade's complexion was dark, no longer showing her once naive appearance. Her hands emitted a luminescent green chakra of medical ninjutsu as she treated his injuries. Terumi Mei held the shinobi sword and vigilantly watched the surroundings. At this moment, it seemed all three had revealed their presence. Sorry. Uchiha Yoru, gasping for breath and leaning against the rock, looked at the two with a gaze that seemed to dodge theirs, as if he dared not meet their eyes. The faint 2 words he spoke made them tremble. Irregular heartbeat, myocardial tremors, the muscles around the heart have been severed. In medical ninjutsu terms, the heart's meridian system has been cut, which in layman's terms means the heart's pathways are severed. Tsunade's pupils shook as she grasped his blood-stained, trembling hands, realizing he was right. Uchiha Yoru, weakly holding Tsunade's hands that had been continuously treating him, managed a powerless smile. I didn't expect you to know medical ninjutsu. But the technique is still lacking, remember not to tremble when treating. Tsunade's hands trembled continuously, and her lack of skill was mistaken. The normally proud girl did not retort at this moment. Why? Terumi Mei, standing guard and trembling at these words, tried to suppress her complex emotions as she crouched beside him and asked in a hoarse voice. After a bout of coughing, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Yoru's eyes were filled with weak and ferocious bloodshot lines. At this moment, looking at the two, his eyes only showed ease, and his face even showed a smile. I don't know, maybe this is fate. The path of a ninja stained with blood will always have such a day, right? I just didn't expect it to be you two. Saying this, Uchiha Yoru weakly looked at them, with a self-deprecating smile. Ninjas are deceivers, and I didn't expect to make such a big mistake. It seemed he was mocking himself for sacrificing his life for two ordinary people. Uchiha Yoru was clearly ridiculing himself, but there was no regret on his face, only relief. Let's formally introduce myself, I am Uchiha Yoru. With a weak voice, Uchiha Yoru forced a smile looking at them. I thought my disguise was flawless. When did you notice the flaw? Or are you from the root, and from the beginning, this was all a setup? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's smile seemed to seek an answer before death, yet he did not wish it all to be a setup. At this time, Terumi Mei and Tsunade were filled with complex emotions. As a ninja, even though I am not a medical ninja, I am well aware of the consequences of having one's heart meridian severed. During the anime's short volume Street Battle, Naruto almost died when his heart meridian was cut. Despite the fact that it was the enemy who had brought her to this current state, seeing him at death's door, especially after he had risked danger to save her, filled Terumi Mei with complex emotions. The Mist Ninja, Terumi Mei. Now a rogue ninja. A hoarse voice came from Terumi Mei's mouth, and at this moment, a hint of unresolvable sorrow appeared on her once elegant and gentle cheeks. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, who was at death's door, Terumi Mei couldn't help but give a self-deprecating smile and a bitter laugh. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. You've hurt me so badly, yet I find myself feeling sad for you. Hearing his name, Uchiha Yoru's eyes immediately dimmed. Terumi Mei. Struggling with the name, Terumi Mei bitterly smiled. That's the unfortunate one who you harmed, almost dying at the hands of his own people, isn't it? Was it really necessary to hold a grudge just because I ambushed you once? You're a grown man, aren't you being a little too petty? Twice on the battlefield you nearly killed me, and yet you still don't let me off the hook, conspiring with Sukazan Fugyuki to trap me. Running into you was just bad luck, I've had enough of it. Fortunately, I wasn't killed, but I ended up a rogue ninja. Speaking of herself, Terumi Mei couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful smile. I was still thinking of getting revenge on you, and here you are, showing up on your own. You're such an exceptional ninja, why would you do something so foolish? Is it worth it? At these words, Uchiha Yoru showed a smile. Sorry, but on the battlefield, everyone must follow their own master. Our allegiances differ, I owe you an apology, but I am not wrong, and neither are you. The fault lies with this world that wages wars. I say, if I were just an ordinary person, and so were you, and we met like this. Uchiha Yoru seemed to think of something, suddenly gave a self-mocking smile, shook his head, and didn't finish his sentence, leaving Terumi Mei to give a disappointed smile. Slowly taking out the sachet that he had given her, Terumi Mei's tears fell as she smiled through her tears. It's all just a script, fake. Yet knowing this, you still fall deep into it. It seems to be a complaint against the other as well as against herself. If both could treat all this as fake, then there wouldn't be any heartache. Slowly taking a ring out of the sachet, Terumi Mei smiled at the sight, gently placing the ring in his hand. Under his dim gaze, she showed a gentle smile, which would be better if not for the tears in her eyes. Now I am Mei Ming, and you are Kobe Yoru. Hearing this, Uchiha Yora showed a weak smile, his trembling hand slowly placing the ring on Terumi Mei's ring finger. I really wish to see you in a wedding dress, Mei. You would look so beautiful. The moment the ring was placed on her finger, 2 lines of tears flowed down Terumi Mei's green eyes. It's all fake, yet I took it seriously, damn it. It's uncertain when she became involved from being an outsider. Your hands have stopped shaking. At this moment, Uchiha Yora turned his weak gaze toward the girl Tsunade, feeling her once trembling hand on his chest now still. The innocent smile previously on girl Tsunade's face had disappeared, replaced by an expression cold as frost, as she looked indifferently at the other. You're close to death and still flirting, you really haven't changed, she said. As Tsunade's trembling hands ceased, the blood's true color started to become clear in her sight. At this moment, she was no longer afraid or shaking. It seemed that her hemophobia had left her, but there was no joy in her heart. She was supposed to be an outsider, just watching, but everything happened too quickly. This brat had activated the Sharingan for her and had even stepped in front of them in an instant. Damn it! The way you were before was cuter. Faced with the girl's icy demeanor, Uchiha Yora weakly smiled, reaching out his hand to caress her cheek. Tsunade wanted to dodge, but the dim look in his eyes froze her in place. I came for profit, not expecting you to be so reckless with your life. At this moment, Tsunade revealed her true character, stubborn and unyielding, her words as cold and cutting as her stare. Yet, upon hearing this, Uchiha Yora simply smiled. His weak palm caressed her cheek, his fingers eventually touching her lips, trying to pry them open, but her face remained cold as ice. Eventually, he gave up, weakly chuckling. The root should really not. After all, you're still a child. Our Uchiha clan, along with the Senju, founded Konoha so children wouldn't have to battle, yet now children are the main force on the battlefield. Clearly, Uchiha Yora had been trying to see if the girl's tongue had the mark of the root, suspecting her of being a spy arranged from the start. With her mouth shut and a gloomy face, he felt a sense of loss which seemed to confirm her identity to him. A misunderstanding. Under such a misunderstanding, Uchiha Yora mistook her for a spy trained by the root. At that moment, Tsunade's face showed sadness, her heart filled with frustration. Was she supposed to reveal her true identity? What child? She was already 40, it was he who was actually the child. In the comic contrast of this misunderstanding, Tsunade fell silent for a moment, confused and afraid to reveal her identity, fearing it would only drive him to greater despair at the end. Perhaps a misunderstanding was also correct. Coughing up blood, Uchiha Yora weakly watched the sunset on the coastline, with the sad Tsunade and another person, Terumi Mei, feeling as if their hearts were filled with a tumult of emotions. Go to the land of rice, take this Kusanagi sword to find Orochimaru, my teacher. Leaning weakly against a rock, feeling his life ebbing away, he spoke first to the girl. The tongue-tied root seal, my teacher will release you from it. You've cried. A tool with emotions is unqualified. The root is not for you. Fingers gently wiped the tears from the corner of the girl's eyes, yet Tsunade remained silent. She had been treated as a spy from the beginning, but now, at the last moments of life, they were considering her well-being. Mei, I've hurt you unintentionally so much, I'm sorry. Take the same Hado with you, but listen to me, don't go back to the Hidden Mist village. Perhaps becoming a rogue ninja is the right thing for you, go far away. Watching the two, it was clear that all three had been outsiders from the beginning, yet in the end, they all became insiders, even Uchiha Yora had played himself into the scenario. The highest realm of acting is to become the character, to live as the character within the play. Lies will eventually be exposed, and the final flaw was Uchiha Yora himself. However, when he completely lived out the character, the flaw disappeared. The sunset is so beautiful. Looking at the sunset, Uchiha Yora showed a trace of sentimentality and, holding the hands of the two, slowly fell into weakness, saying faintly, if only there were no wars in this world, with my Uchiha identity, I would definitely take you back to our clan, to watch the sunset every day. His voice grew weaker, and Uchiha Yora slowly took out a test tube from his blade bag, weakly speaking to the girl, after lifting the seal, if you want to go back to the village, give this to the third Hokage, he won't pursue you. This is the first Hokage's cells, also part of human experimentation. At this moment, Uchiha Yora seemed to be making his last arrangements, securing their future path thoroughly before his hand relaxed, his eyes blurred looking at the sunset. Go now, leave my body for those who follow, they won't track you. I've prepared a small boat over there. His palm slowly dropped powerlessly, his eyes gradually closing. Uchiha Yura fell into darkness. Witnessing this, Tsunade's pupil shrank. She opened her mouth wanting to say something but found herself unable to make a sound, as if her throat was blocked. Damn Uchiha, if only you weren't so petty, then we wouldn't have met. I was doing fine in the hidden mist, but you had to doggedly pursue me. Terumi Mei, feeling incredibly foolish, was crying over an enemy, and not just any enemy, but one who nearly killed her twice and caused her to become a rogue ninja. No. Don't die. As Uchiha Yura closed his eyes, Tsunade completely broke down, her facade of coldness melted away instantly, and tears kept falling from her cheeks, but the boy had no response. The heartbeat was fading, growing weaker and slower. She frantically used all she had learned, begging him not to leave. Brat! Don't die! Why do you all have to die? She thought she wouldn't be heartbroken, but it was only at the last moment that she realized she had taken it to heart. It wasn't just the kid who was serious, she was serious too. You take care of Yoru, I'll be right back. In this moment, Terumi Mei wipes away her tears and reveals a stark killing intent, staring at the distant forest. The pursuers from Konoha are approaching, and she is determined to eliminate them all. Suddenly, a wild chakra explodes beneath her feet, and Terumi Mei's figure charges madly towards the pursuers behind her. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. In an instant, under the powerful chakra of Terumi Mei, especially within the gloomy and damp forest, a thick fog appears first, confusing the enemy's sight, followed by boil release. Boil release combines water and fire attributes chakra, releasing from the mouth a powerful corrosive acid mist. The practitioner can adjust the acidity of the clever mist by controlling the amount of chakra, which can even dissolve Susanoo. Particularly under the initial cover of the hidden mist jutsu, the pursuing Anbu ninjas thought it was just mist. By the time they realized it was actually corrosive, it was too late. The forest echoes with their agonizing screams. The unprepared Anbu are instantly corroded, especially when they inhale it without any protection. In an instant, their respiratory tracts are corroded and burned, emitting waves of even more pitiful sounds. Meanwhile, Tsunade sheds tears of regret on a distant beach, looking at the handsome face of the young man. Although his hair is no longer the cold, proud silver of their first meeting, the blue crescent moon mark on his forehead and the red stripes on his cheeks remain unwashed. Flashes of memory surface in Tsunade's mind, and it is at this moment she realizes that she, who thought herself an outsider, had unknowingly become involved. I never thought that the Uchiha brat would activate the Mangeki Sharingan for me. If Grandpa and the second Grandpa knew, they'd probably laugh at how the Uchiha have fallen. Tsunade sadly wipes the tears from her eyes, looking at the test tube in her hand. She scoffs at herself. Greed is the root of the wars in this world. She crushes the test tube containing the first Hokage's cells in her hand, and as the liquid splashes onto Uchiha Yora's body and wounds, Tsunade slowly stands up. She turns her head towards the forest from where screams are emanating and reveals a hint of killing intent. The village that Senju and Uchiha created together is not a place for a pack of hyenas to bark at. With a roar, Tsunade unleashes the formidable combat power of the Sunin. Chapter 181, Danzo, I didn't do it. Under the night sky, the campfire crackled and burned, accompanied by sparks splashing about. A sinister atmosphere pervaded the dimly lit cave. Uchiha Yoru, who had been on the brink of death, was now sitting in front of the fire, his face pale only from excessive blood loss. Brat, are you really sure your wood-style project was not successful? Tsunade, back to her original appearance, stared with beautiful eyes that now carried an imposing aura of authority. Faced with such questioning, Uchiha Yoru awkwardly nodded. There was only one successful test subject, by chance. First serving in the route under the code Alpha, and then transferred to the Anbu. Hearing the dirty secrets of the village, Tsunade couldn't help but snort coldly. When they returned, they suddenly saw a large tree on the beach, and within the tree, a person was enveloped. As they approached, they were shocked to find that Uchiha Yoru's heart had stabilized, and his heart meridians were fully connected and healed. Everything seemed to have miraculously recovered. Wood style. The Senju clan did not awaken wood style, but it was an Uchiha who did. Although it didn't show the power of the first Hokage, it still made Tsunade widen her eyes in astonishment. I never thought the golden-haired loli would turn out to be the son and Princess Tsunade of Konoha, task tisk. Terumi Mei, with his brown hair, revealed a pair of captivating green eyes, looking at Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru with a hint of jealousy. What's this, am I the only rogue ninja, while you two are from the same village? Isn't this unfair? Faced with Terumi Mei's ridicule, Tsunade, as a woman, snorted disdainfully, the girl is indeed not bad, having two Kekii Genkai, what a pity. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie sense, Uchiha Yoru was fine now, so what would become of the three of them? At this moment, Terumi Mei felt very confused, and not just him, even Tsunade was holding her forehead with a frown, looking at everything with a headache. What a headache, wouldn't it be better if this brat had died, and everything was over as if nothing had happened? But now, an Uchiha has unexpectedly awakened Wood style, this is messing things up. Pretend nothing happened? Everything is in the past? It's not impossible, but what about Wood style? The Wood style unique to the Senju clan? It's not that she's petty, but this person happens to be an Uchiha. You can't be serious. Thinking of this, the mature and voluptuous Tsunade couldn't help but glance at him. It must be said that the Uchiha clan's genes are quite excellent, all handsome men and beautiful women. And it seems she has taken a genuine interest. Why not let this brat marry into her family? A case of the older cow eating the tender grass? It could also prevent the Wood style from falling into the hands of the Uchiha clan. At this stage in her life, Tsunade was at her peak, her mature charm goes without saying, and more importantly, her straightforward nature. Since she was sincere, she naturally wouldn't conceal her thoughts. By the way, suddenly thinking of something, Tsunade raised her eyebrows, and with a valiant look, she glanced at the two of them, her gaze falling on Uchiha Yoru and directly snorted coldly, "Brat, what secrets are you still hiding? Why would the root want to eliminate you, and why won't you let this girl return to the Hidden Mist village?" Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei, gripping her large sword Samehada, scoffed coldly, "The Hidden Mist village is my home, and I have this great sword." Clearly, even though the atmosphere among the three was a bit strange and even slightly awkward, Terumi Mei, as a mature and calm ninja, still suppressed her chaotic thoughts. She could not betray her own country. What happened to the Roots ninjas? After a long silence, Uchiha Yoru finally spoke up, but he first asked about the ninjas who were pursuing them. "A lot are dead, and the rest have fled." Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Yoru slowly raised his head to look at the two, his eyes still red with bloodshot veins, clearly still suffering from the after effects of the Mangeki Sharingan. "You can't return to the Hidden Mist village, it's too dangerous." Suddenly, upon hearing this, the two women felt a wave of disappointment, especially Terumi Mei, who let out a cold laugh. "So, would you betray your own village and clan?" They judged others by their own standard, setting aside any emotional issues. They might have had real feelings, but as adults, their values were no longer those of a childhood fairy tale world. The idea of elopement, of a damsel in distress and her prince, all of this was nothing but a childhood memory. An emotional experience that had not even started, and they were expected to betray their village for it. Ridiculous. This was why Terumi Mei gradually calmed down. She had thought he would speak some grand principles, but was this all? Disappointing. Perhaps the past beauty would be better left as a sealed memory. Even Tsunade couldn't help but sneer, taking out a flask of sake and sipping lightly. These words indeed fell short of expectations. They were not naive little girls who would abandon their country and family for so-called love, even if the feelings had started. Love, friendship, and familial affection are all built on the foundation of country and clan. So, for some romantic sentiment, they would act against their country? They were not little girls. Facing the two's gradually calming gaze, Uchiha Yoru fell silent, as if suppressing some inner turmoil. "I'll leave at dawn." In the end, it seemed like she wanted to put a full stop to this experience and her own farcical feelings. Terumi Mei said indifferently, "There will be no more of that tenderness we shared before." Tsunade was casually sipping her drink, her once fluttering heart now subdued. They were all adults and naturally understood the principles of choice and sacrifice. After a long silence, under this oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Yoru looked up at the two women and said hoarsely, "Mei, you can't go back to the Hidden Mist village. Tsunade, you shouldn't return to the village either." Bringing up this subject again caused both women to frown. They weren't fools, likewise, Uchiha Yoru wasn't an impulsive young man. If his first mention could be explained by rashness, what about the second time? They didn't believe that a genius capable of effortlessly commanding 1,000 ninja soldiers could be so impulsive. "Kid, why can't I return to the village?" Tsunade, with furrowed brows, muttered impatiently, "Kid, dawdling isn't manly. Stop beating around the bush." Terumi Mei, however, frowned and looked inquisitive, as there must be a reason for him bringing it up again. Faced with their gazes, Uchiha Yoru sighed deeply in his heart, thinking to himself that he had told no lies, only the truth. The war between the leaf and the mist is a conspiracy, a terrible conspiracy, and I. He hesitated here, but Terumi Mei, having heard this, calmly lowered her head and gripped her large sword, same Heta. She had made her decision, regardless of what was said, she would never betray her village. Tsunade scoffed in disdain, it was just another mess caused by the old fools in the village, she couldn't care less. As if making a difficult decision, Uchiha Yoru looked down hoarsely and then said something that caused both women's expressions to change dramatically. The fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village is being controlled by the Sharingan. What? Not just Terumi Mei, even the seasoned Tsunade showed a look of shock. Sharingan? What kind of conspiracy does your leaf village have? Upon hearing this shocking news and coming to her senses, Terumi Mei immediately showed an angry look, seemingly accusing them, as if to say, "You are from the same village, what are you plotting?" After saying this, Uchiha Yoru seemed to have lifted a weight off his shoulders, showing a complex expression, but he still shared his investigation with the two. According to my investigation, the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village has been manipulated by the Sharingan, and it's possible that he had been under its control even before that. His suspicions were not unfounded at all. When Madara designed Obito during the Third Ninja War, how could the Mist Ninja cooperate so well? Sealing the tailed beast inside Rin? This could not be achieved simply by manipulating a few Jonin with illusions. The tailed beast is the nuclear weapon of a village. Any major action involving the tailed beast would require a decision made by the Mizukage in conjunction with the high-level officials of the village. Therefore, he speculated that the third Mizukage might have been controlled already. Under the shocked expression of Terumi Mei, Uchiha Yoru continued to speak slowly about his investigation. The Nine Tails disturbance in Konoha, that very night, the Sharingan was seen in the Nine Tails' eyes, and only the power of the Manjiki Sharingan is qualified to manipulate a tailed beast so easily. Watching Terumi Mei's confused expression and Tsunade's mind already flashing with various information about the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. I've secretly investigated the Uchiha clan and found that during this period, there was only one person in the family recorded to have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It was Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Yoru didn't avoid discussing his covered investigation of his own clan. Having spoken this much, he simply spoke faster and faster. Tsunade was shocked upon hearing this name, her pupil shrank, and she blurted out in shock, "You brat! Are you saying it was Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki Sharingan that controlled everything?" No, Senior Kagami had long passed away. However, in the next moment, Tsunade suddenly thought of something, her face drastically changed, recalling the earlier mention of the Mist Ninja in the village. Damn it! Could it be? As if already realizing something, Tsunade's scalp numbed with anger. How many dirty secrets had these old fellows hidden? Indeed, Uchiha Yoru nodded gravely, and his next words unveiled a long-standing grand conspiracy of the ninja world. Correct, Senior Uchiha Kagami had indeed passed away, but the whereabouts of his Manjiki Sharingan were unknown. The incident involving Orochimaru in the village exposed some secrets of the root, and also gave me the opportunity to investigate further. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hisashi personally admitted that he saw through the Byakugan that the leader of the village's root, Dan Shimura, had a Sharingan covered on his right eye and a disabled right arm that also possessed a Sharingan. When he spoke of this secret, Tsunade could no longer restrain herself and crushed the wine bottle in her hand into powder. Her fury was sky-high. The act of harming fellow villagers and stealing eyes to obtain bloodline limits was not permitted in any village, after all, they were all people of the same village. Yet, the next words from Uchiha Yoru were what truly made Tsunade explode. Dan's right arm had the first Hokage's cells. This matter, after Orochimaru was expelled, I personally asked, and my teacher Orochimaru himself admitted it. It was a secret research of the root, and he personally transplanted the Sharingan arm for Dan's, which also had Hashirama's cells. At this point, Uchiha Yoru even showed a look of lingering fear, touching his own eyes and couldn't help sighing. The teacher was right, the first Hokage's cells possess a strong vitality, not only enhancing the body's strength but even able to suppress the Sharingan, with both powers forming a balance. But the teacher also speculated that if these two powers were to fuse, they would give birth to an even stronger force. As he spoke, Uchiha Yora's eyes slowly revealed a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo, which then evolved into a Mangeki Sharingan. Although there were still fierce blood vessels in his eyes from using his ocular powers today, it was clear that he could already distinctly feel the enhancement of his ocular strength. The combination of 2 powers began to slowly restore my ocular strength, and the consumption of ocular power and chakra by my ocular techniques has decreased, whereas before it was different. After activating the Mangeki Sharingan, the recovery of ocular strength wasn't impossible, just exceedingly slow, giving the impression that each use would permanently consume a portion of ocular strength until it was completely depleted, resulting in blindness. However, since awakening the ability to use would release, he could clearly feel that the recovery rate of his ocular strength had significantly increased, and even the burden of using his ocular techniques was not as great as before. He could even use his ocular techniques frequently. The 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village was manipulated, and the leader of the foundation within the village, Dan Shimura, possesses several pairs of Sharingan, and moreover, the higher UPS within the village have not been controlled. All this made me realize that the ninja world is in the midst of a huge conspiracy. As Uchiha Yora slowly shared his investigative deductions, Terumi Mei and Tsunade were both incredibly shocked, their findings almost beyond their imagination. A conspiracy in the ninja world? He wasn't wrong at all. The 4th Mizukage was indeed controlled by the Mangeki Sharingan, and Dan's S-arm had Hashirama's cells, along with a significant number of Sharingan. And the higher UPS in Konoha were not controlled. Uchiha Kagami had indeed passed away. Everything he said was the truth. However, the conspiracy didn't need to be mentioned by him. In the minds of Terumi Mei and Tsunade, amidst the chaos, pieces of shocking information were slowly connecting together. Like a puzzle, Dan Shimura, known as the darkness of the ninja world, always had a bad reputation, ambitious and extremely skilled at scheming, a truly sinister figure lurking in the shadows. A Mangeki to control the Mist Shinobi, to launch a war. It was to silence the dissenting voices within the village. Tsunade quickly thought of this, and in that moment, her mind whirred, and she couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Yoru. Damn it! The front lines are filled with supporters of Orochimaru, those old fools. And what shocked Terumi Mei was recalling the many years of the blood mist policies in Kirigakure, how many clansmen it had harmed, and how many fellow villagers it had caused to defect. At this moment, Uchiha Yora's head was lowered in solemnity. He hadn't spoken carelessly, all of this was what they had deduced themselves. Since it all led to the same conclusion, he couldn't be blamed. As for wrongly accusing the scapegoat king, Dan's? Was there any? He never said it was Dan's who controlled the Mizukage, it was just a conjecture, and moreover, it was their own conjecture. Chapter 182, Put on you a white wedding dress. Danzo. Tsunade clenched her teeth and muttered this name, her eyes filled with endless rage. Others may not be aware, but how could she not be? In the village, several old folks, the 3rd Hokage at least, were bathed in the sunlight, while Danzo, who lurked in the shadows, was different, with no reservations whatsoever. Moreover, everything upon reflection truly fitted Danzo's character, using the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan to manipulate conspiracies from behind the scenes. Damn it! At this point, Tsunade was clearly thinking off track, while Uchiha Yora remained silent, not afraid of any investigation because the truth, when uncovered, would prove his words true. Danzo did indeed possess the Sharingan, whether he had the Mangekyo Sharingan was not claimed, only that he had the Sharingan. The truth is never afraid of investigation, whereas even the most perfect lie will one day be exposed. The village. To think that Terumi Mei, upon hearing this enormous conspiracy, also showed anger, more so because of the policies of the Hidden Mist Village over the years. No wonder since the 4th Mizukage took office the policies of the Blood Mist have become more severe, the entire Hidden Mist Village, even the entire Land of Water, has been discriminating against those with Kekii Genkai. I initially thought it was because the Kekii Genkai clans had too much power, but it turns out all this was to weaken the Hidden Mist. Clearly, Terumi Mei had also deduced this massive conspiracy, and her guess was not wrong. The person behind the scenes indeed would be pleased to see the Hidden Mist Village tearing itself apart. You brat! Tsunade, having calmed down, looked up at Uchiha Yora's young and stern face, wondering how someone so young could carry so much darkness and still keep moving forward in secret. Facing Tsunade, Uchiha Yora hid all his previous emotions again, bowing his head and speaking hoarsely, Princess Tsunade, the Uchiha clan's current situation is perilous. As the founders of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha have a responsibility to protect the village. But the darkness in the village has become overwhelming. As one of the Sunin, if something happens to the village one day, you will be the last hope for the village, the hope for a resurgence. With these words, a touch of sadness appeared in Uchiha Yoru's eyes. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a small snake was summoned, which then crawled in front of Tsunade and spat out a scroll. This lists the high-ranking members of the village families and the Sarutobi clan's positions of power, as well as the complicit Inoshikacho trio. These are my preliminary investigations. There are still some secret units I have no authority to investigate. As Uchiha Yoru's hoarse voice echoed, Tsunade's face darkened as she slowly opened the scroll. At this moment, she realized how shockingly significant these seemingly trivial investigation records were. 1 or 2 positions were not a problem, even a dozen or 20, but the densely packed list of positions with surnames either from the Sarutobi or the Inoshikacho clans or high-ranking officials' relatives was alarming. For others, this dense list of hundreds of positions might not reveal much, but for Tsunade, who would later become the 5th Hokage, it was crystal clear. This was a shocking investigative report. All the important positions in Konoha were held by these old-timers' own clans' people or their followers' families. For example, school teachers seemed okay on the surface, with quite a few ordinary civilian ninjas, but the logistics side was completely dominated by the Sarutobi clan. This is still above board. As for what happens behind the scenes, Tsunade feels a chill run down her spine when she thinks about it. The Anbu, the root division, these forces that lurk in the shadows, are less like official arms of the village and more like private armies for the upper echelons, even more shocking than what's overt. We can come to a conclusion now: the entire Leaf Village is tightly gripped in the hands of the old high levels. Of course, there are exceptions, like the police force. This unit has been outside the center of power since the creation of the Leaf Village. In every generation of the village, there have been many hot-blooded individuals. Although Uchiha Yoru didn't specify, he highlighted one thing: there are indeed opposing views within the village, it's just that their voices are too small. Crack, crunch. After reading the startling report, Tsunade grinds her teeth in hatred, and the scroll is crushed into bits by the brute force of her jade hands. The drifting scroll fragments fall into the bonfire, turning into sparks before vanishing. Although the report is gone, everything that happened cannot be forgotten. I need to return to the village. As Tsunade rages, Terumi Mei calms down, a resolute look appearing in her eyes. As a member of the Mist Village, she absolutely does not want to watch her own village descend into an abyss. Go back? What can you do? In response to Terumi Mei's determined look, Uchiha Yoru lets out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking his head as he says, "Me. A genius of the Uchiha clan, captain of the police force's 7th squad, one of Sunin Orochimaru's disciples, I still have no power to resist the tide of events. And what about you? Going back to the village just to die in vain? Or is it because you don't want to live with regrets?" Faced with Uchiha Yoru's mockery, a complex emotion of sympathy arises in Terumi Mei's heart. Both of them are powerless to change anything. What about you? I'll die in vain if I go back, so why do you still want to return to the Leaf? Uchiha Yoru is taken aback by Terumi Mei's counter, his gaze becomes distant, and he mutters to himself, "Yet, why didn't I choose to leave?" Although he says this, Uchiha Yoru then smirks bitterly in self-mockery, "Because I am an Uchiha, I cannot just watch the village fall into the abyss. I want to change it all, which is why I've decided to take up the banner of revolution. I know this path will be bloody and sacrificial, and it might even be against my own people. But I have no regrets. The village has already shed too much innocent blood. The lessons of Sakumo Hatake, Orochimaru, and countless young children dying on the battlefield through the 3 wars, I would rather bear an eternal stigma. I still want to change it all. I don't want our descendants to bleed fearlessly." Watching Uchiha Yoru become more resolute, even showing unprecedented determination when speaking of revolution, Tsunade's eyes momentarily show a glimmer of confusion, and then she flings her hand away in irritation, saying, "It's all for power, I couldn't care less, do whatever you want." Faced with the darkness of the village, Tsunade still chooses to avoid it. Isn't her leaving the village a form of avoidance? A mature and resolute ninja is not so easily changed. Watching Tsunade's somewhat irritable mood, Uchiha Yoru did not feel disappointed. Instead, his eyes revealed a sense of relief, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. But it was precisely this expression that made Tsunade even more irritated. "You brat dare to speak recklessly about revolution. You should better manage yourself first." She hated this kind of concern. Everything between them was fake, yet knowing this, for some reason, her heart felt even more agitated. What did this brat's relieved expression mean? Did he not want her to get involved in this vortex? Did he care about her? Who does she think she is? She is Tsunade Senju of the Sun and from Konoha, yet she finds herself worried about by a brat. Uchiha Yoru, upon seeing Tsunade's avoidance, not only did not dissuade her but also did not try to recruit her to join his force to change the corrupt Konoha. Instead, he pretended not to see and looked towards Terumi Mei. Mei, you are now a rogue ninja. Going back to the village, let alone changing your rogue status, who would believe the conspiracies you speak of? And how many years has the Mizu cage been manipulated? How much power has been accumulated? This way, you may cause instability in the village, and even. The last words were left unsaid, but everyone was not foolish. The shadow of a village being manipulated for so many years, how many would believe the words of one person? Not only is she in danger, but the village might also face great turmoil. Describing it as using one's hand to stop a chariot would not be an exaggeration. Mei, I think what you are doing now is preserving the village's ember. You could use the threat of Samehada as leverage, secretly intimidate the Sukazan Fugyuki, unite the gradually disappearing bloodline powers within the village, and at the same time contact reliable higher UPS or Jonin in the village. You are the village's hope of fire, not putting all hope on a single burst of passion. Uchiha Yoru struggled a bit to articulate his plan. Although what he said was right, his awkward demeanor was evident to anyone, revealing his personal feelings. He did not want Terumi Mei to risk his life. A burst of passion is courageous, but what after the passion is spent? That leaves one with no regrets, but it's also an evasive approach, not caring about the aftermath. Clearly, he was giving her advice, advising her not to blindly go to her death with such an evasive philosophy. But could the future 5th Mizu cage be politically naive? Terumi Mei possessed 2 Kekii Genkai. In the village hidden in the mist in the land of water, which so ostracizes bloodline abilities, she not only managed to live safely but also overthrew the previous Mizukage's regime, which bluntly speaking is a coup d'état. She certainly has the brains and the means, and she's not lacking in either, only perhaps a bit immature due to her youth. Watching Uchiha Yoru's struggling demeanor, as if he, a Konoha ninja, was giving strategic advice to a ninja from an enemy country, Terumi Mei felt a complex warmth in her heart under her cold cheeks. The feeling of being cared for, it seems, was something she hadn't experienced in the village, apart from her parents' memory. The crackling bonfire burned, and the belly of the sky began to lighten. After a night of rest, the three seemed to be avoiding the pretense of their previous encounter. It wasn't that they dared not admit it, but that they each had their own missions and responsibilities. All right, once I get proficient with Samehada, my strength will increase substantially. After daybreak, Terumi Mei nonchalantly took a last glance at the cave, wishing she were a wandering ninja so perhaps she wouldn't have so much pressure. Terumi Mei, with Samehada on her back, stood bathed in the early morning sunlight, her brown intercrossed curly hair hiding her right eye, revealing her enchanting green left eye. At this moment, Terumi Mei, who stretched lazily, got up and looked at Tsunade, who was still pretending to sleep. She smiled indifferently, turned her head, and looked at the man in front of her. Suddenly, Terumi Mei smiled charmingly, and with a dignified grace, she extended her hand teasingly, "We'll settle the matter of you stabbing me twice next time." Uchiha Yoru's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he slowly reached out and held the delicate jade hand. In an instant, it seemed as if there was a kind of telepathy between them as they slowly walked out of the cave entrance. The two seemed to have forgotten everything, but because of their differing positions, they couldn't be together. Being adults with mature thoughts, they could only suppress their emotions. "Yoru, if I were just an ordinary civilian, and you were just a common blacksmith." Looking at the morning sun, Terumi Mei revealed a smile and murmured as if intoxicated, while Uchiha Yoru, hearing this, didn't hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Then I would hold your hand, just as you once said, and put on you a white wedding dress." Before Uchiha Yoru could finish, Terumi Mei suddenly revealed a playful and giggly smile, turned her face nervously close to Yoru, and teasingly said, "The handsome guy from the Uchiha clan, you're not taking this seriously, are you? Our previous acts were all pretend, fake. Being a ninja is all about deception. Have you forgotten the first lesson of the ninja school? Or is this genius not as clever as he seems?" At a height of 174 centimeters, Terumi Mei's figure is exceptionally tall, her skin fair and smooth, especially now as they face each other closely, they could even smell each other's breath. Facing each other, Terumi Mei's face showed a playful and mature smile, as if she had thrown everything behind her. With a soft moan, Terumi Mei's pupils dilated, her smile stiffened with shock, then panic, and her delicate mouth conveyed an experience she had never felt before. Wetness. And it seemed there was a trembling in the heart. Survive. Uchiha Yoru then parted ways, his face showing a determined expression, his blessing seemingly so cheap. However, in a daze, Terumi Mei reached out her slender jade hand to touch her delicate lips, then revealed a stubborn and strong-willed expression, pretending to be calm as she teased, "I give you a kiss that melts the heart and bones. Don't forget me, such a handsome man." After saying this, Terumi Mei revealed a sexy smile and casually waved her hand, as if to turn her previous embarrassment into initiative. She was a competitive character. She also knew that the affection between them was fruitless, so it was best not to let it take root during the seed stage. The moment she turned to leave, a blush rose on Terumi Mei's mature and charming cheeks, and for some reason, she slowly stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, savoring the lingering presence. Her eyes seemed hazy as she reminisced about the moment, as if she wanted to etch the feeling into her heart. Terumi Mei left with style. As a person of faith, she needed to change her village. "Hey, kid, everyone's gone, what are you still looking at? Isn't it time to finish what you didn't say last night?" Standing outside the cave, watching Terumi Mei's figure disappear from sight, Uchiha Yoru was somewhat dazed. He too cherished the taste of the moment and ended with a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, the highest realm of acting is to immerse oneself in the role. As they parted, he knew the course of history had changed, and he could no longer predict Terumi Mei's future, which caused a sense of worry to rise in his heart. But he did not stop her choices, just as he wouldn't stop his own, for the path he had to walk was also full of thorns. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from behind, and Uchiha Yoru turned to see a glimpse of a golden figure. Chapter 183, Naked Examination. "You didn't finish what you said last night. What other sordid affairs are going on in the village that you haven't made clear?" The imposing figure of Tsunade stood with her arms crossed. Although she didn't want to interfere, she still wanted to know how bold these shameless old men could be and how much dirty work they had done. The third Hokage sent his second son, Asuma Sarutobi, to the daimyo's mansion to become one of the 12 guardian shinobi. The somber words of Uchiha Yoru made Tsunade pause. After all, with such a huge conspiracy involving the Sharingan and manipulation from behind the scenes, it meant that these old men definitely had a plot. There has always been a voice in the daimyo's mansion that the Land of Fire should have 2 jewels, but some inside the mansion feel that 1 jewel is enough, the same. Uchiha Yoru's words were cut off as Tsunade's face turned grim and she snorted coldly, the earth beneath her feet cracked with fine turtle-like patterns. Uchiha Yoru's pupils shrink upon witnessing this scene. The black high heels, showing a hint of strength, instantly damaged the earth, which looked out of place next to her fair, jade-like feet playfully painted with red nail polish. "Brat, this is nothing but your wild speculation." It was clear that Uchiha Yoru's suspicions were entirely his own conjecture without a shred of evidence. Was it just because Asuma went to the daimyo's mansion? After all, this conspiracy theory was too big enough to start a conflict between the daimyo's mansion and the ninja village. The daimyo's mansion and the ninja village depend on each other and are also restrained due to the war-torn world of the shinobi, where the daimyo cannot do without the ninja village's war machine, and likewise, the village cannot do without the financial and material support of the daimyo's mansion. Faced with Tsunade's threatening gaze, Uchiha Yoru pretended to be silent, which made Tsunade narrow her eyes. This little devil was too detestable, hiding who knows how many secrets. "Hey, brat, as a ninja of Konoha, now that the first Hokage's weapon has fallen outside, it's your responsibility to find it and bring it back, and your would release." At this point, Tsunade's light brown eyes showed a complex emotion. The fact that would release had awakened someone outside was astonishing enough, not to mention why it was an Uchiha. "Brat, come back to town with me, I need to check your body thoroughly." As a princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade could not just watch the wood release fall into outsiders' hands, especially not an Uchiha. Although the past grievances between the two clans had become history, she was still here. Since this brat could awaken wood release, did it mean she also had a chance? As a medical ninja, it would be a lie to say Tsunade had not researched this. She might not have Orochimaru's scientific capabilities, but with the finished product in front of her, analyzing it should not be a problem. On the vast sea, a small flat boat travels towards the water country. At this moment, Terumi Mei gazes at the scroll stuffed inside the tool pouch, her eyes revealing a shade of reminiscence. It turns out it was the deeply emotional kiss from Uchiha Yoru that was stealthily placed in her ninja tool pouch at their parting. Realizing the truth, Terumi Mei couldn't help but show a hint of annoyance mixed with some disappointment, so it wasn't a moment of impulse just to take advantage, but to conceal this action. Slowly opening the scroll, there is a blood-red Sharingan with 3 tomo. At the moment of eye contact, Terumi Mei's eyes become empty. In the spiritual world, Uchiha Yoru, with a serious expression, speaks in a deep voice, "I know you would find out. Although it is enhanced by the Sharingan, this strand of chakra cannot last long, so I'll keep this brief. Everything I've said is absolutely true. If you really want to save the Mist Village, then ally with the powerful and influential people within the village, and you gather forces secretly from the outside. Just wait for the right moment, and once you act, you can coordinate from inside and out. The clues I've uncovered indicate that the Mist Village's target in the coming years will be the Bloodline clans, and even all Bloodline ninja will become targets. You should secretly save these Bloodline ninja to preserve some vitality for the Mist Village. And there's more." At this point, Yoru's spirit and chakra are so depleted that his figure becomes somewhat illusory. After a pause, he lifts his head to look at her and says solemnly, "I'm sorry. This apology might be for the grand conspiracy stirred up by the Leaf Village, or perhaps it's an apology between the two of them." Watching the fading figure of Uchiha Yoru, Terumi Mei actually shows a smile. Her tall figure walks over slowly, her slender index finger provocatively lifting his chin. With a very teasing demeanor, Terumi Mei smiles seductively, narrowing her beautiful green eyes. "Uchiha clan, your mental illusion technique is not bad, but this time..." With a gentle hum, as the spiritual world gradually fades away, the vacant look in Terumi Mei's eyes in the real world slowly refocuses. When she completely emerges from the illusion, she can't help but narrow her eyes, licking her lips, savoring the aftertaste of the moment. Such a seal placed on the scroll with an illusion technique won't be transmitted back to the original body like a shadow clone would, which is why Terumi Mei dared to indulge herself so boldly. It's like in a dream, where she has to consider too many things in reality, but in the dream, she wants to let loose. It seems my charm is still effective. Facing the waves, Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she remembered the horrible scene when she was stabbed twice by the other party during their first meeting, and couldn't help muttering to herself, who would have thought it would come to this? Obviously, Konoha is also unstable internally, and the conspiracy of Konoha is indeed too terrifying. She might need to use the power of Uchiha Yoru, or rather, both sides might need to cooperate. In public, Uchiha Yoru might be able to cause turmoil in Konoha, alleviating the pressure on the hidden Mist Village. In private, Terumi Mei revealed a solemn expression, gazing in the direction of the hidden Mist Village. The sentimentality of a young woman had already been suppressed in her heart. Once, her dream was to change the hidden Mist Village, now, it is to break this huge conspiracy. It looks like you can't hide anymore. Was the hidden Mist Village really completely wrong in gradually weakening the power of the Bloodline clans? Not necessarily. The Bloodline clans occupied too many resources, and those weakened would become more obedient. The resources freed up would be distributed to ordinary ninjas. The ultimate goal is to make the Mizukige's voice in the hidden Mist Village more significant. This is what some people think. This is also why they remain silent, and even why numerous Bloodline clans chose to be silent, because they all believed that the Mizukage only wanted to take back some power. No one expected that the determination of the fourth Mizukage was to eliminate all the Bloodline ninjas in the entire Land of Water. Uchiha Yoru is not aware of the significant changes coming to the hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. He only knows that he does not want to leave his homeland. Why leave when Konoha occupies the richest land? Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju. If anyone is to leave, it should be the others, definitely not the Uchiha clan. He does this not to prove anything but to take back what the Uchiha clan once lost. Inside the townhouse, Uchiha Yoru once again disguised himself as the silver-haired Sesshomaru and returned, showing a despondent demeanor. In the tightly sealed room, Tsunade frowned, constantly summoning various instruments to check the body. How is it possible? The first Hokage's cells have an extremely strong devouring ability, still so potent even when diluted hundreds of times, Tsunade said with an expression of annoyance, as if accusing someone of lying. Lying on the hospital bed, Uchiha Yoru gave a bitter smile and said, "I've told you all I know about Orochimaru's experiments. First, the first Hokage's cells were diluted 100 times, then weakened by toxins to compromise the cells with strong vitality, and finally, they were stably cultivated. After repeating this process several times until the cells stabilized, one could obtain a weakened version of the first Hokage's cells. Listening to Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade frowned and said in a deep voice, "What method was used to stabilize the cultivation?" "The cells, already weakened and damaged, it's nearly impossible to cultivate stable cells from them." Sage Jutsu. Facing Tsunade's doubts, Uchiha Yoru directly pointed out this key point, gesturing towards the 3 black Tomo curse marks on his neck. Suddenly, Tsunade showed a look of realization. Orochimaru truly is a genius. This time, Tsunade rarely praised Orochimaru. As the saying goes, to each their own expertise, Orochimaru's insight in the field of scientific research was incredibly strong. "The Cursed Seal, I've seen Jiraiya's intelligence analysis on you." Tsunade then moved closer, her large, fragrant, white jade-like hands appeared before the eyes, the nose enveloped in a tempting scent, but Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes when he saw this. Tsunade was standing in front of Uchiha Yoru, his head turned to her chest, and she extended her hand very seriously and earnestly to probe for the presence of the curse mark. However, upon seeing Uchiha Yoru close his eyes calmly, Tsunade's lips slowly curved up in a smirk, yet she feigned a serious expression. "Activate your curse mark, I need to study it closely." Then, as Uchiha Yoru activated the power of the curse mark, the 3 black Tomo heated up as if coming to life, slowly spreading to half of his body. This is the Cursed Seal 1, half state. The power of the curse mark then acted up again, and black flame patterns spread all over his body. Uchiha Yoru, with his eyes closed, said firmly, "This is the Cursed Seal 1, perfect state." At this moment, Tsunade revealed an ardent gaze, admiring as she examined, "Orochimaru really is a genius, to think of using the curse mark in this way." The Cursed Seal is a type of sealing jutsu, confining this uncontrollable power with the force of a seal, simultaneously weakening it, and yet, under control when necessary. The various professional terms came out of her mouth, and Tsunade was so excited that she took off her gloves. Her delicate hands glowed with a faint green fluorescence as she checked up and down. With the unique sealing power of the curse mark, control the natural energy to enter the body and mix with the chakra to form this artificial sage chakra, while also enhancing the body's strength and speed. Although it can't be considered sage jutsu, and it's only a semi-finished product, this is really a genius idea. Faced with new knowledge, Tsunade gradually became so engrossed that she showed an excited look. "This form of yours can be called a pseudo-sage mode." Similar to the state of a tattoo spread all over the body, these black patterns are the parts that absorb natural energy. Because it cannot be controlled and is constrained by the power of the seal, the curse mark can be said to be a valve that automatically absorbs natural energy but can control it within a certain range. Normally, natural energy is the most difficult to control, and with your curse mark tattoo state, if the body can't withstand it, then under the constraint of the curse mark, at most it will corrode the cells of the black pattern area, and even as your body can't bear it, the curse mark will forcibly seal. Right. Is this for the whole body? Speaking professionally, Tsunade excitedly began a full checkup, and even accidentally lifted the lower part. Seeing this scene from the perspective of a scientific doctor, she breathed rapidly and showed an excited and agitated color. The legs with bulging veins, not only swollen and red, but also covered with black patterns. Seeing this, Tsunade did not show shyness but instead showed excitement, completely from the doctor's perspective, and grasped Uchiha Yoru's legs. Under careful examination, even Uchiha Yoru was embarrassingly blushing. He could clearly feel the temperature of the hand, and the other party even continued to move and check. "Sure enough, my guess is correct, the curse mark also has the ability to constrain, the weaker parts have relatively weaker cells, and similarly absorb less natural energy." As the examination went on, suddenly Tsunade saw the thigh in her hand gradually become swollen and red, and even a bit trembling. From the beginning, one hand could hold it, but later it took 2 hands barely. Suddenly he showed a shocked expression, and even murmured to himself, "The power of the curse mark can strengthen the body, it is truly all-encompassing, it can even strengthen legs." Facing the constant fluctuations checked by the jade hands was simply torture, especially since the other party was so close that he could even clearly feel the sensation of his breath. Furthermore, the touch of Tsunade's medical chakra was cold yet warm, a sensation like fire and ice combined. Tsunade even continuously used various medical ninjutsu to examine him. This examination made every touch extremely sensitive, even. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. His body, already in an excited state due to the curse mark, was being tampered with non-stop, and with the unusual difference in status, it was a mental stimulation. The physical excitement from the curse mark, coupled with the stimulation of Tsunade's hands constantly casting medical ninjutsu, and the mental stimulation on top of that. Brat, you! Tsunade, who had been immersed in scientific analysis, suddenly showed anger. Her face and even her hair were covered in essence, and even the ceiling of the room. Because of the silent curse, there was a strange taste at the corner of her mouth. But now, facing the precious experimental material, Tsunade bore the disgust and forcefully slapped the tree root with a cold snort. Suddenly, it wasn't over yet. Indeed, the curse mark also causes the secretion of adrenaline, accelerating the flow of blood in the heart, and you. At this point, Tsunade's expression turned serious, and she looked at Uchiha Yoru and said solemnly, logically, the power of the curse mark, though it weakens sage techniques and even restrains them, still erodes the body, and ordinary ninjas cannot withstand the power of the curse mark. However, your body is strange, or rather, the curse mark fused with your cells, which can adjust according to the strength of the host's cells, almost to the extent of no cell damage. That is to say, you are the perfect host for the curse mark. Through the curse mark you use, as long as you survive the erosion, you can gradually adapt to a new host. It's an extremely dangerous but also tempting power. After the entire examination, Tsunade immediately showed a sharp glint in her eyes, staring straight at Uchiha Yoru, completely forgetting the embarrassing scene. Chapter 184, Semi-Sage Mode. Through the power of the curse mark, mastered this semi-finished Senjutsu chakra and then developed the current results. You, while severely injured, had diluted and stabilized cells enter the wound, and your body just happened to still contain Senjutsu chakra, so it triggered some unknown reaction. No, that's not right. Tsunade frowned at this point, deeply engrossed in her research problem, wondering what she had thought of. Why can the Uchiha be compatible with the Senju bloodline? Could the legend be true? Were the Senju and the Uchiha clan originally from the same ancestor? How could that be? Tsunade suddenly laughed, shaking her head in self-mockery, wondering what she was thinking, to even consider such an idea. What does it matter if they had a common ancestor? The Senju and the Uchiha have been fighting for so many years, their own people fighting against each other? This is a joke. Brat, I need your blood for research, and you can't leave recently, I need to carefully monitor the changes in your body every day. After the preliminary examination, Tsunade couldn't help but look enviously at the person pretending to sleep on the bed. Brat, after awakening wood release, your chakra has completely surged, and your body has been strengthened by this power. Right, let me check your eyes. Tsunade approached and solemnly began to examine the other's eyes, continuously instructing, activate your Sharingan normally, yes, the 3 Tomo, good, now activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Indeed, after awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, it has strengthened on the original 3 Tomo basis. We can say that the normal 3 Tomo of the Manjiki Sharingan is far superior to the ordinary 3 Tomo. The unique vitality of wood release not only strengthened your eyes but also promoted the production of special chakra in your brain, which is what your Uchiha clan refers to as the Jutsu power. When all the examinations were over, Tsunade finally smiled upon unraveling the secrets of the legendary wood release and the Manjiki Sharingan. Unexpectedly, wood release could perfectly coexist with the Sharingan, originally 2 powerful forces that suppressed each other, yet they have fused within your body. This is entirely a medical miracle, like Dan's who used the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan to suppress each other without fusion, while Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan using the first Hokage's cells, and Obito recklessly used the Manjiki Sharingan with the first Hokage's cells. One is the unique power inside the Uchiha clan's own bloodline after awakening the Sharingan, and the other seems to be the opportunity for fusion only after the Manjiki Sharingan has awakened, producing a more powerful special chakra with the wood release cells. Just like Kakashi's Sharingan is not his own, even after awakening the Manjikyu, the special power of the Sharingan is limited, making it almost impossible to merge with the power of wood release. That should be enough, right? Uchiha Yoru's face showed an embarrassed look, Tsunade's eyes flashed with panic, but she still managed to appear calm without showing any sign of it. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru sniffed and frowned in disgust. Tsunade immediately tensed up and coldly huffed, complaining about your own body, that's really sick. After the check was over, Uchiha Yoru hurriedly got up to wash his face in the bathroom, as Tsunade seemed to have intentionally made his face quite messy during the eye examination. Under the sound of trickling water, Tsunade outside the door showed a hint of anger. She herself ended up with both hands and her face covered. "Kid, hurry up, gulp." As Tsunade urged, a drop of liquid suddenly fell from the wall, and as she happened to open her mouth to speak, it went straight into her throat. After swallowing with a gulp, Tsunade's face turned green with disgust and anger. She cut off her sense of smell during such an awkward moment, but not her taste. The indescribable feeling filled her mouth, even rushing to the back of her brain and sweeping through her body, with the first sensation being nausea. But as the sound of the bathroom continued, Tsunade's face looked extremely unpleasant. She opened her mouth to say something but felt that no one noticed, and a secretly thrilling sensation rose in her heart. Her eyes trembled, and like a thief, she sneakily stuck out her tongue quickly and then retracted it. The thrilling sensation rushed deep into her soul, also bringing an indescribable excitement throughout her body. "I'm done." At that moment, Uchiha Yoru, having washed up, quickly came out of the bathroom, remembering that someone was waiting for him outside. "Kid." Tsunade glared at him with gritted teeth. She has always held a high status since childhood, and although she had experienced life's ups and downs, this strange stimulus was something new to her. With complex feelings, she didn't know how to describe it. The continuous pouring of water over her face and the washing of her blonde hair from the dirt, Tsunade slowly showed a determined look in the mirror. The emergence of wood release was a big deal for the village, but it's different when it occurs in an Uchiha. It's bound to be trouble. And looking at the will of this kid, he was totally determined. Reform. Thinking of this word, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh deeply. Maybe we are all old now, lacking the passion of our youth. Is the village corrupt? The Sarutobi clan is becoming increasingly powerful, flourishing in numbers, especially during a time of chaos, from the First War onwards, where every major clan in Konoha and the entire ninja world suffered losses due to the conflict, with many on the brink of extinction. Not to mention other cases, such as the Hojiki clan of the Mist Village, a bloodline that produced the second Mizukage, which is now on the verge of disappearing due to declining population. Even the mighty Uchiha clan suffered great losses during the conflicts, yet the Sarutobi clan thrived, not just in power but also in population. Setting aside various shady matters, during the Third War, which became a defensive battle, the children of Konoha were sent to the front lines, but did any of these old folks go to the front? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head in self-mockery, remembering how her great-grandfather's original intention in establishing Konoha was to protect children from the battlefield, and yet they still ended up there. Uchiha having wood release is just too terrifying. It's not the fear of wood release itself, as even a weakened version is not enough to make Tsunade apprehensive. What she fears is the momentum it brings. For an ordinary ninja, acquiring wood release is merely a personal power. But for someone like Uchiha Yoru, with a firm will to enact change, it's a boost to his stature. Uchiha Yoru. I hope you don't use wood release to bring disaster to the village. After freshening up, the first thing Tsunade said when she came out of the restroom was a grave message to Uchiha Yoru. To eliminate the turmoil from its root? Leaving aside whether she could strike against a village's people, whenever she recalls the silhouette standing in front of her. Hot blood spattered on her cheeks, she saw a pair of eyes filled with determination, the Mangekyo Sharingan that her granduncle spoke of as evil. At that moment, she felt nothing but a protective will under the guise of evil intent. I promise you I won't use wood release. Sitting silently on the sofa, Uchiha Yoru said these words with a touch of irony felt by Tsunade. What right does she have to intervene? Just because the first Hokage was his grandfather? Because the wood release cells came from his grandfather? The corruption of the village, she avoided and didn't want to deal with, and she wouldn't allow others to deal with it either? Forget it, as if I didn't say anything. Tsunade said with a self-mocking smile, realizing she had no right to interfere. Doesn't Konoha need reform? Looking at the downcast Tsunade, Uchiha Yoru forced a smile. Don't worry, I definitely won't bring disaster to the village. Disaster has already arrived, Tsunade said without hesitation. When it comes to serious matters, Tsunade is absolutely stern, and she solemnly said, I will investigate this matter myself, whether Denzo really possesses the Sharingan and would release cells, whether the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village was really manipulated by the Mangekyo, and all the conspiracies you've speculated. The Mist Village is too dangerous, even for you. Before the words you are one of the Sunin could be spoken, Tsunade chuckled softly, squinting her eyes and said, who said I was going to sneak into the hidden mist? Don't forget my other identity. Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, was also titled the Princess of the Land of Fire by the daimyo. Looking at Uchiha Yoru with an understanding gaze, Tsunade narrowed her eyes and slowly said, "Tonight, accompany me to a place where we'll shatter some black demons' skulls, retrieve our belongings, and then I will visit the daimyo of the Land of Water in the capacity of the Princess of the Land of Fire." Black demons? The Land of Lightning? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru exclaimed in surprise, "You've found the whereabouts of the first Hokage's weapons." Seemingly excited, or perhaps due to the recent acting, he couldn't help but step forward and grasp Tsunade's jade-like hand, which he hurriedly released afterward. However, Tsunade rubbed her hand as if to remember the sensation, but her face remained expressionless as she continued. "This time, the Land of Lightning seems to have brought a formidable being, but it's just right. We need to give them a good thrashing, otherwise, these black demons will not know their place between heaven and earth." Tsunade, with a threatening look and a fierce gleam in her eye, revealed her intention to strike decisively and directly reclaim the belongings of the Senju clan. As night fell, in the forests of the island elsewhere. "Good, good, you Uchiha are truly ambitious wolves. And you, Kakashi Hatake, you've betrayed the village." At this moment, Sarutobi Yumiko's mouth was smeared with blood, and she looked unwillingly at the arm impaling her chest with Chidori. Lifting her head, she saw the cold Sharingan and silver hair amidst the chaos. Uchiha Shisui was breathing heavily and angrily approached. "Damn wench, what have you done to Lord Yoru?" They had finally captured Sarutobi Shinzo without a hitch, and found important intelligence on him. Yumiko, leading the Anbu, was wounded and returned, calling for support. Kakashi and Shisui were shocked by this intelligence. The enemy's plan was already in motion. So what happened to Uchiha Yoru? No issues, right? They stealthily came to the enemy's path and ambushed, encountering 6 disheveled Anbu ninjas with masks hurriedly moving through the forest. Kakashi, looking at a shattered mask, was shocked. "It's you." With a cough, Yumiko spat blood on Kakashi's face, showing resentment upon hearing his words. "I'm not satisfied, my ambition has just begun, Yumiko was severely dealt with by an enraged Tsunade and was heavily injured. She feared enemies on her return, hence she disguised herself as an ordinary Anbu member, with another person disguised as the leader to command their return. Then suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. Normally, she could dodge, but now her organs were severely damaged, and she couldn't even dodge the Chidori. She watched helplessly as Kakashi with Chidori pierced through her body. Shisui, realizing Kakashi's target was Yumiko, was stunned, then with full force, he proceeded to completely eliminate the threat. "Kakashi, we can't let anyone know about this, or we're finished." In the political realm, Shisui may not have been gifted, but in battles among ninjas, his combat IQ was off the charts, instantly analyzing how the current situation could be advantageous. Kakashi, watching Sarutobi Yumiko losing her life with unwilling eyes, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. A 1 in 6 chance, and these people all suffered extremely bizarre injuries, their chakra nearly depleted, their internal organs damaged by blunt force, yet no signs showed on the surface. Then a single Chidori strike hit the target, just like that, smoothly. How could this be? Even the famously intelligent and calm Kakashi of the ninja world panicked at this moment. He took out a member of the Anbu root so easily, and it was the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage. They had just captured the third Hokage's son, and now they had killed his daughter-in-law, heading straight for a dead end. Shisui. Something's wrong, they all have serious injuries, not caused by blunt force but by a powerful force, as if struck by a punch that penetrated their bodies. Ordinary ninjas with such injuries couldn't recover in less than 3 to 5 months. Kakashi was shocked to find that the Roots elites were too weak this time, or rather, they had picked up a bargain. But it was a hot potato of a bargain. "It's wrong, but we killed the third Hokage's daughter-in-law, Sarutobi Yumiko." Uchiha Shisui calmly looked at Kakashi and said, not only was he not the least bit panicked, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, with a schadenfreude glint in his eyes. Kakashi felt even more frustrated. It was an oversight, the enemy wore masks, who could know who was who? Besides, he had planned to injure the enemy, not expecting them not to dodge and instead taking the hit in the chest head-on. Could that even be possible? And Shisui, secretly rejoicing, knew Kakashi could no longer extricate himself from this situation, now completely tied to brother Yoru. This way, he no longer needed to be wary of Kakashi, as they were all in the same boat now. Chapter 185, First Hokage's Divine Weapon. Under the night sky, in a valley outside the town, a series of booming sounds suddenly erupted, followed by flashes of lightning. The valley shook with tremors. At this time, two figures were moving across the valley with great force, and the most terrifying among them was a woman. It's Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin. Damn it! Quick, stop her! The golden-haired Tsunade looked as if she was venting her fury. Her angry, arching brows added to her imposing demeanor, and her delicate, fair hands formed into fists, her nails painted with a womanly red polish. When her fists swung down, the mountains seemed to crumble. Her equally fair feet, adorned with the same red nail polish, were in plain, old-fashioned high heels, but with each step upon the earth, it cracked open. Describing Tsunade's battle scene as earth-shattering is no exaggeration, she was like a bulldozer, wherever she went, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Under Tsunade's monstrous strength, a mere graze would wound, and a touch would be lethal. On the other side of the scene, two figures flashing with lightning clashed fiercely. Idiot! Bastard! A strong ninja with brown skin and his face covered spoke his anger in a ridiculously comical tone, and it was clear that Uchiha Yoro recognized the other immediately. Killer Bee! The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. Goodness, the Hidden Cloud Village had actually let this man loose. Idiot! Bastard! You're right in armor. At this moment, Killer Bee showed a look of shock. During their brief clash, he realized that the other's use of the Raiden armor was even more exquisite than his own. Or to put it another way, the Raiden Chakra mode was comparable to that of his elder brother, the fourth Raikage. Idiot, I know now, it's Orochimaru. Though Killer Bee was somewhat comical, he was not stupid. He instantly thought of Orochimaru, who was best at research and had once infiltrated their village, naturally acquiring this ninjutsu. He was shocked that the other could train his body to such a state without the secret techniques of their Hidden Cloud Village. When he realized that his target was not going to be easy to deal with, Killer Bee's expression darkened as he glanced at Tsunade rampaging through the valley, the legendary Sunin Tsunade. It seems she has noticed. He tore off the scarf covering his face, and red-tailed beast chakra emerged around him. Killer Bee grinned and said, I'm not good at Raiden armor, disciple of Orochimaru, Uchiha Yoru. The previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails had been killed by Orochimaru, and as the current Jinchuriki, Killer Bee's encounter with Uchiha Yoru, a disciple of Orochimaru, seemed almost fated. Uchiha Yoru, having been recognized, did not seem surprised. After all, he had come without any disguise this time, and now his information was worthy of entering the elite ninja archives of the major ninja villages. The tailed beast cloak, hey! It seems this time it won't be easy to deal with. Although he said so, a smile was seeping through Uchiha Yoru's face. His chakra was already enormous, and it surged even more after awakening the wood release. In terms of the amount of chakra, he was not afraid of these Jinchuriki. It was just a pity that he couldn't reveal his wood release, otherwise, he really wanted to experiment with how well it could counter the tailed beasts. I'm in a good mood right now, thinking of an excellent verse, thank you. So let me play with you, you bastard. With a strange intonation, Killer Bee revealed a confident smile. The power of the tailed beast made him strong, and seeing the opponent's shinobi sword at his waist, he began to draw his own. With a swish, the dazzling light of the swords flashed, and in an instant, 7 blades fell upon Killer Bee. Blades appeared in his palm, mouth, underarms, resembling the shinobi swords, and upon seeing this scene, which was very familiar to the West, Uchiha Yoru's eyes twitched with a strange smile. Feel the enchanting melody of this lord, said Killer Bee with a bloodthirsty smile, biting a sword in his mouth. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and slowly placed his hand on the Kusanagi sword at his waist, not taking him for a fool. 7 swordsmen, a flashy but insubstantial juggling act. Even though he knew his opponent was formidable, Uchiha Yoru did not hold back in his mockery. In an instant, Killer Bee, wearing small sunglasses, moved, fast as lightning, but the next moment he had to stop abruptly to dodge. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though he was holding the Kusanagi sword, a huge fireball was suddenly expelled from his mouth. Facing the huge fireball the size of a house, Killer Bee's face turned green. It was a trick, he was ready for a sword fight, which was shameless. With a booming sound, as Killer Bee hurriedly dodged, his pupils contracted, and before the sweat on his forehead could slide down, a streak of lightning appeared. It's too late. With a clang, the spark of clashing swords flew, and Killer Bee's dazzling seven swordsman technique constantly fought against his opponent. Uchiha Yoru, holding the Kusanagi sword, was not flustered at all. Instead, he began to suppress his opponent. He lost the initiative. In the moment of their exchange, Uchiha Yoru took the initiative. He was no second-rate fighter, his swordsmanship was on par with ninjutsu. Likewise, Killer Bee was not the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails at the peak of his power during the Wind Chronicles. Swordsmanship requires time to hone, and with a decade's difference, this resulted in the scene before them. So fast! Such a strong force! With each collision of the blades, Killer Bee felt discomfort. The Seven Swordsman's technique was extraordinary, tricky, but its flaws were firmly exploited by his opponent. For instance, gripping the joint that was holding the swinging ninja sword, it was clear that the opponent was exerting more strength. With this collision, the grip on the ninja sword by the joint was not as tight as when held in the palm. Especially since the opponent was continuously attacking his weaknesses, his mouth ached from biting the ninja sword, and the area where his neck was clamping the sword was almost chafed raw. If it weren't for the enhancement from the tailed beast cloak, his teeth would probably have shattered. The Seven Swordsmen, indeed well deserved of their reputation. Even though there were disadvantages, after getting up and experiencing the opponent's swordsmanship, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but inwardly praise. The tricky angles, even the attack directions you couldn't imagine, indeed easily caught one off guard. Especially the seven ninja swords, ordinary ninjas in battle would have to distract themselves against seven swords from different directions, which is a huge challenge for dynamic vision and the mind. But with the Sharingan inside the eye socket, Uchiha Yoru could see everything clearly. Holding the Kusanagi sword in one hand and swinging it, a smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. Not good. At that moment, Killer Bee exclaimed in surprise, finally realizing why he hadn't seen any signs of the opponent's fire release just now. Single-handed seals. The opponent had hidden the other hand that was making seals. Now, as the opponent held the Kusanagi sword in one hand and battled with him, the other hand completed the seals in the blink of an eye. It was too late when Killer Bee noticed. Fire release, hiding in ash and dust. A surging hot mist spewed from the mouth, with sparks flickering within the grey smoke, rapidly spreading from the center of the two as the focal point. Under the scorching of flames, the sound of weapons colliding became more intense in an instant, and Killer Bee, whose vision was blocked, was hastily defending. Clang, clang. The intense sound of weapons clashing passed in an instant, and suddenly a red figure was kicked and flew out. The figure that landed slid on the ground for tens of meters before stopping. It was Killer Bee wearing the tailed beast cloak, with a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. The tailed beast cloak protected him from the burns, but the smoke also obscured his vision. With the cold light flashing like lightning, his seven swordsman style couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed in an instant. At this moment, Killer Bee had several wounds on his body, but none were deep, and the terrifying regenerative power of the Jinchuriki was rapidly repairing them. Seven swordsmen, pretty good, but unfortunately, you haven't mastered it yet. As the smoke cleared and revealed Uchiha Yoru's proud figure, his body manifested the curse mark, holding the Kusanagi sword in one hand and slowly sheathing it, his eyes looking arrogantly at the opponent. Seven swordsmen. I acknowledge you now, I will cherish these seven ninja swords. The seven red sword handles of the ninja swords, each forged from precious chakra metal and rare metals, are definitely fine famous swords, rare in the world that could clash with the Kusanagi sword without damage. It wasn't that he coveted the value of these seven ninja swords, but an artistic appreciation for the opponent's seven swordsman technique. Uchiha Yoru's attitude of acknowledging the swordsmanship made Killer Bee's face look a bit ugly, but he still reluctantly accepted it. In the duel between samurai swordsmen, the loser leaves their weapons behind, and the winner collecting the opponent's weapons is seen as a form of respect for the opponent. Killer Bee definitely didn't think that the opponent was showing any respect, but felt that these were precious and valuable famous ninja swords. With the tailed beast cloak, under such conditions, a ninja's various abilities would rise. Simultaneously, the tailed beast's chakra would heal the ninja's wounds, leaving almost no scars, making them extremely capable in battle. I won't be careless next time. Under the tailed beast cloak, the wound on the body was already healing with a slight wisp of white smoke. Following this, Killer Bee also showed a serious expression, as the opponent was very difficult to deal with and not at all like what was described in the intelligence. The extremely strong physical techniques, especially the exquisite sword skills, were truly of a high-ranking general's level. Brat from the hidden cloud village. Hand over the goods, or leave that giant octopus behind. Just then, a majestic and stern voice sounded from behind, and with a loud bang, Tsunade appeared cleanly and agilely on the mountainside, while the valley was filled with white smoke. A pair of jade hands threateningly cracked their knuckles, and Tsunade's golden hair fluttered in the night wind. She looked at the Eight Tails Jinchuriki with a cold arrogance that was unlike the usual apprehension shown by ordinary ninjas. Lady Tsunade. At that moment, a huge slug emerged from the smoke in the valley and respectfully addressed her, while Tsunade threateningly said, "Slug, if any of these cloud ninjas resist, use sticky acid immediately." You. Killer Bee, who was about to use the tailed beast's power, suddenly became very serious. Through his sunglasses, his small eyes stared at the large summoned beast in the valley. The slug, Lady Tsunade's summoning beast, possessed extremely powerful medical abilities and could secrete corrosive sticky acid. Various pieces of information floated through Killer Bee's mind. Although he appeared somewhat comical, he was definitely a reliable ninja. This is what you need. Without any delay, Killer Bee took out a scroll from his bosom but remained on guard as he looked at the two. Upon seeing this, Tsunade let out a disdainful sneer, "Hand it over, I guarantee it on the reputation of the Senjo clan." However, Killer Bee awkwardly scratched his head and then threw the scroll to Tsunade, while simultaneously triggering a retreat signal flare. "See for yourself." In an instant, Killer Bee quickly retreated, and at the same time, the cloud ninjas in the valley, seeing the signal flare, turned into black fleas under the cover of night and leaped away rapidly. "There's no need to chase." As Uchiha Yura was about to intercept Killer Bee, Tsunade's cold voice came from behind, and he could only watch helplessly as the opponent escaped quickly. At that moment, Tsunade's face was extremely unsightly as the seal on the scroll was released, revealing the legendary great sword of the first Hokage. This sword is rumored to have once clashed with Uchiha Madara's fan in the hands of Senju Hashirama, and it was indeed once a famous weapon. A large treasure sword, as big as a tall gate panel, appeared on the scroll, but its image was somewhat poor. Under the dense web of cracks, it was obviously shattered and then hastily pieced together and glued up. Is this? This is the first Hokage's great treasure sword. Seeing this legendary and majestic treasure sword now in such a wretched state, Uchiha Yura's eyes widened, but then he saw the records on the scroll. Ninja World XX year, Gold Horn and Silver Horn suddenly staged a coup during the alliance ceremony between the Raikage and the Hokage. Using the power of the Six Paths ninja tools and the Nine Tails chakra, they inflicted near-fatal injuries on the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Afterward, facing a pursuit by about 20 men from the Gold Horn troops, the second Hokage personally acted as the rear guard to serve as bait, covering the retreat of his subordinates and sacrificing himself. In this battle, the second Hokage used the first Hokage's treasured sword to fight, which later broke under the strain. No one expected that the great treasure sword once used by the first Hokage to fight Uchiha Madara would be shattered. Seeing the familiar treasure sword, a wave of nostalgia appeared in Tsunade's eyes, as if explaining, she murmured to herself, this sword had already been scarred after the battle with Uchiha Madara's fan, and later it could not withstand the pressure of battle and shattered, which was also the arrangement of fate. It turns out that this sword was already damaged, and it was during the fight with Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru, standing beside her, showed an embarrassed smile. This was all the affairs of the previous generations, and for him, it was many generations ago. He wasn't going to take the blame for this. After resealing the great treasure sword, Tsunade took the scroll into her arms, and upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru laughed casually and said, "I see the material is also incredibly precious. Maybe you can make a pair of gauntlets." Gauntlets? Do I need such a thing? Hearing such a lame suggestion, Tsunade immediately got angry, glared fiercely at the other party, and said irritably, "I think you're lacking a suit of armor, why don't you turn your Uchiha clan's fan into armor?" With that, Uchiha Yoru was at a loss for words. He would like to, but the problem is that Uchiha's fan had been missing for many years, and only he knew the clue, but he could not retrieve it. Chapter 186, Shinzo's disappearance and Yumiko's death. Konoha. What did you say? Has Sarutobi Shin's disappeared? Are you kidding me? In the Konoha F4 meeting room, when the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly announced this news, Dan's was instantly dumbfounded, and beside him, Koharu Udaten's expression was one of disbelief as she blurted out in shock. Mitokato Homura frowned deeply and said, "Hiruzen, have you investigated properly? Shins is an elite Jainin, always guarded by the Anbu. Even if you were to take action yourself, it wouldn't be without any trace, right? That was the crux of the matter. If Sarutobi Shins was to become Hokage, he might not be qualified, but as an elite Jainin, he was certainly exceptional, and he was protected around the clock. How could he just disappear? Looking at his three old friends, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extremely heavy-hearted. After all, the one who had disappeared was his own son, and what father wouldn't be concerned about his son? This is the report from the front lines. 3 hours after Sarutobi Shins went on patrol at the base, the Anbu who came to relieve him suddenly couldn't contact him, as if he had evaporated from the camp. And at the site of his disappearance, only minor traces of a battle were found. Judging from the evidence, Shins was taken away almost without resistance. After Hiruzen relayed the frontline report, Dans looked at him suspiciously, wondering if this was some sort of scheme, but he still voiced his doubts. Could someone have leaked his whereabouts? Dans speculated darkly. To this suspicion, Hiruzen shook his head. According to the Anbu, Shins decided to patrol the camp on a whim. There was no leak of information or any ambush set up in advance. Hearing this, Dans frowned and with a sinister look in his eye, coldly said, "Then there are only two possibilities. One is that there is a traitor at the front line who, under the guise of an ally, approached Shins without his guard up and dealt with the guarding Anbu." As Dans shared his speculation, Homura and Koharu Yudiden frowned, seeming to want to say something, but Dans coldly continued, "Poison, genjutsu, or even some unknown sinister ninjutsu could all be possible. The second possibility is that an enemy happened to scout the camp and coincidentally encountered Sarutobi Shins. There are too many coincidences here, and moreover, the combat power of Sarutobi Shins and his group, to easily control them, is difficult. Extremely difficult." After laying out his two theories, Dans looked grimly at the three men, finally resting his gaze on Hiruzen. "Sarutobi, among the personnel at the front, the only one who has the power to control Sarutobi Shins and his group without a sound is that brat Uchiha Yoru. I suggest a thorough investigation by the root." "A thorough investigation?" Looking at Dans, Hiruzen's face darkened as he said coldly, "Dans. There are also missing elite members of the root from the land of whirlpools and Sarutobi Yumiko, and the news I received was with your agreement." Facing Sarutobi's questioning, Shimura Danzo did not shrink back, but confronted him directly, squinting one eye and snorting coldly, "How dare I not give face to the command of the future Hokage's wife?" Facing Shimura Danzo's retort, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ugly as he said coldly, "On the day of the incident, Uchiha Yoru and Tsunade were together, and the next night, the location of the hidden disturbances by the Cloud Ninja was found. The person leading the Cloud Ninja this time is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki." With what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru had a complete alibi, and even the timing did not match up. The disappearance of the frontline commander is a serious matter, and since the deputy commander is on a covered mission, I have ordered Kakashi to stabilize morale as the acting commander at the front, while publicly stating that Sarutobi Shinzo is on a confidential mission. Between his son and the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to be the third Hokage first, then a father. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision made the other three nod in agreement, and his clear-headedness despite his anger also earned the silent approval of Homura Midokado and Koharu Yudiden, who, as high-ranking officials of Konoha, could no longer act on whims. Shinzo, as the mainstay of the village's younger generation, must be safeguarded at all costs. I suggest that the Root Division and the Anbu work together to investigate and ensure his rescue." Sarutobi Hiruzen fulfilled his duty as the Hokage, and as advisors, both Koharu Yudiden and Homura Midokado also made their choices. The village's interests were maximally preserved. Privately, they naturally wanted to help their friend as much as possible. Publicly, Sarutobi Shinzo's rise to power was the stabilizing factor in their plans for Konoha. And for Shimura Danzo, the disappearance of Sarutobi Shinzo was a source of anger and, at the same time, a dark pleasure. He had prepared a series of countermeasures against this junior, but before he could make a move, the junior had fallen due to his own incompetence. Is that all? He was angry that someone dared to provoke Konoha, and he was secretly pleased that this incident was a boost, completely denying the other party the chance to become the Hokage. Disappearance means still alive. A captured prisoner becoming Hokage upon return? Who would accept that? Even if it was put off for years, it would always be a thorn in the side. Danzo. I need the elite forces of the root. Shinzo, as the frontline commander, has disappeared without a trace, and I suspect this may be a premeditated conspiracy. Facing his steadfast son, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his full firepower, intimidating Shimura Danzo with a naked warning in his eyes, as if to say, put aside the crooked paths in your heart, or I will not be lenient with you. Danzo, keep a close watch on the land of Wind abroad and the Uchiha clan at home, and coordinate 2 of your root division squads with the Anbu to thoroughly investigate this matter. Good grief, he started by saying he needed the power of the root, and it turned out to be this. How ruthless! Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in anger, and he slammed the table furiously. Monkey, you don't trust me. Danzo. I am the Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who carried an aura of authority without anger, did not indulge his old friend this time. Without compromising the village's interests, he confronted the issue head-on, all for the sake of his own child. If Danzo were put in charge of this matter, there might be some mishaps, such as spreading rumors. But this was exactly what Hiruzen did not want to see. Privately or publicly, no father wants to witness their child being embarrassed, especially when he believes that the person in question is the most suitable candidate at the moment. Sarutobi. You will regret this. Danzo, feeling as if his hidden agenda had been exposed by Hiruzen's warning and disbelief, was frustrated and slammed his hand on the table in anger. With a bang, Danzo fiercely slammed the meeting room door. Hiruzen's expression turned extremely grim, while Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan, who acted as mediators between the two, shook their heads and tried to offer comfort. Hiruzen, since Shinzo is missing, it can be proved that there is definitely no danger. That's right, Hiruzen, don't worry too much. Danzo has always been like this, we will go and have a good talk with him later. Outsiders are still unaware of everything that happened in Konoha, while far away on an island in the land of whirlpools. After receiving an urgent signal from Shisui, Uchiha Yoru became anxious. What had happened to warrant such an emergency signal? Following the signal's directions, Uchiha Yoru arrived at an abandoned mine on the coast. He carefully observed his surroundings to confirm there were no traps. But when he saw a familiar figure, he anxiously asked, "What has happened that you used such an urgent signal? And why are all of you here?" He saw Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Hyuga Hisashi, all gathered there. Facing Uchiha Yoru's tense expression, Uchiha Shisui said gravely, "Big brother Yoru, don't panic. Kakashi and Hisashi are using shadow clones, not their real bodies. Now all 3 of you are here, and I haven't heard of any major battles in the town. What has happened?" With his repeated questions, Uchiha Yoru was filled with anxiety. He was already overwhelmed. Previously, faced with the choice between the members of the root and 2 potential future Hokage, he had chosen the 2 future Hokage, also revealing his Manjiki Sharingan in the process. He was certain that after the root members returned, the old folks in the village would definitely be aware of it. Therefore, he decided to stay outside, leveraging the influence and prestige of the 2 future Hokage to develop his own power before returning to the Uchiha clan, taking up a high position to challenge the village elders. Tsunade's influence was especially huge. Little did he expect another urgent matter would arise, forcing him to secretly dodge it. "Big brother Yoru." "That, Uchiha Shisui hesitated, but seeing the anxious look on Uchiha Yoru's face, he bit the bullet and said with a heavy tone, "Big brother Yoru, Sarutobi Shinzo is missing." "What?" Hearing this news, Uchiha Yoru was shocked. He looked at the 3 before him in disbelief and pointed at them. "It wasn't you who did it, was it?" Faced with Uchiha Yoru's disbelief, Kakashi was even more downcast, not knowing what to say, while Hisashi with a stern face continued to report, "Not only Shinzo, but also Sarutobi Yumiko." With a thump, as soon as Hisashi finished speaking, a sudden hook punch hit Shisui in the abdomen. Shisui did not dodge, and the powerful blow made him retch. Before he could explain, Uchiha Yoru, somewhat angrily, grabbed Shisui's collar and shouted furiously, "I know about the side effects of activating the Manjiki Sharingan, but it's been so long. You're a genius of the Uchiha clan, a genius, Shisui. How could you act recklessly? Sarutobi Shinzo and his spouse are the eldest son and daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage. Have you gone mad? I said reform requires bloodshed, but with your rash actions, you will bring suffering to many." Facing Uchiha Yoru's loud rebuke, Uchiha Shisui showed a smile. Uchiha Yoru was mistaken, he thought it was Shisui's doing. Just then, 2 people beside them quickly stepped forward. Among them, Hitaki Kakashi, with a deathly hoarse voice, said, Yoru, it was both Shisui and I who acted. You? You both. Seeing Kakashi taking the lead, and Hinata Hisashi nodding his head next to him, admitting, I provided cover for the two of them in the camp. Looking at the three of them, Uchiha Yoru was somewhat at a loss, and finally looked at Hitaki Kakashi in astonishment, the calmest among them. Kakashi, you are always the most level-headed. Tell me, what exactly is going on? I don't believe that you would attack Sarutobi Shinzo without reason. However, what Kakashi said next left Uchiha Yoru deeply shocked. It was us who acted, and I killed Sarutobi Yumiko. What? Uchiha Yoru always thought himself unflustered in danger, but this time he was truly confused. He hadn't been gone long, how had everyone changed so much? The most level-headed, and also the most troubled Kakashi, had killed the daughter-in-law of the third Hokage? And they had joined hands to attack Sarutobi Shinzo. Hinata Hisashi was responsible for creating alibis for them in the camp. Cough cough, big brother Yoru, listen to us first. Although wrongfully punched, Uchiha Shisui still showed a smile on his face, happy for his elder brother's reform efforts. Big brother Yoru, here's what happened. After Shisui slowly explained the whole story, Uchiha Yoru was truly stunned, looking at the three of them who were nodding together. So, you are saying, Kakashi accidentally killed Sarutobi Yumiko, and then you made a decisive move to wipe out the people from the root division. At the same time, you ambushed Sarutobi Shinzo. All of this seems like a dream, as if the secret of awakening the kaleidoscope was coincidentally resolved. Uchiha Shisui is still unaware of this coincidence. Instead, he firmly and solemnly said, Big brother Yoru, you once said that bloodshed in reform is inevitable, but we must do our utmost to control the extent of the bloodshed, not affecting the entire village. The root is completely a training base devoid of humanity. Once a single piece of information leaks, Kakashi will be exposed. Kakashi Hitaki, standing nearby, lowers his head in self-blame and solemnly says, Yoru, I'm sorry. Secret abduction is one thing, but killing is another. You guys, where is Sarutobi Shinzo now? Uchiha Yoru, realizing all this, rubs his forehead and looks at the three, seemingly accidentally resolving the issue for him. He risked death to save the two fifth Hokages. Could this be the legendary fortune favoring him? Otherwise, it's hard to explain. A coincidence? That's too coincidental. Sarutobi Shinzo is in the cell inside, with his chakra sealed and currently in a coma. Uchiha Yoru walks to the cell window, looks through the gap, and sees Sarutobi Shinzo with his eyes closed and in a comatose state, frowning immediately. You guys! You were too impulsive. Uchiha Yoru, turning to the three, pretends to look worried and says. Sarutobi Shinzo is not only the eldest son of the third but also chosen by the entire high-level forces and the Inoshikacho clans. You should know that only with Sarutobi Shinzo in charge can the village maintain its status quo and their interests remain unaffected. But you kidnapped him. Once a bit of this news leaks, we will face the pressure of the entire Konoha upper echelons. Alarming words? No, he is stating facts. Chapter 187, Reading Memories. Inside the dimly lit mine. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, frustrated with his disappointment, glared fiercely at the three people. He paced back and forth restlessly, pointing at the three with trembling anger. You have caused a huge disaster. Glaring at the three with resentment, Uchiha Yoru had already constructed a rough framework in his mind. Perhaps this was a good opportunity, a bad situation could potentially be turned into something beneficial. He was unaware of how the third Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law died in the original story. He only knew that currently, the third Hokage's daughter-in-law had her heart torn out by Kakashi, and Sarutobi Shinzo was captured alive. It seemed like the secret of him activating the Manjiki Sharingan could continue to be hidden. Now, only Tsunade and Terumi Mei knew about his ability to activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru gradually calmed down. Looking at the three, he pondered for a moment and said, Kakashi, when you and Shisui captured Sarutobi Shinzo, were you discovered? Faced with this question, Shisui and Kakashi looked uneasy. When asked this professional question, they did not dare to hide anything, especially Shisui. We caught him off guard. Moreover, with Kakashi and me using a genjutsu to end the fight, Sarutobi Shinzo definitely did not discover any traces of us. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru showed a solemn expression. He then looked at the figure in another cell. Kakashi, seeing this, spoke solemnly, "This is the body of Sarutobi Yumiko. Since it's too important, we dare not tamper with it recklessly. Forget about this matter." As if making some resolution, Uchiha Yoru's expression made the three tense up. Kakashi spoke gravely, "Yoru, this was my oversight. You are the hope for reform, you must not be involved. I've already destroyed Sarutobi Yumiko's brain tissue, and the wounds on her body have been made unrecognizable. It can be made to look like the work of a bounty ninja." Although this incident was accidental, both Sarutobi Shinzo and his wife were unpopular, especially Sarutobi Yumiko, who was deeply sinful. Kakashi did not feel much guilt, but rather a sense of administering justice for the village. "No." Looking at Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Yoru spoke sternly, "I encountered people from Kumagakure outside the town, the leader being the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. No matter how much we disguise Sarutobi Yumiko's wounds, there will always be clues left behind. After all, what is fake can never be real." Kakashi later disguised Sarutobi Yumiko's wounds. "Tamper with the traces of your Chidori, but at the same time, leave traces of Raiden. Then, use Doton as a cover. Covering up the truth only leads to more trouble, diverting the disaster elsewhere." Kakashi's mind was extremely sharp, and he instantly understood what was meant, nodding solemnly, "I know. When I return, I will secretly create traces of rock ninja activities, but in reality, these people will be ninjas from Cloud Village." Seeing Kakashi's quick reaction, Uchiha Yoru also showed a relieved smile. Having such an assistant indeed made things easier. No wonder Orochimaru liked geniuses. Indeed, idiots only cause annoyance, while geniuses save trouble. "Leave the body to me. I'll exchange it for a bounty in secret as a bounty hunter. Soon after this body appears on the black market, the village will discover it. With the village's methods, they will surely find out that the earth release was used to cover the real wounds, which were actually caused by lightning release. And coincidentally, ninjas from the Cloud Village have appeared in the land of whirlpools." At this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cold smile. It was such a coincidence that they had someone to take the blame. Hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. He had almost fallen into the hands of the Cloud Village. Exactly. This way, all suspicion will shift to the hidden Cloud Village. Now it's all on Sarutobi Shinzo. When Hyuga Hisashi spoke of Shinzo, there was not a trace of respect, not even the slightest camaraderie as fellow villagers. Even Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui were somewhat silent. Was it really okay to hand over a fellow villager to the hidden Cloud Village? But if not, the matter would not just involve a few of them, but would also lead to a wave of purges in the reform movement. Kakashi had already made up his mind. As a calm ninja, he naturally understood the principle of sacrifice. "Brother Yoru, reform requires bloody sacrifices. Right now, it's just a few scum from 2 villages shedding blood, which is better than letting more people bleed." Shisui immediately agreed, and seeing Hyuga Hisashi's expression, Kakashi also silently nodded. He too agreed, as they were no longer just individuals, but part of a collective force for reform. One action leads to a whole chain of events. Once exposed, it will lead to a bloodbath. Kakashi knew the village's darkness better than anyone else. With a creak, the prison door opened. Looking at Sarutobi Shinzo, covered in seals and unconscious, Uchiha Yoru's heart hardened, and he was about to press his lightning-charged palm on the back of Shinzo's head. Just then, 3 hands grabbed his arm to stop him. These hands belonged to Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Hyuga Hisashi. Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist can destroy the brain tissue without killing. First, Hyuga Hisashi said solemnly. He knew that once he boarded this ship, he couldn't get off. Now, he had no choice but to follow this path to the end. In terms of trust, he was not as close as Kakashi and Shisui. After all, the latter two shared bonds of classmates and clansmen, while his branch of the Hyuga family was only tied by interests from the start. So, for himself and the Hyuga branch family, since there was no way back, he had to move forward bravely. Gentle fist will leave traces, but my lightning release chakra can be used to eliminate them, which can also confirm the mist ninja's deed. Just as Shisui was about to speak, Uchiha Yoru coldly said, "What do you think this is, a merit competition? Shut up, leave this matter to me to handle. You just need to cooperate well." Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. A wisp of summoning white smoke flashed by, and 2 large snakes appeared, winding themselves around the unconscious body of Sarutobi Shinzo and the corpse of Sarutobi Yumiko. Uchiha Yora's pupils, bearing the 3 Tomo Sharingan, flickered momentarily as he cast a genjutsu on the 2 summoning snakes. The 2 snakes coiled around the bodies, and then they slowly opened their mouths to swallow, swelling up after fully ingesting their prey. In that moment, Uchiha Yoru exuded the aura of a leader, as if he had already made up his mind, calmly issuing orders to the 3 individuals. Listen carefully, don't let even a hint of this leak out, or else. As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru's eyes revealed frightening bloodshot veins, exuding a fierce and intense warning. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to save you. His final words carried a breath of utter exhaustion, and the 3, upon hearing this, nodded firmly, especially Kakashi, who felt somewhat guilty for having escalated the situation. Go back now, forget everything. Remember. Sarutobi Shinzo and Sarutobi Yumiko, the couple, are missing. You were all at the camp at that time. Now, immediately. Put all your effort into searching for these 2. With a roar, one could imagine the immense pressure Uchiha Yoru was under. One was already dead, what about the other? Who would dare to let them escape? If there was the slightest slip, it wouldn't be as simple as just the 3 of them dying. In the dimly lit mine, a collapse occurred shortly afterwards, completely erasing all traces of their presence. After everyone left, Uchiha Yoru found a hidden place and calmly summoned a large snake, spitting out the body of Sarutobi Shinzo. Ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru's consciousness invaded the opponent's brain. Gently reaching out, he touched the cerebral surface where the spirit connects, instantly materializing a huge ninjutsu scroll. This was a manifestation of memory, not something real. However, this memory-manifested scroll was densely covered with black patterns of sealing jutsu. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled and muttered, a seal set in the mind to prevent enemies from invading the brain and extracting information? Unfortunately, the outdated higher UPS still haven't changed their ways even after the Orochimaru incident. Confidently, Uchiha Yoru thought about these brain seals, which would be almost impossible for an enemy nation to decode perfectly. However, his teacher was Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha and a former candidate for Hokage himself. Orochimaru would almost know about the Sarutobi clan's techniques even with his eyes closed, naturally having countermeasures already. Logically, after Orochimaru's incident, all the codes of the village's Anbu, Root and Intelligence divisions should have been changed, along with the barrier team. But due to the suddenness of the event and its terrible impact, the village was not unprepared. The village's Anbu and Root divisions had changed their codes, but the problem was that Sarutobi Shinzo was outside at that time. Considering Shinzo's special status, nobody brought this up, after all, who knew he could still be captured alive? Seal, release. Placing both hands on the scroll, as the sealing technique was undone, the black patterns of the seal slowly faded away. Subsequently, the huge scroll began to unravel quickly, like pulling tape, and at the same time, Sarutobi Shinzo's memories appeared in his mind. Memories flickered past, like watching a film. However, this was the spiritual world, the longer one views another's memories, the more it tests the caster's mental strength. Mental strength, especially under the enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan and Wood release, completely overwhelmed Sarutobi Shinzo. Numerous memory scenes appeared, but when Uchiha Yoru saw the 3rd Hokage and even Sarutobi Shinzo personally researching some ninjutsu, his brows furrowed deeply. Blank. This part of the memory wasn't sealed away but deleted. What should have been life memories started to show gaps. Uchiha Yoru murmured to himself, it must be because they didn't master these powerful ninjutsu and feared leaking secrets, so they deleted their own memories of it. S-rank ninjutsu, or any powerful techniques related to the village, even forbidden techniques, aren't just something one can learn at will. When a jonin learns certain A-rank ninjutsu, due to the difficulty of learning, aptitude, rejection, and other challenges, it could take years to master just one. Some ninjutsu might even be impossible to learn. But to prevent leaks, the village makes them delete their memories of learning these techniques. All this is to better protect the ninjutsu. But ninjutsu doesn't matter. What I lack now is not ninjutsu, but information. Some secrets of the Sarutobi clan, as well as the dealings between the Sarutobi and the Inoshikacho clans, were almost all seen by Uchiha Yoru. As Uchiha Yoru probed recklessly without any concern, Sarutobi Shinzo's real body became even paler, his unconscious brows instinctively furrowed, showing a pained expression. Probing memories in the mind is an extremely dangerous ninjutsu, especially since Uchiha Yoro did not consider the well-being of the other party. Under such circumstances, brain cells were continuously affected and damaged. Sarutobi Shinzo's face started to redden in pain, and his forehead temperature began to rise rapidly. Although he was unconscious, the human body has many secrets. The body instinctively began to raise its temperature for its natural cleansing process. At this time, Uchiha Yoru, who was recklessly watching the other's memories in the mental world, also felt a repulsion. As the brain's temperature continued to rise, indeed, the body's instinctive cleansing process began to repel him as a foreign mental entity. Just one more step. Uchiha Yoru, slowly opening his eyes, saw the surroundings glowing red. Even he felt the high temperature from the mental world, a natural repulsion of the physical world against foreign entities. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a cold smile. I have grasped your secrets, Sarutobi clan and Ino Shikacho. Our contest has just begun. In his eyes, a pair of Sharingan slowly emerged, showing a mischievous and evil look. Under the power of the strong eyes, the shape of the Sharingan began to change bizarrely. It turned into a shuriken shape. If Kakashi saw it, he would surely be shocked. Isn't this the shape of his own Sharingan? Then, under the powerful Sharingan's spiritual force, the memory scroll that materialized instantly shattered into countless memory fragments. The shuriken kept spinning, stirring with powerful spiritual force. Countless memory fragments started to break and delete, or recombine. The real-world Sarutobi Shinzo was in so much pain that his body convulsed, and his eyes began to widen. In the real world, Uchiha Yoru suddenly groaned and opened his eyes, showing a tired look. The process seemed simple, but it took a tremendous effort, equivalent to the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. As for transforming into the shape of Kakashi's Sharingan, who said it was Kakashi's? It was clearly the culprit behind the 9 tails. I forgive everything you did on behalf of my teacher and myself. Looking at Sarutobi Shinzo convulsing, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, revealing an evil smile. Chapter 188, Reason Senju Clan Decline. You're not coming with me to the land of water this time. Upon hearing this, Tsunade inside the room instantly widened her eyes, and with a slap on the table, she exclaimed loudly. Ever since the other person awakened the wood release, she had been harboring an indescribable emotion. Putting other issues aside, you, Uchiha, have awakened wood release, what about her? Others making fun of her was bearable, but she couldn't stand being laughed at by an Uchiha. Therefore, she had been vigorously studying the other person's body, reasoning that if an Uchiha could awaken wood release, there was no reason she couldn't. Seeing Tsunade's angry demeanor, as if she were claiming ownership over him, Uchiha Yoru gave a bitter smile and slowly took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag, indicating that he had a mission. The village has sent an urgent mission. Sarutobi Yumiko's corpse was hung in the black market, and someone exchanged her body for a large bounty. This incident has blown up, and the village wants us to investigate thoroughly. As Uchiha Yoru spoke, he gave Tsunade a strange look, which made her glare back at him. Brat, what's with that look? Are you suspecting me? It was obvious that they had just encountered Sarutobi Yumiko not long ago, and according to the information, her disappearance coincided exactly with the time they parted ways. Do you think I, the old lady, need such despicable means to kill a wench? As if feeling underestimated, Tsunade sneered, Brat, did you know the surname of Sarutobi Yumiko before she married into the Sarutobi clan? Senju. Sarutobi Yumiko should be called Senju Yumiko. If I were to act against her, I wouldn't need such lowly tactics. Saying this, Tsunade disdainfully threw the scroll over. If I needed to resort to such underhanded methods, I wouldn't leave any trace. She disdained such lowly tactics, not because she was incapable of them. After all, she was to become the 5th Hokage in the future, so how could she not know such methods? Upon hearing about Sarutobi Yumiko, Uchiha Yoru was extremely surprised but then had a moment of realization. In the original story, there wasn't much mention of the 3rd Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law, only their child, Konohamaru. Konohamaru, at a young age, had learned Naruto's sexy jutsu, showing his talent in ninjutsu. He later learned the A-rank technique Raise Nan, and even killed the Hell Path of Pain during Pain's invasion of Konoha. He was definitely a genius ninja. At such a young age, the Sarutobi clan lacked neither ninjutsu nor power, but what about chakra? Konohamaru wasn't a Jinchuriki or from a Kekii Genkai clan, yet his chakra seemed abundant. The problem lay here. The Senju clan, inheriting the sage's body and known as the Thousand Hands, Senju clan, of the forest, was a top clan that rivaled the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. Apart from Senju Hashirama, no one else had wood release. So, the Senju clan could contend with the Sharingan, relying on their physical abilities. The Senju clan naturally possessed a vast amount of chakra and a resilient body, and their control over chakra far exceeded others. That's how the Senju clan fought against the Uchiha for so many years. You mean to say Sarutobi Yumiko was from the Senju clan? Then, Uchiha Yura seemed to realize something but didn't continue to ask further. Meanwhile, Tsunade, sitting on the chair, casually waved her hand, as if to pour herself a cup of sake. However, as her hand reached for the sake bottle, Uchiha Yura's hand was quicker and grabbed it first. You can drink, but there's a daily limit. Since their true identities were fully exposed, it seemed there was always a barrier between them. This barrier was not only due to their identities as members of the Senju and Uchiha clans, but also because of their age difference. But Uchiha Yura was the kind of person who was resolute in his decisions. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't relax. He held a small sake bottle without any hesitation and slowly poured a cup for Tsunade. Annoying. Tsunade didn't say brat, but facing Uchiha Yura's actions, she clearly understood and was somewhat impatient to refuse, yet her feelings were complex. They were both adults, and from a perspective of interest, Tsunade's status alone could be a significant political force. After all, Uchiha Yura had revealed his will for reform. Uchiha Yura didn't hide it well, he was not only coveting her body and beauty, but also the political power behind her. Tsunade was also troubled. This youngster would likely bring significant upheaval to Konoha in the future. From a personal standpoint, he had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan for her and had risked his life. Back then, she was just an ordinary girl, with feelings untinged by any personal gain. What about Terumi Mei? She's already returned to Kirigakure. That's why it was hard for her. She was already 40, and this youngster seemed to be only 17, not even 18 yet. The age difference was huge. Brat, can't you find a girl your own age? Tsunade asked wearily, holding her cup of sake, trying to probe. She wasn't foolish and could see the care and tolerance he had for her. You see, both our identities are exposed, and there's the age gap, and the Senju Uchiha relationship. Can't you just step back a bit, and we'll pretend nothing happened, okay? Let's just consider it a beautiful memory, a stop on the journey of life. Sitting beside Tsunade, her delicate hand painted with red nail polish holding the cup, Uchiha Yura laughed casually. I tried, but it's still Sister Tsunade who appeals to me. Clearly teasing her, Tsunade shook her head with a headache. I'm 40, you're not even 18, I could be your aunt, and you call me sister. Tsunade, who usually hated being called an aunt, said this for the first time. Who needs a sister when there's a sister like you, who is a treasure from head to toe? Uchiha Yura said slickly, his gaze openly admiring her, and added, besides, sister is forever 18. Just when Tsunade was about to get angry, Uchiha Yura took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag. Tsunade looked like she wanted to get angry, but the corner of her mouth curled up, obviously pleased by his previous comment. After all, it was a confidence boost to be admired by a 17-year-old. But when she saw the scroll he handed over, her eyes widened, and her face turned red and then pale. Looking at the scroll, Tsunade coldly laughed with gritted teeth. Well, the Uchiha clan is said to be proud, but I didn't expect them to be so despicable. Uchiha Setsuna, that old geezer, is meddling in others' business even when he's nearly in the grave. The scroll contained a message from the Uchiha clan, written personally by Uchiha Setsuna. It was an encrypted letter. It clearly recorded Tsunade's personality and preferences, and seriously advised Uchiha Yura that for the sake of the clan, any sacrifice was worthwhile. It also taught him a series of smooth lines, in short, to locate the sun and Tsunade in the land of whirlpools, and then use all means to win her over. It's obvious that the elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna, was eyeing the political power behind Tsunade. Uchiha Yura thus sold out the elder within the clan. Tsunade was so angry that her face turned green. Then, she turned her head and looked at the other party with a threatening gaze. So, kid, are you doing this to carry out a clan mission? Faced with Tsunade's threatening gaze and question, Uchiha Yura revealed a gentle smile. He took the wine cup from her hand, refilled it, and with a nod and a laugh said, of course, I am willing to do it myself. It helps the clan and also aids me in achieving my goals. This isn't just a win-win situation, I see almost no downsides to it. Uchiha Yoro made no attempt to hide his self-interested motives. Faced with this response, Tsunade, with her delicate and pale fingers, slowly picked up the wine cup and brought it to her rosy lips, sipping the wine as if savoring its sweetness. Yet, a smile slowly formed on her lips. There isn't a woman who doesn't like to hear pleasing words. Moreover, Uchiha Yoro's response satisfied her greatly. Without any hindrance, she acknowledged her liking the body, liking the eternal youth, and also liking the political power behind it, which could help him achieve his own dreams. He unabashedly expressed his desire to take advantage of this situation. Yet, surprisingly, Tsunade couldn't bring herself to be even a little angry. In fact, she felt somewhat joyful. As she slowly sipped her drink, Tsunade, with a reminiscent look, sighed deeply. The Senju clan could never return to its former glory after what happened back then. As Tsunade continued, she finally revealed the true story behind the disappearance of the Senju clan. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, the Senju clan was a family not inferior to the Uchiha clan. They produced 2 Hokages and almost sat unchallenged as the top clan in the ninja world. Unfortunately, after the death of the second Hokage in the Land of Lightning during the First Great Ninja War, the Senju clan, in their frenzy for revenge, suffered great losses. But the real reason for their disappearance from Konoha was the first Hokage. Or, more precisely, the initial wood release project. After losing the first and second Hokages, Konoha no longer had the strength to dominate the ninja world during the Great Ninja War. This drastic change led the third Hokage and several top officials to conceive a terrifying idea. To research wood release, the so-called wood release project. According to official records, the third Hokage once said that the wood release project caused tragic losses, forcing the village to shut down the research and forbid anyone from continuing it. What kind of loss could be described as tragic by the strongest ninja village? That was the real reason for the Senju clan's disappearance. The research on the wood release project finally made a breakthrough, and human trials began. The Senju clan, being the most suitable candidates, were naturally chosen. After all, as Konoha's first major clan, how could the Senju allow outsiders to experiment with their wood release? What if an outsider awakened it? That would be a slap in their face. It started with volunteers from the Senju clan. Despite constant failures over time, a breakthrough was eventually made. Although it did not directly awaken wood release, the current progress of the project allowed the Senju clan members to enhance their physical capabilities and double their chakra. After observing for a while and finding no adverse effects, even though they hadn't successfully researched wood release, they had found a powerful direction. The Senju clan, in their excitement, blindly administered the developed wood release cells to everyone. For a time, the power of the Senju clan surged, almost securing their position as the top clan in the ninja world. But no one expected that the wood release project was fundamentally unstable. The power of the serum was just lurking, building up strength inside the human body before suddenly erupting. One by one, members of the Senju clan began to scream as all their nutrients were sucked dry, turning them into trees. Can you imagine? I watched as my relatives and clan members, in agonizing screams, turned into trees, leaving behind nothing but their shattered clothes. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at herself. The Senju clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world, was not destroyed by enemies, but rather doomed by their own ambition. Too much indeed. None of our clan members had foreseen it. By the time it happened, it was too late. During that period, the Senju clan secluded themselves. Every day, cries of sorrow could be heard, signaling the appearance of a great tree. Children turned into small trees, and those with strong chakra and power transformed into towering trees. In that period, too many trees emerged from the Senju clan, and eventually, all these trees were cut down. Watching Tsunade recount her family's past, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but show a look of emotion. Who would have thought that the Senju clan of that era was so tragic, almost like a biohazard? Indeed, the path of science is filled with the unknown, perhaps a genesis of new life, or perhaps hell. As direct descendants, my brother Nawaki and I were entrusted with high hopes. The clan members thought we were still young, our bloodline the most noble. They decided to wait, to use it after the research succeeded. Unexpectedly, this turned into a blessing in disguise. The Senju clan perished on this path, which is why such research is considered taboo. the powerful Senju clan, in less than a year, went from a bustling family land to a silent forbidden ground. Only a few weak or non-ninja women survived, the Senju clan almost completely perished. Just a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, mostly women. What could they do? The moment the men died out, the Senju clan was finished. That's why my brother and I dropped the Senju surname. Uchiha Yoru suddenly realized, no wonder official records didn't have Tsunade's Senju surname. Some say it was because the author Kishimoto didn't plan this in the early stages, but this was part of the reason too. And the Waki? He also didn't carry the Senju surname. Self-explanatory, it's all Kishimoto's fault. There could never be a Senju after that. Sarutobi Yumiko was just a little girl at that time. Clearly, Tsunade was thinking of her brother. After losing the Waki, the Senju clan completely lost any hope of rising again. Without men, how could they rise? At this moment, Tsunade's eyes revealed a hint of unresolved sorrow, and she sighed, that's why I devoted myself to medical ninjutsu. So now, do you still think that way? Suddenly, Tsunade smiled, pushing the unpleasant memories to the back of her mind, and provocatively looked at Uchiha Yoru, teasingly flicking his chin with her finger. She, Tsunade, is the princess of the Senju clan, naturally not one to marry into another family, so the only option is a son-in-law to continue and revive the Senju's mission. Chapter 189, Marking. Or, our child could take the last name Senju. Pfft. As Tsunade had just taken a sip of her drink, she sprayed it all over Uchiha Yoru, coughing repeatedly. With her face dripping with the spilled drink, some even landing on her mouth, Uchiha Yoru helplessly shook his head and wiped it off. I'm speaking from the heart. You. Tsunade was rendered speechless by his words. Looking into Uchiha Yoru's sincere eyes, she wondered if he was serious, her gaze wavering. Seeing Tsunade, Uchiha Yoru, with unhidden indifference, shrugged and casually said, the pride of the Uchiha clan wouldn't allow me to marry into another family, and you have the pride of the Senju clan too. If you're willing, I'll still be an Uchiha, you'll still be a Senju, and I absolutely won't let you take the Uchiha surname. In this way, each of us retains our identity, without tarnishing the reputation of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Our future children will take your surname. Impressed by Uchiha Yoru's classic remark and his casual, confident demeanor, Tsunade listened, clearly considering his well-thought-out plan. After hearing him out, Tsunade, with a cold laugh, said sarcastically, so we each do our own thing? Does that mean you can continue to play around outside, like with Terumi May from the Hidden Mist Village, your village sweetheart, or maybe Orochimaru's disciple, Anko? Tsunade coldly exposed some of his affairs, but Uchiha Yoru was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he shrugged nonchalantly. The sweetheart Uzuki Ujo you mentioned is from the Anbu, and my first love and classmate Kurane Ui was sent by the third Hokage. As for Anko, pointing to his head, Uchiha Yoru showed a pitiful expression and sighed, you should know about her situation. My appearance became her mental support, but now she's somewhat extreme. Despite his casual and easy acknowledgement of everything, like a typical playboy, Tsunade's pupils shivered at what she saw in his eyes. Being one of the legendary Sunin, Tsunade, despite not being in the village for many years, still had her own network and sources of information in the village, enabling her to eventually become the fifth Hokage without much difficulty. Uchiha Yoru had always been known for his honesty. Lies, especially in matters involving both benefits and emotions, were bound to be exposed eventually. When lies are exposed in a relationship fueled by emotions, it often leads to the parties becoming enemies. On the other hand, in a relationship based on mutual benefits, the worst outcome upon the exposure of lies is both parties becoming indifferent to each other, acting like strangers, or even collaborating again under new beneficial circumstances. Thus, interests are the purest, while emotions are the most difficult to control. The combination of interest and emotion is the most solid existence. Therefore, Uchiha Yoru never planned to hide anything and admitted everything openly. You. Looking at Uchiha Yoru's relaxed smile, Tsunade felt complex emotions, wondering what kind of environment could produce such an outstanding man. Not only did he never bear any grudges, but he even vowed to initiate a revolution to change everything. A lover who is a spy, and a first love who is also a spy, all this happening to a teenager who is still dealing with the psychological impact. How old is the other party? According to her information, it means that the life of a 15-year-old boy is surrounded by spies, and he seems well aware of it. Moreover, when talking about the names of these two people, Uchiha Yoru only had a clear smile in his eyes, with no trace of resentment or dissatisfaction. This was what truly shocked Tsunade. You! Don't you hate them? Putting herself in his shoes, if she were in his position, facing nothing but lies and deceit, could she smile as brightly as he does? Thinking about this, Tsunade fell silent, finding him more enigmatic the more she wanted to understand him. At the same time, she felt a maternal sorrow for such a young boy, a 15-year-old who had already been guarded against and even had spies sent after him by his own village. Hate. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a smile and said, I was a bit upset when I first found out, but later, I got over it. It seems they are also hesitating. At least for now, they haven't chosen to betray. His cheerful smile hid a sorrow difficult for others to understand. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. The old fools in the village really should be 6 feet under by now. Just thinking about the old men in the village made Tsunade feel disgusted. She had clearly seen the huge benefits that arose from the tragedy of the Senju clan, and how these people rose to power on the inheritance left by her clan. Since that incident, those who remained had abandoned the Senju surname. The people who carried the mission of revitalizing the Senju clan died early, completely cutting off the rise of the Senju. This is also why the name of the Senju is almost extinct in the ninja world today. Looking at Tsunade, Uchiha Yoru also showed a hint of melancholy and sighed. Thanks to the Senju, the higher UPS of Konoha have inherited the will of the second Hokage, but it has become distorted. They have always targeted the Uchiha clan, especially after the losses of the 3 wars. Especially after the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan has been unable to wash off the stain. Now, although our family business is still okay, our clan's strength is no longer what it used to be. We've been marginalized, just like now. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and showed a wry smile. The Uchiha are skilled in fire release, but many of our elites are assigned to guard against the mist ninja. I think some reasons are obvious. Hey, little Uchiha, don't talk to me about this. I'm not a Senju now, and besides, it's all those old men's doing, not mine. Clearly, Tsunade didn't want to shoulder this trouble, and Uchiha Yoru chuckled lightly in response. Tsunade casually pushed a cup of sake towards him, but Uchiha Yoru gently shook his head, closing the lid of the sake bottle. Excessive drinking is harmful to health. I see that you have neglected the basic skills of a ninja in recent years. Being lectured after so many years, Tsunade glared at him, but felt a warmth in her heart. Since she lost her family, who else cared for her? Her status was too high to reach. With great honor came the loss of some ordinary things. Annoying brat, you're not in a position to lecture me. Facing Tsunade's stubbornness, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and murmured to himself, according to the information, Orochimaru-sensei's forbidden technique has made great progress. Moreover, the last time he confronted Jiraiya in Konoha, I could sense the residual natural energy on him. While speaking, Uchiha Yoru glanced at Tsunade without leaving any trace and teased jokingly, it seems that Princess Tsunade has become the bottom of the Sunin. Tsunade, always prideful, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and said with a sarcastic smile, that's a poor attempt at provocation. However, Tsunade felt a sense of urgency in her heart. The Sunin were not only companions but also formidable competitors, especially Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who came from humble beginnings and now not only had caught up to her but also seemed to be subtly surpassing her. If Jiraiya mastered sage techniques, then she really wouldn't have much to say. As for Orochimaru, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. He was an absolute genius, especially in his talent for ninjutsu. She was also aware of his secret research on forbidden jutsu. If he really made a breakthrough. Thinking about this, it seemed like her 2 former companions from humble beginnings had not only caught up with her but even surpassed her slightly. Brat, your curse mark seems interesting, not like the one from Orochimaru. Tsunade suddenly showed a thoughtful smile. Although she wandered the ninja world, she had her own intelligence network. She was fully aware of the events in Konoha, including Orochimaru's development of the curse mark. Although her information was limited, she had thoroughly examined Uchiha Yoru's body. His curse mark seemed more like a power inherent to him. Speaking of the curse mark, Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile, correct, my curse mark was born from the one developed by Orochimaru-sensei. As for the differences, it seems like a secret of the body. The human body itself is a great treasure. For example, no one can clearly explain why Yamato could awaken would release and others could not, among many other mysteries. Since we are parting ways this time, you should study it well on your own, consider it a parting gift. Seeing Tsunade's interest in his curse mark, Uchiha Yoro smiled, leaned in, and opened his mouth to reveal his teeth. His 2 canine teeth, enhanced by chakra, protruded a little, and upon seeing this, Tsunade just formed a few seals with her hands. PFF. The canine teeth pierced the skin of her neck, the scent of blood lingering on her tongue, accompanied by a sweet fragrance at the tip of her nose. As the power of the curse mark flowed in, a black, burning Sharingan symbol slowly appeared on Tsunade's neck. She frowned, the heat and pain from the curse mark on her neck made her involuntarily scrunch her eyebrows. Sealing technique, evil sealing method. Tsunade formed a seal and instantly, sealing runes with tadpole patterns crawled over her skin, forming a circle around the curse mark. The sealing technique locked the power of the curse mark in a specific area, instantly relieving the pain from the power's sting. However, feeling the warm touch on her neck, Tsunade's face turned red and she coldly snorted, "Brat, aren't you done yet?" Even though she warned him, Uchiha Yoro still bit down hard before releasing his mouth. Pop! A crisp sound echoed from her neck. Uchiha Yoro, releasing his mouth, couldn't help but lick his tongue, savoring the taste, and narrowed his eyes with a smile. This is like leaving a mark of Uchiha Yoro on Princess Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately let out a snort of disdain, wiped the saliva from her neck with a hand wave, and said with annoyance, "Brat, I've already told you, our ages aren't compatible. An older woman is a treasure, a woman 30 years older bestows a kingdom, although the age gap isn't 30, it's still half a kingdom. The grudge between Senju and Uchiha, do you think that's possible? You just said it yourself, you're not a Senju." Uchiha Yoro shamelessly retorted, "Besides, whether the Senju rise again depends on you." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon her flat stomach. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins as she coldly sneered, "Brat, you really are going all out for your clan's mission." She had just seen the letter from the old Uchiha Setsuna, which completely instructed to abandon all dignity, as long as he could win her, Tsunade, over. After that, Uchiha Yoro would take over the elder's responsibilities. It was a blatant temptation. In response to Tsunade's words, Uchiha Yoro shrugged his shoulders, smiling and shaking his head, "The clan mission is one thing, but my own choice is also very important. I don't want to have regrets." Uchiha Yoro's expression became even more serious with these last words. Facing his earnest confession, Tsunade scoffed disdainfully and waved her hand in boredom, though a hint of amusement was in her eyes. After all, no woman dislikes being pursued by a young and handsome man. And not only was he a young puppy, but he was also strong, came from a good family, and most importantly, he opened his Mangeki Sharingan for her. As a princess of the Senju clan, she was well aware of the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan. The Sharingan, also known as the Cursed Eye, evolves through intense emotional stimulation. But the Mangeki can only be activated through the immense pain of losing someone very close. "Little puppy, are you planning to be a kept man?" Faced with Uchiha Yoro's frankness, Tsunade also gave up and provocatively said, "Kept man." Hearing this, Uchiha Yoro looked puzzled, pointed to his nose and laughed. "The medical ninja said I have a weak stomach, soft food is suitable for me, and I prefer to eat soft food toughly." Immediately, Tsunade showed a purely happy smile. When they were together, there was no need to be so guarded, they could say whatever they wanted. After all, he was someone who would give his life for her, why hold back? "I clearly saw on the battlefield, when your Sharingan evolved into Mangeki, one eye evolved directly, while the other evolved slowly. Can you tell me about the evolution of your other eye?" Even among ninjas, asking about someone's ultimate move is not usual. Clearly, Tsunade's curiosity was more about provocatively trying to stir up problems between them. But Uchiha Yoro didn't care about this at all. He was almost ready to risk his life. Would he give up everything over this little issue? That would be disappointing. Besides, he trusted Tsunade. "The Mangeki in my left eye was activated when Orochimaru-sensei was expelled. The awakened jutsu, Sanrin-Mijin. I call it the Sage Eye, capable of manipulating Sage Chakra to enhance ninjutsu and genjutsu. TL, don't know what Sanrin Myojin is, looks like a mix of exorcism, lol. Orochimaru." Hearing this, Tsunade muttered to herself, her mind filled with the intelligence from that time. It seemed this brat wasn't in the limelight yet, still a minor character. At that time, well, All of our Uchiha clan pinned our hopes on the future 5th Hokage, believing only a new Hokage could bring hope. Uchiha Yora said casually, but Tsunade, knowing the difficulty of activating the Mangeki, calmly looked at the young man in front of her. Though he seemed relaxed, she knew it must have been activated under the despair of all hope being shattered. Otherwise, the Mangeki would have been commonplace. Chapter 190, Under the Moonlight. My right eye, as you know. When talking about his right eye, Uchiha Yora directly looked at Tsunade without mincing words, showing a look that seemed to say she was responsible, which made Tsunade laugh in annoyance. The awakened dojutsu, Takamagahara, a space-related dojutsu. Wherever my sight reaches, I can instantly move there, very similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing about this dojutsu, Tsunade showed a look of realization. No wonder you appeared out of nowhere, without a trace. It really is a space-time ninjutsu. The range of my sight is where I can instantly move to, without the need for markers like the Flying Thunder God technique. In this respect, it surpasses the Flying Thunder God, but in places out of my sight, the Flying Thunder God can move instantly using its own markers, so it falls short in that aspect. No, your ninjutsu must have a range limit, right? Otherwise, if you look at the moon, are you saying you could instantly move there? Tsunade burst into laughter, her tone teasing. Facing Tsunade's teasing, Uchiha Yora laughed casually. The farther the distance, the more chakra it consumes. As long as one has enough power, it might not be impossible to move to the moon. Kid, that's a big claim you're making, Tsunade chuckled lightly, then looked into his dark eyes. She couldn't help but be momentarily dazed and involuntarily stretched out her hands, caressing his eyes. Puppy, you need to take care of your eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but it also consumes a part of your ocular power. Although your awakening of the wood release has enhanced you, you still shouldn't overuse it. Facing Tsunade's comforting words, Uchiha Yora narrowed his eyes, showing a look of enjoyment, and nodded, Puppy? I still prefer it when you used to call me Big Brother. The relationship between the two was somewhat delicate, always treading a fine line. No matter what he did, Tsunade never crossed that line. After all, the union of Senju and Uchiha isn't just about them, it would trigger a series of chain reactions. With a bang, a cloud of smoke passed, and Tsunade, who was just a beautiful, well-endowed woman, suddenly turned into her youthful appearance, the same as when they first met. Do you still want now? This is something only a beast would do. Tsunade, in her youthful appearance, provocatively said, while Uchiha Yora stepped forward, gently stroking her soft blonde hair, laughing, Come on, call me brother, and I'll buy you candy, be good. Freak. Sweet and salty, fierce and tender, wolf and puppy, can tease and attack, forever 18 years old, any man would love. Puppy, call me sister and let me hear it. Under the night sky, the light inside the house suddenly went out as they played around. In the sudden darkness, Tsunade's eyes narrowed, and then she felt a familiar body embrace her, and she found herself in a familiar embrace. Uchiha Yoru, in the darkness, greedily smelled Tsunade's scent. Looking at Tsunade who stopped struggling, he understood everything. Just like this, I want to hold you. Maybe then, there won't be so many regrets. Two people embraced each other, not knowing when the window was opened, the beautiful moonlight shone through, stars twinkled all over the sky, the air quality of the ninja world was still quite good, the stars and crescent moon under the night sky were truly beautiful. The two of them cuddled together like this, like lovers under the night sky, admiring the sea of stars. Uchiha Yora felt a different kind of solidity, and an enchanting scent that he was somewhat obsessed with, yet he sighed inwardly. Tsunade still couldn't accept it, her body stiffened just now without resisting, probably thinking of repaying the favor of the last time she was saved, and then changing her mind to let go or suppress it justifiably. Although she despises the upper echelons of the village, she absolutely does not want to watch the village fall into discord with her own eyes. After all, her identity is too sensitive, and her actions can bring a new direction to the village. If her selfishness led to a disaster for the village, she would not forgive herself. It's okay, don't feel guilty, I volunteered at the beginning, just like now, accompany me to watch the moon and stars tonight, and after dawn, we owe nothing to each other, you are still the sun in Tsunade. Without any coercion or emotional manipulation, what she felt was a gentle and elegant air, very comfortable. You little devil! Tsunade, feeling no pressure, showed a smile. For the first time, she could lie so openly and relaxed in someone's arms. For the first time, she felt a sense of protection, as if she also needed this kind of protection that a woman needs. She opened her heart, lazily leaning against the broad and strong chest, her eyes a bit hazy as she looked at the stars and moonlight outside the open window. I've only watched it in Grandpa's arms when I was a child, never again. The world of ninjas is really tiring. Yes, now let's be unrestrained for a while, tonight there's no Senju or Uchiha, only you and me. Sniffing the pleasant scent, not knowing what shampoo was used, but it really smelled good, and for the first time, he could play with it so freely. Her jade hands, painted with red nail polish, were being played with by someone. This time Tsunade also let go of everything, nestling in a man's arms, and she muttered to herself, I didn't expect to hook a little milk dog. Do I really count on eating soft rice? Both were unyielding in character, but both were also smart. So both chose silence, each carrying numerous honors but also shouldering their own pressures and missions, so they both chose to be honest about their bottom lines. But almost tacitly, neither of them was angered. Uchiha Yoru also showed a relaxed expression, this time he was truly relaxed. Since the Nine Tails incident, his heart had always been tense, never relaxed a bit, this was the first time so relaxed. He is human, he gets tired too, and Tsunade gave him a different feeling, because both are smart. Similarly, the philosophy Uchiha Yoru believes in is never about conspiracy, but about upright and open schemes. For example, if Tsunade were really taken hostage, would he do that? Yes. Because he knows, once he betrays his heart, his beliefs will collapse, and he will lose himself too. Looking at the sea of stars, Tsunade thought of something and suddenly burst into a brilliant smile. I didn't expect that the most serious time I would watch the stars and moon as an adult would be through a window. Indeed, the two lay half reclined on the tatami, looking at the starry sky through a not-so-large window, seeming a bit funny yet warm. Looking at the way he held her in his arms as if he didn't want to part for a moment, her eyes suddenly showed a touch of sadness. The responsibility of Senju, the responsibility of the Sunin, the beliefs of Grandpa, second Grandpa and the Senju in protecting the village, she carries too much, so much that she dares not easily release her emotions. Under this guilt, Tsunade actually slowly turned her head, and those hands, soft as warm jade, slowly embraced the arms that had made her feel warmth and ease for so many years. With her jade hands painted with red nail polish, Uchiha Yoru squinted his eyes in enjoyment, completely displaying the composure of Lu Xiaohui who remains unmoved while sitting in a lady's embrace. Determined to achieve great things, how could one lack willpower? Even under various temptations, and even with an indecent atmosphere in the room accompanied by blush-inducing sounds, Uchiha Yoru still restrained his desires and impulses. A man can be lustful, but a man who aspires to achieve great things must learn to control his desires. With disheveled clothes, a pair of black high heels were thrown aside. The toes, soft as jade and painted with red nail polish, exuded a youthful aura, prompting Uchiha Yoru to quickly change the subject. Such beautiful feet should really be in stockings. These high heels are a bit outdated, too. When you leave tomorrow, switch to a pair with thinner heels. And with such beautiful feet and legs, you should wear stockings. Pft pft. Uchiha Yoru's teasing made Tsunade furious. This kid was really troublesome. How could he be so determined? What's all this about? Couldn't he just cooperate and stop at dawn? But Uchiha Yoru appeared to be gritting his teeth in determination. Don't move. He won't move no matter what. He still knows the difference between momentary and lasting satisfaction. As the old saying goes, impatience spoils great plans. To succeed, one must make sacrifices. No one succeeds by taking things lightly. And his goal is the entire sea of stars. If he can't resist now, the things he'll have to do in the future may lead to encounters where they are not enemies but also not allies. He is not foolish. After dawn, only traces of the chaos remained in the hotel. As the sunlight streamed in, Uchiha Yoru sighed in relief, his face relaxing as he looked at the empty room and the lingering scent in the air. It looks like it's time for me to leave. Remembering last night, he shook his head with a headache. Indeed, a mature Tsunade is extraordinary, I almost lost control. Had he crossed the line last night, he didn't know what would happen, but their relationship would probably never be the same. So, he had been controlling himself. Under the sunlight, outside the town's gate, a figure proudly walked away. Sizzle! A popsicle extended and contracted in the air. The gallant Tsunade unusually massaged her sore cheeks, feeling an unpleasant taste lingering in her mouth, which made her visibly annoyed. Damn brat, so troublesome. With a bang, the summoning beast Katsuyu appeared, along with the long-separated Shizuan. Seeing the gallant Tsunade, Shizuan respectfully greeted, Lady Tsunade, it's been a long time. Since following Tsunade, it was the first time Shizuan had been apart from her for so long. As a sentimental woman, her eyes showed indescribable emotions. Long time no see, Shizuan. Seeing that Lady Tsunade didn't get angry for the first time, Shizuan was somewhat taken aback and then looked up, puzzled, Lady Tsunade, what's wrong with your voice? Do you have a sore throat? Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with embarrassment, cursing the damn brat internally for making her throat uncomfortable and her voice hoarse. Shizuan, this is for you, put it on. A set of clothes was thrown over. Only then did Shizuan notice the change in Lady Tsunade, her face showing shock. Lady Tsunade. You. What's wrong with me? Tsunade looked at Shizuan with some suspicion, to which Shizuan exclaimed, Lady Tsunade, your clothes. They're beautiful. Shizuan lowered her voice on the last two words, her eyes showing uncontrollable envy. From head to toe, Tsunade looked entirely different from before. The once somewhat old-fashioned green robe was replaced with a wide, elegant kimono. The white kimono fluttered with hexagonal plum blossoms, its wide sleeves edged in red, also adorned with the plum blossom pattern, and her proud neck and shoulders were covered with a circle of snowy, fluffy shawl. Her long, golden hair flew in the wind, and her golden eyes shone brilliantly. If the old Tsunade was gallant, now she was majestically elegant. Like a noble queen high above, exuding a powerful aura, especially her innate pride and aristocratic demeanor. Also, her feet, which once donned old-fashioned black high heels, were now in a pair of elegant and luxurious crystal stiletto heels with fish mouth design. The crystal ribbons of the high heels wrapped around her calves, adding an extra touch of luxury. Lady Tsunade, are you wearing stockings on your legs? The observational skills of a ninja were apparent, as Shizuan showed a look of astonishment, as if to say, Lady Tsunade, didn't you used to hate this kind of troublesome thing? How about it? Doesn't my outfit look good? Facing Shizuan, the mature Tsunade wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she proudly lifted her graceful neck and confidently spun around, seemingly asking if she looked beautiful. Shizuan's amazed look said it all, but no woman dislikes being beautiful or hearing compliments. Seeing the dramatic change in Lady Tsunade, Shizuan, while feeling envious, curiously asked, Lady Tsunade, your clothes seem a bit large, but the material and craftsmanship, especially this fluffy white shawl, is that from a snow fox? Lady Tsunade, did you plunder a noble? Shizuan, who had always lived frugally and now saw such a big change in Tsunade, could instantly recognize the value of the materials, given her extensive experience and a woman's natural obsession with clothing. Lady Tsunade, why do you have a sword at your waist? Don't you usually not use ninja swords? Under Shizuan's envious and amazed gaze, she kept asking questions, prompting Tsunade, her vanity piqued, to break into a girlish giggle. It's normal for the clothes to be a bit big. After all, kimonos are meant to be loose-fitting. Besides, wearing such high heels naturally makes the clothes look bigger. However, I'll need your help later to tighten and adjust them. It was clear that Tsunade was not just unskilled at needlework, she couldn't do it at all. At this moment, Shizuan looked at Tsunade, who had undergone such a transformation, with genuine envy. The pursuit of beauty is innate in women. Especially the beauty of a woman, as seen by another woman, brought a proud smile to Tsunade's face, and she mused to herself that the young lad had quite a unique taste. Lady Tsunade, you now look more like a noble than the nobles themselves, like the princess of the land of fire. No. More like a great daimyo. Watching Shizuan's flattering, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Shizuan, I've also prepared clothes for you to change into. Let's set off. Only then did Shizuan realize she also had clothes made of precious materials. Compared to Tsunade's attire, hers was more modest. Uchiha Yoro had chosen a tight-fitting guard-like outfit for her. A black bodysuit, delicate armor on the outside, a slit design below, and a pair of delicate black high heels with stockings. Shizuan was stunned to see this ensemble. Lady Tsunade, are we wearing these clothes? Aren't they a bit too formal? Too formal? This time I am representing the princess of the land of fire on a visit to the land of water. Tsunade smiled proudly, clearly very satisfied with her attire for the trip. Indeed, that young man was really wealthy and willing to spend. Hearing this, Shizun suddenly realized, so it was a visit to the land of water in the capacity of the princess of the land of fire. No wonder the need for such grand attire. Chapter 191, Blackmail. Konoha Village Base. Too presumptuous, they even dare to blackmail us, Konoha Village. So bold. It's simply outrageous. In Konoha Village's camp, one by one, Konoha's Jonin showed expressions of disbelief and anger, as they were looking at a ransom letter. Although Kakashi, holding the letter, looked gloomy, he was actually bewildered at the moment. However, after his initial confusion, he quickly thought of a plan. He coldly said, "This letter concerns the safety of Lord Shinzo, so for now, I have only informed the Sarutobi clan and reported to the third Hokage. This matter is top secret. I hope you all keep it confidential." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, the Jonin in the tent showed understanding smiles. There weren't many Jonin in the tent, only about 10, mostly special Jonin, but they all shared one surname, Sarutobi. Konoha Village. In the office of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was smoking his pipe, showing a complex expression of shock, anger, and frustration. A ransom letter. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had never felt so humiliated in all his years leading Konoha Village. Who in the ninja world would dare to blackmail him? Sarutobi Shinzo is in my hands. If you want him to live, bring 1 billion in gold and 300 kilograms of chakram metal. If there's any shortage, suffer the same consequences as Sarutobi Yumiko. A hint, Sarutobi Yumiko is very smooth. This was the real content of the letter, but the letter ended with a sinister smiley face, as if mocking his helplessness and threatening, suggesting that if they tried to deceive, they were prepared to kill the hostage. Clan head, Shinzo must not be harmed. For the first time, the two elderly elders of the Sarutobi clan, upon hearing this news, came to the Hokage's office in such a solemn manner. To avoid suspicion, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost never discussed clan matters in the Hokage's office, but this time was different. The two elders of the Sarutobi clan had completely forgotten Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, and this time, Hiruzen fell silent. Sarutobi Shinzo was not only his son but also the inheritor of the will of fire that he was most satisfied with. This was no longer just a matter for the Sarutobi clan. Do you realize the importance of 1 billion in gold and 300 kilograms of chakram metal? Although it was about his own son, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the current third Hokage of Konoha, looked extremely distressed. Such a huge amount of funds, the village cannot afford to pay so much for a single Sarutobi Shinzo. His eyes showed firmness, but the pain was still unmistakable. Behind the title of the third Hokage, he was still a father. Facing his son in deep trouble and even having to coldly cut off the last chance of survival was painful for anyone. What if it's in the name of the Sarutobi clan? Two elders of the Sarutobi clan spoke in a deep voice. They had guessed the outcome before they came, but still, when they heard it for real, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Konoha. Our Sarutobi clan has contributed so much to the village, and yet you cannot even spare this little thing. Their feelings towards Sarutobi Shinzo weren't particularly strong, rather, they were well aware of one thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting on in years, and now in Konoha, Sarutobi Shinzo was the most likely candidate. If Sarutobi Shinzo could take the final step, he could extend the family's glory for decades, and then Konoha would still be under the Sarutobi clan's influence. That's why the two Sarutobi elders made a tough decision. Third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan is willing to pay the ransom. This was a confrontation between the Sarutobi clan and the Hokage, with the two elders representing the Sarutobi clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen representing the third Hokage. Seeing the family willing to pay so much to save his son, the third Hokage felt a warm surge in his heart, but he was even clearer about what he was doing. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, then lowered his Hokage hat, hiding his expression in the shadow. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and said hoarsely, as one of the main fighting forces of the village, the loss of such funds would weaken not just the Sarutobi clan but also the village's combat capability. Therefore, I refuse. No way. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado entered with grave expressions. It was Koharu Yudatan who directly contradicted Hiruzen. Koharu Yudatan entered, frowned slightly, glanced at the two Sarutobi elders, then at her old friend Hiruzen in silence, and shook his head. Hiruzen, you're being foolish, Do I need to remind you of the importance of Sarutobi Shinzo? Now, with internal and external troubles in Konoha, and a lack of continuity in the younger generation, losing Shinzo would be a blow not just to the Sarutobi clan or Konoha, but have you considered the consequences, Hiruzen? Koharu Yudin sighed, without Shinzo, the village will face a real gap. Do you have a replacement, Hiruzen? Shinzo's presence is not just a matter of personal interest, but crucial for maintaining the village's balance. Once Shinzo is gone, it would take at least 10 years to train someone new, and none of them will have Shinzo's biggest advantage. At this point, Homura Mitokato also sighed deeply, stability. Shinzo is the only one who can keep the village's power stable. Seeing Koharu Yudin and Homura Mitokato's persuasion, the two Sarutobi elders quickly agreed, exactly, all of Shinzo's ransom will be borne by the Sarutobi clan, without impacting the village. Sarutobi. Faced with the persuasion of his old friends Koharu Yudin and Homura Mitokato, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly raised his head, revealing his cloudy eyes, and then looked at the expectant eyes of the two clan elders. Finally, he slowly removed the pipe from his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "The Sarutobi clan will bear the full responsibility for this matter." Finally, the two elders of the Sarutobi clan, upon hearing this news, showed tears of excitement and nodded repeatedly. They were experienced and clearly understood how glorious it was to have a Hokage from their clan in power. Even without saying anything, all departments would roll out the red carpet for them. The Sarutobi clan had risen from being the least influential to its current status, so they knew well what the current sacrifices meant. As long as Sarutobi Shinzo returned, it would bring decades of glory to their clan again. Third Hokage, and the two advisors, rest assured, the Sarutobi clan will take full responsibility for this. The two elders of the Sarutobi clan, patting their chests, hurriedly assured, fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen might change his mind. After a bout of excited thanks, they quickly left the Hokage's office. In the tense office, after the tobacco in his pipe burned out, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head to look at his two old friends and said in a low voice, "It was them who informed you, wasn't it?" Seeing Sarutobi say this, Koharu Yudin's expression turned ugly. "Hiruzen, Shinzo's case is no longer just a private matter of the Sarutobi clan, nor is it as simple as being your son. If we hadn't come, do you realize how serious the consequences would be?" "That's right. The kidnapping of the frontline commander is no small matter, Sarutobi. You can't just see him as your son." Homura Mitokato also showed a serious expression. "Hiruzen, this matter is not just a family affair for the Sarutobi clan, but also concerns the village. My suggestion is for the Anbu and Sarutobi clan to jointly prepare to rescue Shinzo. Seal all the news. Shinzo is currently the only successor who can stabilize the village's situation." Looking at his two old friends, Koharu Yudin and Homura Mitokato, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed a complex expression, then hoarsely said, "Thank you. We are all doing this for Konoha." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this was a political interest, Shinzo was also his son, so he was grateful to them. The news of the frontline commander's disappearance has been completely sealed, claiming he is on a confidential mission. I have also ordered Hitaki Kakashi to take over as the frontline commander. The experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made these calm arrangements. Seeing this, Koharu Yudin and Homura Mitokato showed satisfied smiles. This is the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen they knew. In the root's dark chamber, Danzo Shimura, looking at the report in his hand, was furious and finally slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Damn Hiruzen, and you all! Deciding everything before informing me, this is outrageous." He, Danzo Shimura, was furious that Sarutobi Hiruzen had made decisions behind his back, in conjunction with Koharu Yudin and Homura Mitokato, and he, Danzo, was the last to know. Clearly, he was the last to be informed after everything had been decided, which infuriated the shadow of the ninja world, Danzo Shimura. Sarutobi Shinzo, such a fool, being the commander of Konoha and getting captured alive. Why don't you just die? Danzo Shimura is full of resentment, utterly incompetent in achieving success but highly efficient in causing failures. I haven't made my move yet, and this is your level? You've embarrassed yourself. Lord. Just then, a trusted member of the Root appeared, respectfully holding an intelligence report in both hands. Looking at the report in his hands, Danzo Shimura's exposed eye revealed a hint of sinister intent, and he showed a satisfied smile. It seems this might be my opportunity, especially since someone has muddied the waters. The report in his hands recorded a matter of great importance to him at the front lines, something Danzo Shimura even reconfirmed. Is this intelligence reliable? Lord, according to the frontline intelligence, the Uchiha dispatched their elite forces to the front lines, led by Uchiha Fugaku in secret. We obtained this information from Uchiha Itaki. Hearing this response, Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, then said in a deep voice, keep a close watch. I need to know for certain if Uchiha Fugaku has really left. If he has, make preparations for his return journey. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku is very likely to have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Here is some information about the Mangeki Sharingan. Danzo Shimura was filled with desire for the Mangeki Sharingan. He hoped Uchiha Fugaku wouldn't disappoint him, yet he also hoped that the latter had not activated it, given the Mangeki Sharingan's daunting presence. Land of Whirlpools. In a valley, a steady stream of ninjas appeared. Uchiha Yoru, his body wrapped in bandages, squinted at the figures that emerged, rasping, "Did you bring the stuff?" Facing him was the leader from the hidden cloud village, the Eight Tails Jinkriki, Killer Bee wearing sunglasses. He showed an unusually serious expression. 500 pounds of chakram metal, and here's gold worth 1 billion. The cloud ninjas behind him took out scrolls and unsealed them, revealing glistening gold and black chakram metal. Now, where's the person? Killer Bee, looking serious, asked the man opposite, while Uchiha Yoru, his face covered and also wearing sunglasses, smiled upon seeing this. He shifted slightly, revealing the pale, unconscious Sarutobi Shinzo behind him. Have your men bring the gold and chakram metal here. After checking everything, we'll make the trade. Killer Bee nodded silently to his team, giving them a secret signal. A cloud ninja stepped forward and gathered all the scrolls. Check everything thoroughly. Once confirmed, send the person over first. Yes. Uchiha Yoru didn't care about any tricks the hidden cloud village might play. He saw this as a way to dispose of a problem while also making a fortune, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sarutobi Shinzo was a hot potato in his hands. Although he did this for Kakashi and Shisui, the ninja world's mysterious jutsu were too many. If he really tricked the people of Konoha and any flaw was exposed, it would be his loss. I'm here. As a cloud ninja approached, Uchiha Yoru nodded indifferently, you check the person, I'll check the payment. Okay. Both sides began their inspections. However, the little tricks of the cloud ninja didn't escape his eyes. The Sharingan hidden behind his sunglasses saw everything clearly, and Uchiha Yoru's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Indeed, typical of the hidden cloud village, skilled in such lowly tactics. But this time, he would let it pass. 2 smoke bombs suddenly exploded, emitting dense white smoke. The cloud ninjas in the distance cried out in alarm. Not good. But as the smoke cleared, the figure had already vanished. However, when they saw Sarutobi Shinzo's figure, they immediately showed relief and joy. Chapter 192, Goods Delivered. Not good. It's a fake. When the cloud ninja realized that the Sarutobi Shinzo they had captured was a fake, they were immediately filled with shock and fury. In an instant, numerous cloud ninja began to chase after the fleeing figure. Elsewhere, with a gentle breeze blowing over, figures of ninjas appeared on both ends of a bridge connected to a cliff. A masked Uchiha Yoru, wearing sunglasses, meticulously counted the ransom. On the other side of the Vermilion Bridge, 5 ninjas from the Sarutobi clan were filled with anger and apprehension. If Shinzo wasn't so important to them, they would have definitely risked a rescue attempt. Under his sunglasses, the crimson flicker of the Mangeki Sharingan was briefly visible. At that moment, the ninja checking on the unconscious Shinzo's eyes twitched. This Sarutobi clan ninja was instantly caught in a genjutsu, and after carefully checking and confirming no error, he solemnly nodded. It is Lord Shinzo, there is no mistake. The Sarutobi clan's Jainin said this to his distant comrades, who then let out a sigh of relief. The most important thing was for Lord Shinzo to return safely. Can we make the exchange now? The masked Uchiha Yoru asked hoarsely, and the Sarutobi ninja who came to check, warily nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the other party, he slowly started storing all the valuables into a sealing scroll. The moment he was securing the valuables, the other side swiftly grabbed Shinzo and retreated. At the same time, the other waiting Sarutobi ninjas rushed forward to provide cover. Cover Lord Shinzo. In the blink of an eye, one side took the valuables, while the other side protected the hostage and retreated. Simultaneously, the other elite members of the Sarutobi clan rapidly moved forward to guard against any threats. Having secured the valuables, Uchiha Yoru also retreated. As he left, he slowly curved his lips and uttered a single word. Explode. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the body of Shinzo, who was under the Sarutobi clan's protection. The protecting ninja's pupils shrink as they look down and notice an explosive tag inside his garment. Quick, get away, this Lord Shinzo is a fake. This time, a member of the Sarutobi clan sensed something immediately. However, in the midst of a massive explosion and burst of flames, the ninjas from Konoha were filled with rage. Chase! We must not let them get away. As the flare shot up into the sky, elite members of the Sarutobi clan, along with ANBU and root agents, who were already hiding more than 10 kilometers away beyond the sensory range, quickly moved towards the direction of the flare. Boom! Meanwhile, the sturdy bridge on the cliff exploded, one explosive tag after another igniting in the flames, collapsing the bridge in an instant. This was just a delay tactic and wasn't enough to stop powerful ninjas. In the dense forest, a dark figure swiftly moved, with a group of elite Konoha ninjas chasing in a fan-shaped formation far behind. Interestingly, another group of Cloud Ninja was also pursuing a different figure in the distance. In the dense jungle, only the sound of ninjas moving swiftly through it can be heard. The rapid jumps and movements of the ninjas stir up gusts of wind, and fleeting shadows pass by, with falling leaves marking their trail. In the fast-paced chase, the figure of Uchiha Yoru moves extremely quickly, and both sides would have lost to each other long ago if they hadn't been exerting their full effort. The ninjas from Konoha are filled with anger. Damn it, catch up, Lord Shinzo must still be in their hands. We can't let them get away. During the frenzied pursuit by a group of elite ninjas from Konoha, suddenly, a sensor ninja from the Anbu changes his expression and issues a warning. Not good, there are large chakra reactions in the distance, 15 people, with massive amounts of chakra, especially one whose chakra is of monstrous level, far exceeding that of a normal jonin. Be on guard. The enemy has laid an ambush. Faced with the sensor ninja's report, the elites of Konoha don't lose their composure, instead, they calmly start to choose their tactical approach. Although the enemy has an ambush, they also have reasons they can't abandon, and their purpose isn't slaughter but to rescue the target. Similarly, the pursuing squad from Kumigakure also has a sensor ninja, who becomes very solemn upon detecting the presence of the other party and reports to their leader, Killer B. The same trick deceived Kumigakure. After all, neither side considered the terrifying illusionary abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When they discovered Shinzo was a fake, they immediately started the pursuit. Captain, 2 large squads of ninjas have been spotted ahead. They are forming a fan-shaped encirclement, with 38 people, each with chakra levels exceeding that of an average chunin. With the report, Killer B, usually casual, shows a serious expression and frowns. Ninja squads are generally composed of 4 members, including a leader and 3 members. For larger missions, there are so-called large squads, consisting of 17 people, a format followed by Konoha's Anbu and other major ninja villages. Therefore, the 38 enemies could be considered as 2 large squads. All of them are elites. In the original story, when Orochimaru defected, Konoha issued an order stating that capturing the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru required 2 Anbu large squads. This time, the lineup is just as formidable, but Killer B's side is also of high quality, though slightly outnumbered. The sensor ninja continues to scout, at the same time, send a signal to the peripheral personnel to prepare for assistance. Yes. Eventually, Killer B decides to take a hard stance initially, as they have lost a huge sum of money in this ordeal and even had their target taken away, which is a big loss. Prepare for battle. After Killer B shouts, he instantly erupts in a red-tailed beast cloak, and his speed dramatically increases. Under the resolute gaze of his team, Killer B wants to see if he can catch up at the last moment. Both sides believe this is the other's trick. Uchiha Yoru, rapidly moving ahead, suddenly felt a sense of crisis and reflexively glanced sideways, his pupils shrinking immediately. He saw that Killer B, in the distance behind him, had already entered tailed beast mode, or more accurately, semi-tailed beast mode. His body was enveloped in dark red chakra, with several blood-red tails dancing. At this moment, he was gathering a chakra sphere filled with the aura of death in his mouth. Tailed beast bomb. The first time facing the tailed beast bomb, his body instinctively felt the fear of death, with every hair standing on end, thinking, I'll die. I can't block it, I'll die. In an instant, Uchiha Yoro hurriedly stopped. Under his sunglasses, his Sharingan began to rotate rapidly, ready to use its abilities at the crucial moment. Boom! Suddenly, a bright light flashed, the dazzling light turned everything in sight white, followed by a huge roaring sound from behind. A massive explosion and shockwave swept through like a vast tornado. Uchiha Yoru, wearing sunglasses, calmly and unnoticeably glanced behind him. The tailed beast bomb had just missed him, its target was not him, but to stop him. At the same time, the terrifying strike of the tailed beast bomb exerted immense pressure on the distant Konoha village ninjas. Instantly, the elite ninjas of the Konoha changed their expressions, but remembering their mission, they gritted their teeth and followed. Amidst the residual blast, his clothes fluttering, Killer Bee, in tailed beast mode, had already arrived in front of him during the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Completely enveloped in the dark red-tailed beast chakra, without any semblance of a human, he looked entirely like a mini-tailed beast, especially with his ominous aura and the overwhelming pressure of his chakra. A cold sweat broke out on Uchiha Yoru's forehead. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand the pressure Orochimaru felt facing the Nine Tails at the Tenchi Bridge in the original story, a terrifying presence that threatened his very life. Especially the terrifying pressure of the tailed beast's chakra, which was displayed in full force. The next one is aimed at you. Killer Bee, in tailed beast mode, demonstrated the strength of a perfect Jinchuriki under such intense chakra pressure, still maintaining his sanity. Killer Bee, cautious, stared at the opponent, while inside him, the Eight Tails Jayaki also looked fearful. Be careful, Killer Bee, this opponent is not simple. At that moment, the masked Uchiha Yoru deftly threw down a figure, and under the puzzled gaze of the other, he kicked straight over. Sarutobi Shinzo, I leave him to you. At this moment, while Killer Bee was inspecting the figure, he didn't let down his guard. But just as he confirmed it was correct, Uchiha Yoru, in black, slowly curved the corners of his mouth, showing a mocking look. Little octopus, my mission is completed, now it's your turn. In Killer Bee's vision, the figure in black suddenly poofed and disappeared, turning out to be a shadow clone. Jayaki, was what you just said true? After the enemy disappeared, Killer Bee did not lower his guard, instead, he started conversing with the Eight Tails inside him. At this moment, the Eight Tails sealed within him, Jayaki, was filled with a sense of dread and gravity. My feelings are not wrong. The sensation from the opponent, though it was only for a moment, indeed had a kind of power that even I feared and dreaded. The power that made even a tailed beast feel apprehension was unheard of for Killer Bee, who was also filled with gravity, and this incident was very abnormal. Retreat. Taking Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson under his arm, he ceased his tailed beast transformation and began a rapid retreat. Boom boom boom. In the distant treetops, a masked figure calmly watched the forest in the distance that kept booming. Trees were collapsing and flocks of birds flew away in panic. Clearly, the ninjas of Konoha had encountered Killer Bee from the hidden cloud village, leading to a fierce battle. It seems they are still restraining themselves. Watching the aftermath of the battle, Uchiha Yoru smiled slightly, noting that although the hidden cloud village appeared domineering, they were actually quite cunning. Upon seeing a group of Konoha ninjas and realizing that he couldn't eliminate all witnesses, he restrained the power of the tailed beast. After all, this was now a clash between two nations. One was the son of the Hokage, and the other was the Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. If they recklessly used the power of the tailed beasts, Konoha would certainly not hold back. After all, externally, Konoha was in possession of the strongest nine tails. Konoha base. Lord Yoru. It's Lord Yoru. When Uchiha Yoru returned to the long-absent base, some familiar ninjas greeted him with excited and admiring smiles. Uchiha Yoru responded with a smile and a nod, and his return quickly spread throughout the camp. Yoru. As Hatake Kakashi came out to greet Uchiha Yoru, their gazes met. In front of many people, Yoru didn't hesitate to smile and speak. The mission is complete. The first Hokage's weapon, which has been circulating in the land of whirlpools, has been retrieved by Lady Tsunade. This mission, being a matter of honor, was discussed openly. Upon hearing Uchiha Yoru's announcement, the surrounding Konoha ninjas erupted in excited cheers. To them, the first Hokage's weapon was more of a symbolic relic, and they were excited to hear about the legendary Sunin, Tsunade. Congratulations, Yoru! Hatake Kakashi said, trying to suppress his nerves. He knew that with Uchiha Yoru's bright appearance, the issue with Sarutobi Shinzo was probably handled well, but this gave him an inexplicable sense of guilt. Konoha Village Jonin Uchiha Yoru reporting the completion of the mission to Commander Sarutobi Shinzo. Uchiha Yoru, feigning a righteous demeanor, loudly declared this in front of everyone, as if to explain the situation of his mission. It seemed that although the mission was completed, it was done by the son and Tsunade, and not because Uchiha Yoru lacked strength. The clever ones thought that Uchiha Yoru was using the greater good to pressure Sarutobi Shinzo, bringing up Tsunade's involvement so that no one could hold him accountable. However, no one thought deeper than that, except Kakashi, who knew everything and was secretly nervous. Commander Sarutobi Shinzo is on a secret village mission, so I am in charge of the front line now. Kakashi pretended to be calm, but some in the crowd showed a look of concern or entertainment. After all, Uchiha Yoru was previously the commander, and Kakashi his deputy. Now their positions were reversed. Given the proud nature of the Uchiha clan, trouble might arise. Indeed, upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's smile stiffened. However, seeing the faces of the ninjas who were on Sarutobi Shinzo's side, he forced a strong and calm smile. Oh, is that so? My mission is complete. It seems I'll have to wait for the village's orders and then I can rest. Good luck, Kakashi. To everyone, this was Uchiha Yoru's retort, suggesting his contributions were enough to stabilize the front line, and now he could return to the village, merely delayed by his mission. Kakashi's position as commander was seen as a result of him being called back to the village, not because he was stronger than Uchiha Yoru. Some secretly sighed in relief that no confrontation occurred. Uchiha Yoru feigned a smile, reported the mission details to Kakashi, and then headed towards the Uchiha camp. When they exchanged glances, it seemed to others that a rift had formed between them. However, the two of them silently nodded to each other, understanding each other well. Indeed, when Kakashi saw Uchiha Yoru's nod, although unclear about what had happened, he knew that Sarutobi Shinzo might not be returning. Chapter 193, Situation in the Ninja World. Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clenched his pipe. Lately, he had been restless, but upon receiving an urgent report, his furrowed brow showed a rare hint of relief. Tsunade, it seems you still care deeply for Konoha. The report stated that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin, had taken the mantle of an envoy from the land of fire to the land of water. Knowing Tsunade's decisive nature, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't displeased but rather showed a relieved smile and nodded. This indeed fits your character. I hope this mission to the land of water brings peace, and Shinzo, I hope you return safely. As if bolstered by this good news, Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered to himself, seemingly feeling that his son, Shinzo, would soon return. However, at this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not know that his son, Shinzo, was indeed on his way back, but he was bringing news that was both joyful and sorrowful. Currently, the friction between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village in the land of whirlpools, though not extensive, was still a clash between two major nations, equating to a small-scale war for these powers. Land of Water. At a banquet hosted by the daimyo of the Land of Water, the majestic and elegant Tsunade shone brilliantly, almost overshadowing everyone else. However, the moment she entered her luxurious residence after the banquet, the noble grace on her face disappeared instantly, leaving only a cold glint in her eyes. Lady Tsunade. Shizuan, sensing the change in atmosphere, nervously inquired. However, Tsunade responded indifferently, Shizuan, stay outside the house. Yes. Though unaware of what was happening, Shizuan, as Tsunade's assistant and a ninja, had long been accustomed to following orders. After Shizuan left, Tsunade looked dispassionately towards the window and said, "Come out." A figure slowly emerged, a mist ninja from the envoy sent by Kirigakuer to the banquet. As the figure entered, Shizuan outside heard the noise. Tsunade calmly ordered, "Shizuan, go downstairs and keep watch. No one is allowed to enter." Yes. After Shizuan's footsteps faded, the mist ninja slowly removed his mask, revealing his true identity, Terumi Mei, previously seen in the land of whirlpools. Your Konoha conspiracy. Terumi Mei's green eyes were filled with frost as she spoke through gritted teeth. Tsunade remained silent, inwardly cursing the elders in her village. Unbelievable. The audacity of those elders. On the way here, Ao's Byakugan saw it clearly. The fourth Mizukage Yagura had 3 types of chakra, his own, the tailed beasts, and another type. Facing Terumi Mei's questioning, Tsunade, representing Konoha, was almost certain but would not naively admit anything. Tsunade scoffed, how would I know what the third type of chakra is? As for that kid's claim about the Sharingan, pfft. Who would believe such nonsense? Do you have any evidence that the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure was manipulated by the Sharingan? Besides, if the Uchiha clan in Konoha had such a Sharingan, the Nine Tails incident would not have happened. Moreover, at this point, Tsunade coldly accused, I suspect that it's your Kirigakure who secretly stole our Sharingan for your secret research. After all, you've already obtained the Byakugan, haven't you? You. Faced with the mature and peak Tsunade, the young Terumi Mei was clearly no match, staring back in anger. Politics has no bottom line. As long as I don't admit it, what can you do? Both were representing their respective positions, not personal interests. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, calmed down, and with a cold laugh, slowly took out a scroll from her bosom. Lady Tsunade, this is a letter from our Mizukage, and about the Sharingan matter, I didn't say anything. The final words of Terumi Mei made Tsunade understand their meaning. Opening the scroll and seeing the letter from the oldest master in the Mist Village, Tsunade's pupils constricted, but her expression remained unchanged as she calmly put away the scroll. I will convey your intentions to the village. As for what to do, that's your business now. As Tsunade looked on, Terumi Mei fell silent at this moment. She really hadn't expected her own village to be manipulated under someone else's conspiracy. The Mist Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, was actually being controlled, and they even had reason to suspect that this had started during the time of the third Mizukage. After all, the policy of the Blood Mist and the escalating policies against Kekkei Genkai Ninja were evidence of this. If it's true as he said, the old folks in Konoha are plotting something big, probably affecting the entire ninja world. Terumi Mei's final words represented her personal opinion. Afterward, she silently transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. As the opponent disappeared, Tsunade, now alone in the luxurious palace, no longer hid her emotions, smashing the stone table with a furious punch. Damn those old fools, aren't they afraid of biting off more than they can chew? Tsunade wasn't opposed to such bold ambition, but she was angry about the current strength of Konoha. Even if Konoha had the strength of the Second Great Ninja War, she could accept such a scheme. But the current state of Konoha was riddled with weaknesses. Not to mention the failure of the plan, if the plan were to be leaked, Konoha might not withstand the backlash. Danzo and the third Hokage are being reckless. Rubbing her temples with slender fingers painted with red nail polish, Tsunade felt a tremendous headache. Terumi Mei did not inform the village master about the Sharingan matter, so the Mist Village only knew that the Mizukage was being manipulated. The master's letter was straightforward, simply telling Tsunade that there was a faction in the Land of Water discontent with the Mizukage's regime, seeking a refuge outside their country as a signal for a counterattack. It gave the impression of betraying their village's interests and was passed on to Tsunade to inform Konoha, suggesting they could settle in the Land of Whirlpools without affecting Konoha's interests. That means the Mist Village only knows about the Mizukage being controlled, but now the fourth Mizukage has a lot of power and they need to gather strength. Squinting, Tsunade quickly deduced the old master of the Mist Village's scheme. Ordinary ninja could be trained en masse, but Kekkei Genkai Ninja were different. Geniuses were most often born among Kekkei Genkai Ninja, and they were the only power they could currently rely on. The Mist Village wanted to overthrow the Mizukage's regime but needed Konoha's help. They're all a bunch of old men. Seeing through the intentions of the Mist Village's master, Tsunade cursed inwardly. It was clear he wanted her to pass a message to the village, signaling the Mist Village's internal conflict. Konoha would likely choose to watch from the sidelines and even agree to let this opposing force settle in the Land of Whirlpools. All cunning old foxes. Shizuan. After realizing this, Tsunade snorted coldly in displeasure, deciding not to bother with these troublesome matters. Whether the hidden Mist Village knew or not, it didn't matter. The internal strife this time had significantly weakened them, which was actually beneficial for the Leaf Village. Lady Tsunade. Shizuan hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. Seeing her respectful demeanor, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and said, "Prepare for it. In a few days, we will go to visit the daimyo of the Land of Fire." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Although Shizuan was respectful, she was filled with doubts. Tsunade seemed different now, not as listless as before. Tsunade's visit to the Land of Water as one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha did not go unnoticed by other villages. It was a public move, but it also raised some suspicions. For instance, in the root division of Konoha. Tsunade. Looking at the information in his hand, in a dark and gloomy chamber, Shimura Danzo revealed his sinister one-eyed gaze, filled with anger. Tsunade, are you trying to vie for the position of Hokage? In Danzo's eyes, Tsunade's actions were seen as building her own momentum and popularity, a clear move in the race for the Hokage title. He didn't consider Sarutobi Shinzo a threat, but the Sunin were a different story, especially Tsunade. Her personal prestige, background, and even strength were notable. Among the Sunin, Orochimaru might be the strongest and the most difficult to deal with, but when it comes to competing for the Hokage position, Tsunade almost overshadowed Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Both the first and second Hokage were her grandfathers, and the Senju clan, as founders of Konoha, held significant influence. The current third Hokage was also her teacher. If Tsunade wanted to ascend to power, almost no one could stop her. I won't lose, Danzo thought. As long as I obtain Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan, no one in Konoha can stop me. Under the pressure from Tsunade, Danzo's eyes burned with ambition. He was more determined than ever in his plan, now even eagerly anticipating the truth of Uchiha Fugaku possessing the Mangeki Sharingan. Only then would he have a chance to fulfill his ambitions. Inside the Hokage's office. With a clatter, the wooden pipe that was always at hand fell to the floor, but this time, no one picked it up, leaving the burning tobacco to extinguish on its own. Sarutobi Shinzo. Looking at the report in his hands, Hiruzen Sarutobi's cloudy, old eyes shed 2 lines of painful tears. He hadn't expected the news to arrive so quickly, and it was not the victory he had hoped for, but a lamentation. Filled with sorrow, Hiruzen's hoarse voice murmured to himself. He seemed to lose all strength and slumped helplessly in his chair. Through the bright sunlight, the third Hokage, also known as the Professor, seemed to age a decade in an instant. His hair white, the only thing on his desk was an unrolled intelligence scroll. Sarutobi Shinzo had been rescued, the enemy was from Kumigakure, but he was unconscious. On the way back, they were ambushed, suspected to be due to a leak of information. Find out who it was. Just then, an Anbu appeared in the office, respectfully handing over a report, saying solemnly, Lord Hokage, urgent news. As Hiruzen opened the new report, he was struck dumb, trembling as he read the contents. He never imagined it would be like this. The report clearly stated that among those accompanying them, a member of the Anbu, dissatisfied with Orochimaru's incident, was also enraged by the rumor that Sarutobi Shinzo was to be the 5th Hokage. This person leaked information, leading to the ambush by enemy ninjas. He believed Shinzo was utterly unqualified to be Hokage, whether in terms of strength, reputation, or breadth of mind, leading to this tragedy. It was me. I caused my own son's death. Tears welled up in Hiruzen's eyes, shaken by the realization that all this was because of his own decisions. If he hadn't denied Orochimaru and chosen Shinzo, whom he trusted most, with blind confidence, without considering the hearts of others, any of the Sunin could have been Hokage without question, such was their reputation. But not Sarutobi Shinzo. Even with the support of the higher UPS, the rank and file would still look down on him. This was unexpected even for Uchiha Yoru, who hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Some things are simply unforeseeable. As for when the third Hokage's eldest son and daughter-in-law died in the original story, it might be related to this incident. In the land of whirlpools, on an island, the base of the hidden leaf. Yoru. Big brother Yoru. After Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui arrived at the camp, the 3 of them met again. Looking at the 2, Uchiha Yoru also showed a smile and nodded. However, seeing Kakashi's somewhat guilty expression, he couldn't help but console him. Kakashi, don't worry. Sarutobi Yumiko was complicit in the incident with Orochimaru-sensei last time, causing such great loss to the village. She truly deserved her fate. As for Sarutobi Shinzo, don't worry. Although I am dissatisfied with the current corruption in the village, I definitely won't easily harm a fellow villager. Nothing will happen to him. Then, Uchiha Yoru explained the situation to the 2, framing the issue with Sarutobi Shivzo on the Cloud Ninja village, thus clearing both of their suspicions. Hearing this, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less guilty. As for Sarutobi Yumiko, she indeed got what she deserved. However, Uchiha Shisui, standing by, frowned slightly. Seeing the relaxed and smiling Yoru, he thought to himself. Big brother Yoru is too kind. If he took this opportunity to have Kakashi eliminate Sarutobi Shinzo, Kakashi would never be able to let go. It seems in the future, I need to become the sharp blade in Yora's hand. Only in this way can we completely eradicate the stubborn corruption of the hidden leaf. If Uchiha Yora knew Shisui's thoughts, he would probably just smile it off. People are different. Kakashi is not the type to submit when you hold something over him. Instead, if you treat him sincerely and let Kakashi see for himself who is right and who is wrong, all he needs to do is nudge Kakashi to make that choice. Chapter 194, Konan and Nagato. This chapter is sponsored by Hurdy. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. The incident involving Sarutobi Shinzo was not publicized, as it would only negatively impact the morale of the Leaf Village. However, it also worsened the relationship between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Ninja Village. In the land of whirlpools. Let's go! With the sea breeze blowing, a merchant ship sets sail. Uchiha Yoru, with a carefree smile, waves goodbye, accompanied by Uchiha Shisui and Hitaki Kakashi. Take care, big brother Yoru. On the ship, the youthful Uchiha Itachi follows his teacher, preparing to return to the village with him. As the ship sails away, Uchiha Yoru sighs wistfully, watching the land of whirlpools shrink to a dot. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi looks on, puzzled. Teacher Yoru, are we returning this time? The perceptive Uchiha Itachi looks doubtful. Yoru glances at him, noting Itachi's youthful yet mature demeanor that seems natural and fitting. Finally, Yoru lifts his head, enjoying a moment of tranquility, his thoughts unreadable. This is a mission to return to the village. Remember to burn this afterwards. He hands a scroll to Itachi. The dark green scroll, already unsealed, contains an S-rank mission personally assigned by the third Hokage. An S-rank mission involves national secrets and critical issues. It may include tasks like participating in wars at the invitation of other countries, assassinating key figures, or transporting confidential documents. The reward exceeds 1 million RY. After reading the scroll quickly, Itachi's young eyes widened in shock. Then, he burns the scroll in the wind, leaving no trace. The two remain silent. After a while, Yoru softly asks, Itachi, do you have any questions about this mission? Despite his young age, Itachi, with a calm mind, voices his thoughts directly. Teacher Yoru, the radicals under the Fire Country's daimyo are becoming stronger, especially the Fire Temple, one of the daimyo's most relied upon forces outside of the Leaf Village. The rise of radical voices in the Fire Temple could affect the village's interests. The mission is straightforward, to assassinate a monk named Daiku from the Fire Temple, who is expected to travel to the daimyo's residence in half a month. As Yoru listens to Itachi's understanding, he smiles and shakes his head. Itachi, what do you think is the deeper meaning of this? Can you see it? Itachi, after a moment of silence, shares his speculation. Teacher Yoru, this is a trap set by the village for the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha get involved, they will be feared by the daimyo, and the village wants the Uchiha to be isolated. Yoru nods at Itachi's analysis. The village is ready to act, hence the plan to strengthen defenses and weaken the Uchiha clan. Once the Uchiha are involved, they will have no external support. Within the Fire Country, the Uchiha clan is almost isolated in the village. Their only potential ally is the daimyo of the Fire Country. The third Hokage's strategy is ruthless and fatal. By eliminating Daiku, a radical elder of the Fire Temple, the Leaf Village sees it as a move against the radicals, but for the daimyo, it's the loss of a loyal follower. Especially the identity of the monk Daiku is not simple, he holds a high rank in the Fire Temple, equivalent to that of an elder. Once Uchiha takes this action, the daimyo will surely despise Uchiha. The young Uchiha Itachi has experienced too many things and has seen through the darkness and corruption of the village. He is angered and disheartened by the fact that, even though the borders are not yet stable, the decayed higher UPS of the village have already started infighting. Straighten your clothes, from now on we too are rogue ninjas. The village's mission must be completed, but we cannot let Uchiha disgrace the daimyo. Uchiha Yoru, confident in his plan, reveals a confident smile, attracting Uchiha Itachi with his charisma. Under the setting sun, the afterglow illuminating Uchiha Yoru gives him the appearance of wearing a robe of rosy light, a sight that leaves Uchiha Itachi in a daze. In the land of whirlpools, Konoha, Hitaki Kakashi serves as the frontline commander, with Uchiha Shisui as his deputy, giving face to the Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Yoru, he is ordered to return to the village to recuperate, which is quite a face-saving arrangement. Under the snowstorm, the world returned to tranquility, except for a few small towns that still breathed an air of prosperity. The villagers of other villages all hid inside their houses, relying on stored food to get through the cold winter. Short Book Street. A bustling small town within the borders of the Fire Country, this place served as a transportation hub. It was frequented by merchants and travelers, and countless goods flowed through here. Even under the snowstorm, the town thrived. The streets were busy with merchants' carriages coming and going. Itaki, your body limits your current chakra, but at your age, your chakra is already much stronger than your peers. When we return to the village, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. For now, continue practicing chakra control. A tall and short figure walked on the street. Facing his teacher's earnest instruction, Uchiha Itaki respectfully nodded, I understand, teacher. For Uchiha Itaki, being a genius of his clan, he bore the family's responsibility from birth. While he was praised, few truly cared for him. His teacher's concern for his health brought a warm feeling to his heart. Uchiha Itaki's talent was exceptional, easily grasped complex concepts, deserving the description of grasping 1 and understanding 3. Uchiha Yoru, his teacher, couldn't help but marvel at Itaki's talent, worthy of joining the Anbu at 11 and unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan at 13. Teaching a genius was indeed a worry-free task. Teacher, according to the information, our target should pass by here at the end of the month, before the new year. As they walked on the snow, making crunching sounds, Uchiha Yoru nodded thoughtfully, we don't need to worry about that, Itaki. Our task is to wait for the target here and then ambush. But if something happens to the target before that? Pausing, his teacher gave a meaningful smile under Itaki's gaze. The intelligent Itaki instantly understood something. Uchiha Yoru continued, if that happens, it's not our concern but a problem with the village's intelligence. Let's go. Our current identities are disguised as wandering ninjas with medical ninjutsu. Until our target arrives, we continue playing our roles. Thus, the two figures, one tall and one short, approached an ordinary inn and stepped inside. Mr. Yoru, you're here. In an ordinary room, as Uchiha Yoru and Itaki entered, someone greeted them softly. It was clear this wasn't their first visit. A tall and cool young woman with light blue-violet short hair in a bun, wearing a light blue paper flower on the right side of her head, with light orange-yellow eyes, a refined face, light purple eyeshadow, and a lip piercing approached them. Though not their first meeting, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but inwardly sigh at the uncanny fate. Instead of meeting the big fish Tsunade in Short Book Street, they encountered this person. Konan, you're too polite. It's just a fair trade of payment for treating the injured. Facing the girl in front of him, Uchiha Yoru remained unmoved, instead calmly feigning the nature of a seasoned, wandering ninja. Indeed, the so-called girl before him was Konan, the angel of the Akatsuki. No one expected to encounter her here. Just then, a cough sounded from inside the house. Uchiha Yoru calmly instructed his follower, Itaki, Itaki, be on guard outside. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Itaki calmly observed the house. Although it wasn't his first visit, he was still cautious. After ensuring there were no traps, he went out and hid in a concealed spot to keep watch. This did not escape Konan's notice. But such caution was normal for a wandering ninja, as the careless ones would have long lain on the cold ground. Mr. Yoru, my brother has recovered a lot recently thanks to your care. Konan, posing as a wounded ninja from a small country during an escort mission, expressed her gratitude. She was secretly relieved to have found a ninja with good medical skills after so many years, especially since Nagato's condition was improving. Inside the house, a thin, red-haired Nagato slowly lifted his head. His hair obscured his eyes, making it difficult to see clearly, but upon seeing the visitor, a rare look of relief appeared on his usually cold and merciless face. Mr. Yoru. Uchiha Yoru's identity was that of a wandering ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu, just as Konan and Nagato were also wandering ninjas, each hiding their true identities. One needed treatment, and the other just happened to be skilled in medical ninjutsu. Your body is better off not moving right now. Uchiha Yoru quickly assumed his role, while Nagato and Konan exchanged glances silently, hiding their true intentions. The 6 paths of pain were already hidden in various blind spots, undetectable by Uchiha Itaki at the moment. This is your payment for this time. Upon meeting, Konan slowly took out a generous payment. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru showed a relaxed expression, and even Konan's usually cold face revealed a rare smile. In Konan's eyes, the other party had treated them many times without any ill intentions and was greedy, which had completely gained her trust, although only in terms of identity. The necessary precautions were still fully in place. After receiving the payment, Uchiha Yoru sat at the bedside, his hands emitting a faint green medical chakra as he began to examine Nagato. The burns on your legs are quite severe, obviously caused by explosive tags, and it's been some time. Also, you must have been using jutsu with severe side effects for a long time, leading to your current condition. Although they had heard this before, Nagato and Konan couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation each time Uchiha Yoru mentioned the cause of the injuries. Uchiha Yoru, squinting, examined Nagato's body and then shook his head. Your body is so weak, yet I can feel a strong life force within you. It's a pity. Had you not been injured, you would definitely have been a formidable ninja. Nagato remained unmoved by Uchiha Yoru's sentiments, as the latter wouldn't know that he was already a renowned figure in the wandering ninja world. Both were unaware of each other's true identities. They only knew each other as Yoru. It's the same as usual. I will use medical ninjutsu to accelerate the repair of your cells, but only the active ones, your legs. Uchiha Yoru shook his head at this point, prompting Konan to ask, is there really no way? Konan. Faced with the fate of his legs, Nagato had long accepted it, although Konan had never given up over the years. Observing Nagato's eyes, there was a hint of desolation in Konan's eyes. As this scene unfolded, Uchiha Yoru thought deeply. In the original story, Nagato's legs were useless, but it wasn't likely that they were neglected from the beginning. Treatment must have been attempted before it was abandoned. Clearly, Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, had become a source of concern for Obito, who watched coldly from the shadows, causing Nagato to miss the best opportunity for treatment. In the original story, it was mentioned that Nagato was ambushed by Hanzo during the Third Great Ninja War, which should place the timeline towards the end of that war. Looking at Nagato and Konan, Uchiha Yoru showed a hint of hesitation, a scene that didn't escape the notice of the two. Konan couldn't help but ask directly, Mr. Yoru, is there any difficulty with Nagato's legs? Gazing at Konan, in the prime of her youth, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. It's not a difficulty, but rather that too much time has passed, leaving no chance for healing. Although Uchiha Yoru said this, his hesitant look made the astute Konan think of something, her expression turning firm. In her heart, as long as there was hope, she would not give up, especially since her only companion now was Nagato. Mr. Yoru, Nagato is my companion. As long as there's hope, I won't give up. Konan looked earnestly at Uchiha Yoru, saying firmly, I am willing to offer a substantial reward, one that will surely satisfy you. With the conversation reaching this point, even Nagato, who had given up, showed a flicker of emotion in his eyes upon hearing Konan's promise. After all, no one ever wishes to remain unable to stand, especially those who have lost this ability tend to cherish it even more after its loss. Chapter 195, Ideal World. This chapter is sponsored by Red Rabbit. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. In the inn. My medical ninjutsu is limited and cannot heal you, especially since the muscles in your legs have atrophied, and more importantly, the meridians have necrotized. However, I have heard of a few methods. Under the hopeful gaze of Konan and Nagato, Uchiha Yoru's expression gradually became solemn. The medical saint of Konoha, Sunan Tsunade, might have a way to treat this. When Uchiha Yoru mentioned this, Konan and Nagato couldn't help but show a bitter smile, immediately dismissing this idea. Another option is to find a suitable match for legs and undergo limb transplantation. This requires nearly perfect matches for bone marrow and blood type, and there's a risk of rejection, so long-term observation and treatment are necessary. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Konan frowned. Such medical ninjutsu was extremely rare, even among the 5 great shinobi villages. More importantly, the need for long-term observation and treatment made Nagato and Konan consider absorbing the other party into their organization. However, when a third option was mentioned, they had other ideas. Another is the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple. Under the dubious gaze of Nagato and Konan, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, discussing this almost hopeless possibility. It's rumored that the Fire Temple possesses senjutsu. The first Hokage, known as the god of the shinobi world, is said to have learned senjutsu there, though this is just a legend. Senjutsu is rumored to have great power, even capable of reviving the dead and instantly healing any injury. As Uchiha Yoru slowly spoke of the rumors about senjutsu, he was secretly calculating. He wasn't lying, senjutsu was indeed powerful. Whether they learned senjutsu at the Fire Temple would only be beneficial for him. After all, a stronger Nagato and Konan would only make Uchiha Obito wary. And as for Akatsuki being too strong? What did that have to do with him? Akatsuki's plan wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, it needed to be executed step by step. Currently, Uchiha Yoru himself was in a precarious position, and Uchiha Obito was involved in the Uchiha clan massacre. In other words, causing trouble for Uchiha Obito meant lessening his own burdens. Senjutsu. Seeing Nagato and Konan muttering to themselves, as if considering this the most feasible option, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head. Senjutsu is a secret of the Fire Temple, taught only to the current head priest, a few elders, and the successor. It's not easily taught to outsiders. Konan and Nagato seemed to have made up their minds. Thank you, Mr. Yoru. Although it was just some information, Konan, known as the little rich woman of the shinobi world, didn't hesitate to offer a generous reward. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru's smile widened. Thank you. While putting money in his pocket, a red book came out, which Konan didn't pay attention to. However, Nagato's eyes rippled when he saw it. Mr. Yat, do you also read this book, My Struggle? Seeing Nagato attracted to the book, Uchiha Yoru smiled, holding the red-covered book, and shook his head teasingly. No, I don't read it. Under Nagato's disappointed gaze, Uchiha Yoru's next words lit up an inexplicable light in Nagato's eyes. However, I am the writer of it. With a teasing look, Uchiha Yoru laughed and put the book into his ninja bag, saying self-mockingly, it's just some of my own fantasies. No. At this moment, a fiery light burst from Nagato's hidden eyes under his red hair, a stark contrast to his previous indifference. I believe your book has seen through the true essence of the ninja world, even foreseeing another future for it. Watching Nagato's fervent, fan-like demeanor, Uchiha Yoru awkwardly waved his hand with a smile. Don't say that. It's just my feelings about the cruelty of the battlefield, and fantasies after the god of the shinobi world from Konoha chose a path of peace and failed. This book is all about my ideal world. After all, everyone hopes for a better world. What if the god of the ninja world had chosen a different path? Sir, in your book, you believe in the supremacy of bloodline, especially that the ninja world must change, using a new will to cultivate the land for the ninja world, to secure daily bread for everyone. This world makes me deeply emotional every time I read it. At this moment, Nagato, far from his usual aloof demeanor, looked completely passionate. Konan, standing beside them, was taken aback. Although she didn't understand, she didn't interrupt the two and went to prepare tea for them instead. Talking about the book, the two seemed to have found a common topic. Especially for Nagato, the man before him was the author. He had to clear all his doubts, even if it meant losing the chance to treat his legs. My Struggle is a book written by Uchiha Yoru after Orochimaru was driven away. It tells the story of how the protagonist strengthens the chaotic ninja world with his own ideas and ultimately builds his dream ninja world. Such imaginative novels are not rare, with many more direct books about becoming the strongest shadow or the god of the ninja world, and winning over a beauty. This book is not popular, but those who are touched by it are attracted by its deep meaning. Sir, may I ask why you have such a bloodline supremacy concept? And the peace philosophy in the book. Although it's just an idealistic book, Nagato is fervently passionate, only someone who has experienced all this can understand some of the idealism in the book. The two quickly engaged in conversation on the same topic, and Uchiha Yoru, facing his fan, did not hesitate and began to speak nostalgically about his inspiration for creating the book. I have been through 3 wars, seen the cruelty of the ninja world's wars, so I've always wondered, why there is no peace in the ninja world, what kind of world would be peaceful? Konoha's will of fire, although it created the strongest ninja village, obviously did not create peace. I also understand the will of stone from Uegakuer, and others. Although they are successful examples, all of them have too limited a scope. But while on a long mission, I suddenly had an epiphany from 2 villages. In this passage, Uchiha Yoru seems to be expressing a sentiment that no one else can understand. Nagato becomes an avid reader, eager to uncover all secrets, while Konan elegantly sits nearby, occasionally pouring tea for them as a faithful listener. Outside the door, Uchiha Itachi is also listening intently. He knows about his teacher writing a book, but has never delved into its content or the pen name used. Yoru narrates a story. There were 2 chaotic villages fighting over a well. But with the appearance of ninjas, these once fierce villages became obedient under their powerful influence. The ninja then dug a well for each village, ending their disputes. He continues, later, due to certain reasons, the ninja could only manage one village. Under his administration, this village, though not prosperous, was well managed. Nagato is lost in thought, realizing this isn't just a story, but reality. Even Konan is captivated by these tales. Yoru, while narrating, reveals his emotions, especially when the story gets vivid. He says, a seemingly trivial matter became significant when I visited the other village, which plunged me into confusion. Without the ninja's presence, that village descended into chaos and even split into factions. The village head monopolized the well and exploited the villagers. Two groups seized the original well, leading to 3 factions in a small village. Initially restrained, these groups became more aggressive and greedy as they amassed wealth, leaving the villagers powerless against them. With weapons, these groups became more oppressive, forcing villagers to join them against others. Refusal led to relentless abuse and frequent bloodshed. In 6 months, the village's population dropped from several hundred to just over 200, filled with hatred. Yoru's story, simple yet profound, deeply unsettles Nagato and Konan, as they realize these events truly happened. Is this not the evolution seen from small villages to the current ninja world? They wonder. Under their astonished gaze, Yoru appears sorrowful and contemplative. The ninja, upon returning, realized a truth while comparing the 2 villages: it is power that restrains human greed, and the strong who establish order. Even if life is harder, there is no chaos. The other village also had strong individuals, but their human nature was filled with selfish desires. Yoru concludes excitedly, so, why are there wars in the ninja world? Not because there are too many powerful individuals, but because there is no one with absolute power. If someone like the once god of the ninja world had eternal life, or if his absolute power prevailed, would there still be wars? Nagato and Konan are left in shock, seeing Yoru not just as a ninja or a writer, but as a visionary deserving their respect. Nagato, resonating with this ideology, eagerly asks, so you think? His own philosophy had only considered preventing war, but Yoru's vision was more encompassing. Or perhaps, he only had a vague concept of the various past events, not even knowing them himself, but the other person articulated these vague concepts clearly, instantly resonating with him. Right. Who is the most powerful in the ninja world? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru showed a fervent expression, firmly stating, it's the bloodline ninjas. They are born with immense power. Each bloodline ninja can take on 2 or even 3 opponents alone. And have you noticed, bloodline ninjas all come from powerful clans? In the civilian ninja class, I won't deny there are strong individuals. But if we count carefully, among the famous ninjas of various countries today, and over the past 100 years, we have to admit a fact: bloodline ninjas make up 80% of the strong. Civilians don't even account for 20%. So, I believe bloodline ninjas are the future of the ninja world. What the ninja world lacks now is a person. Someone who can unite all bloodline ninjas. Uchiha Yoru became increasingly fervent, even looking at Nagato and saying, if there is such a person, who unites nearly all bloodline ninjas in the ninja world, they will become the strongest force in the ninja world. Under this person's leadership, the voice that is emitted will represent the will of one person. Do you think there will be peace in the ninja world? In Uchiha Yoru's fanatical world, Nagato shivered upon hearing this, his body hair standing on end, looking at the other with a tingling scalp, his Rinnegan eyes hidden behind red hair filled with excitement. A kindred spirit. Although he somewhat disagreed, their philosophies were aligned. The other's belief in the strength of bloodline warriors was the same as his pursuit of the 9-tailed beasts, and ultimately, their goals were the same. That is, for the ninja world to express the will of one person. Sir. At this moment, Nagato looked excitedly at the other, while Uchiha Yoru, realizing he had somewhat lost his composure, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. These are my thoughts, born from witnessing the cruelty of the ninja wars, and then I wrote about my ideal world of peace. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's sentiment, Nagato showed not a hint of mockery but admiration instead, nodding solemnly, Sir, your talent is unparalleled in our nation. This moment further enriched Nagato's concept of peace. Previously, he only thought that making the world feel pain, using the powerful force of the tailed beasts to instill fear in the world, would bring peace. The process of which he only had a vague concept, unlike now, which seemed incredibly clear, as if the other person was sent by the heavens. Chapter 196, My Struggle. This chapter is sponsored by Red Rabbit. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. However, there is one aspect of the Mister's philosophy that I cannot agree with. At this moment, Nagato no longer displayed his usual indifference, but was instead in a state of frenzied excitement upon encountering a kindred spirit. The world is full of bloodline ninja, just like carps crossing the river. Prejudices between people are like a huge mountain, not to mention some are from the land of fire, others from the hidden cloud village, already under the shadow of hatred. How can they unite as one? Even if such a person appears, how can they quell the hatred? Therefore, I believe what the ninja world lacks is a presence like the god of the ninja world, the first Hokage, who could suppress the entire world with his power. Nagato excitedly shared his thoughts, something he had dared not reveal to others for many years, not even to his own people. After all, his ideas were too advanced, beyond the understanding of others, who would more likely consider him delusional. Observing Nagato's obsessive and frenetic demeanor, Uchiha Yura feigned a carefree smile and waved his hand. This is just a book, an ideal world. People who have suffered a lot dream of another ideal world, which obviously cannot be taken as reality. But I do agree with what you said. For the first time, Nagato heard someone affirm his philosophy, which stirred an indescribable excitement in him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yura maintained a relaxed smile. Between them, it seemed as if one was seriously considering how this ideal world should proceed, aspiring to make it a reality, while the other's relaxed smile seemed to discuss how the ideal world in his book could be more logical. But as you said, a strong presence like the god of the ninja world, even if it's the legendary sage of the six paths, poses a problem. While this figure is alive, there might be peace in the ninja world, but what happens when they die, as all humans must? This rhetorical question left Nagato stunned, while Uchiha Yura continued, shaking his head with a sigh. Just like the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world in his time, upon his death, war broke out in the ninja world. The two men, one serious, the other seemingly discussing the rationality of a book's content. Seeing Nagato in a daze, Uchiha Yura slowly took out his red-covered book from his tool bag. Since you like this book so much, Nagato, I will give it to you. After leaving the manuscript, Nagato seemed lost in confusion, while Konan, who had been listening, was moved and stood up to see the visitor off. At that moment, in Konan's eyes, the visitor was no longer just an ordinary ninja, but a fellow believer in the peace of the ninja world. Take care, sir. This change in attitude was certainly felt by Uchiha Yura, who said to Konan, you should talk more with Nagato. He's become somewhat introverted, seemingly lost in the world of this book. Uchiha Yura seemed to be speaking from the perspective of a medical ninja, discussing a patient's condition, but Konan's usually cold face showed a rare smile of gratitude. Take care, sir. I will take good care of Nagato. As Konan bowed deeply, a look of melancholy flashed in her eyes. The conversation between two people from different worlds had resonated with each other. The visitor thought Nagato was lost in the fantasy world of the book due to years of disability-induced introversion, but only Konan knew that this was the direction they had been striving for. Itaki, let's go. After stepping out, the figures of Uchiha Itaki and his teacher, Uchiha Yura, a tall and short silhouette, once again walked onto the street, their backs gradually disappearing into this ordinary inn. They tread on the thick snow. Uchiha Itaki, who rarely showed curiosity, turned to look at his teacher. Teacher Yura, can I see the book you wrote? During their recent conversation, he sensed his teacher's philosophy in the book, and its philosophy resonated with him, feeling like the will of fire. No, it seemed like an upgraded version, not limited to one village or country, but rather a philosophy of peace starting from the entire ninja world. Why are there wars in the ninja world, and what restrains the evil in human nature? Some of the stories in the book seem to explain it all. The evil in human nature can be controlled by mutual understanding, but what if someone harbors malicious intent? In the end, everything points to one thing: power. Only those with power can talk about mutual understanding, and even if they dislike the evil ones, they are forced to accept it. It just so happens that I have the manuscript of this book here, with many of my interpretations. If you don't mind, Itaki, I'll give this book to you. Uchiha Yura took out a book identical to the one he had given to Nagato from his tool bag, smiling and jokingly added. However, Itaki, remember one thing: everyone should have their own thoughts, not just imitate others. So, you can read this book, but you should view and judge it from your own perspective. It wasn't clear if Uchiha Itachi understood or not, but he respectfully took the red-covered book with both hands and carefully placed it in his tool bag. For Uchiha Yoru, this scene brought only a smile to his eyes. The things he wanted to do had already begun to unfold. The first step was to spread his philosophy, letting more people know and even accept it, especially on the border front line. In those tedious days, books became the best spiritual medicine to pass the time. Moreover, the most attractive part of the book was the theory of bloodline supremacy, quietly spreading among the bloodline ninjas on the front lines. Bloodline ninjas represent strength, often occupying higher positions in the ninja corps, and thus, the civilian ninjas would gradually notice and be drawn to a book that the powerful bloodline ninjas liked. After all, the novels in the ninja world almost always start with civilians and follow cliché plots, lacking the emotional richness of this book. Especially since this book contained many hidden messages. At first glance, they might go unnoticed, but as one delves deeper, they would be drawn to its philosophy, gradually shaping their vague understanding. Most ninjas detest war and yearn for peace, especially those who had just experienced the Third Great Ninja War, who were well aware of war's cruelty. This book would not have been so appealing if it were placed in the peaceful era at the start of the story. After all, humans are forgetful creatures. A decade or so after the war, the new generation would not understand the cruelty of war, and the older generation would gradually forget, naturally reducing the resonance of the book's ideas. Teacher Yoru, I understand. The young Uchiha Itachi nodded firmly, understanding his teacher's intent, but he too was a ninja who longed for peace and wanted to see what exactly was written in the book. And so, as the two of them, one tall and one short, made their way back, elsewhere. In the inn, Nagato leaned against the bed, continuously flipping through an old book. Every page bore signs of wear, even containing the original author's insights and various interpretations. When the book closed, an unusual blush appeared on Nagato's usually impassive face, causing Konan, who was nearby, to worry. Nagato, are you all right? Konan. Nagato, taking a deep breath, revealed his mysterious Rinnegan eyes, once cold but now filled with determination. This book, I think you must read it. It's no longer just a simple book, but an ideology. A book with the thought of peace in the ninja world, filling the void in our own beliefs. At this moment, the book My Struggle, a red-covered volume, had become Nagato's treasured life philosophy. Konan, stunned, nodded, okay, I will study it carefully. She had never seen Nagato so resolute. The Nagato she knew, though powerful, merely inherited Yahiko's ideals. His firm beliefs were actually hollow, but now she saw real resolve in Nagato's eyes. In the original story, despite Nagato's years of struggle, he was swayed by the protagonist's words, due in part to the protagonist's aura, but more importantly, because Nagato's ideals were inherently hollow, mostly inherited from Yahiko. Konan. Before we gather the tailed beasts, I need to recover my body. Nagato's resolute words instantly brought a radiant smile to Konan's face. Nagato was finally living with his own fighting spirit, not just dwelling in pain and guilt. Before the start of spring, the elders from the fire temple visit the daimyo of the land of fire. They should be on their way now, we just need to investigate properly. Listening to Konan, a strand of red hair fluttered before the Rinnegan. Nagato's gaunt face showed a youthful spirit as he said firmly, good. Our target this time is the senjutsu of the fire temple. Within 3 days, I will find out everything, Konan nodded firmly. Find the senjutsu training method of the fire temple. If this doesn't work, then the temple itself is our next target. Nagato's determination was unprecedented. He needed a healthy body to live longer. He even had a plan in mind. Recover, continue with Akatsuki's ideology, and after establishing peace in the ninja world, seek immortality. The longer he lived, the longer the world would remain at peace. Back in the inn, Uchiha Yoru was unaware that his deliberate statements today had such a profound impact on Akatsuki's Nagato, filling the void in his beliefs and reigniting his fighting spirit. Time passes by, and in a warm house under the snow, the young Uchiha Itachi's eyes gleam with passion and determination. He is holding a red book, revered as a guiding classic. He frequently writes down his insights in another notebook, carefully flipping through the well-read book, as if afraid to damage its fragile pages, feeling unworthy to leave his own notes on it. Itachi, this is just another ideal world of mine, not yours. You don't need to be so obsessed. You should think from your own perspective and even propose your own critical ideas. Uchiha Yoru looks helplessly at Itachi, who seems obsessed, but his smile reveals his excitement at being taken seriously by someone else. No. Itake solemnly closes the red book, considered supreme in his life. Looking at his teacher, his calm eyes hide an inexplicable fervor. Teacher Yoru's philosophy is no longer limited to a family or a village, but to the entire ninja world. Each reading brings new insights. Itake feels ashamed compared to his teacher. He once looked down on other ninjas, thinking they were simple and thoughtless. But now, he realizes he is no different. His thoughts were once only about his village and family. But now, he understands that compared to Teacher Yoru, he is merely a firefly's light against the bright moon. Suddenly, a swift hawk from Konoha knocks at the window. Opening the window, a cold breeze dispels the warmth inside. Itake and Yoru look solemn. Yoru retrieves a secret letter from the hawk's leg, and his pupils shrink upon reading its content. Not good. Elder Daiko has been ambushed en route, and all his companions are dead. Despite expecting it, Yoru is still shocked by the decisive actions of the Akatsuki organization. Itake, pack up the good stuff. We need to leave immediately. Yes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Itake quickly gets ready, and the two vanish from the inn. Two shadows disappear into the snowy streets of Shortbook Street. Fire Temple. Under the snowy sky, the sacred fire temple of the Land of Fire reeks of blood. Bodies are everywhere, and 6 figures in black and red cloud uniforms coldly erase traces of their jutsu inside the temple. Painful groans echo as one of the 6 paths of pain, the human path, holds the head of the temple's chief monk. The old monk's face is blank, drooling uncontrollably, as his memories are being extracted by a secret technique. Under the terrifying power of the human path's Rinnegan, no brain seal can resist, and the memories are easily accessed. Meanwhile, in a dark cave near the fire temple, a gaunt Nagato shows a slight smile. Konan, we have collected all the senjutsu training from the fire temple. Konan smiles and nods. Nagato, make sure to erase all traces. It's not yet time for Akatsuki to be exposed. The fire temple holds significant status in the Land of Fire. Their actions were too conspicuous, requiring careful erasure of all evidence since it's not yet time for Akatsuki to reveal themselves. Senjutsu, truly a miraculous existence. After battling a high monk of the fire temple trained in senjutsu, an unexpected senjutsu attack caught the 6 paths of pain off guard. If not for the Rinnegan's bizarre and powerful abilities, it would have been difficult to handle. Chapter 197, 6 Paths of Pain. This chapter is sponsored by Jose Vega. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. The snow on the branches falls lightly with a tremor, as 2 dark shadows appear on a pipe. Teacher Yoru, there has been a battle here, but the traces of the battle have been completely destroyed. Only the traces of a large spirit beast and the explosion marks of the explosive tag can be seen. Faced with the battle traces that have long been buried and destroyed, the meticulous Uchiha Itake calmly begins to analyze, while Uchiha Yoru looks up calmly at the treetops opposite. It's only then that Uchiha Itake, looking up, notices his teacher's action and immediately follows his gaze, his eyes sharpening. Incredibly, he didn't sense any presence, only to see a figure from the leaf's anbu squatting on the treetop, looking at them with cold eyes. The elder of the fire temple was ambushed on his way to the daimyo's residence, and the opponent was cautious, leaving no traceable clues. The anbu on the treetop calmly reports their information, while Uchiha Yoru looks around cautiously, seeing in his eyes 3 other anbu members examining the details, as if trying to find out some information. The elder of the fire temple is not weak in strength, and this time the entourage to the daimyo's residence should all be elite, but it seems there were no survivors, and moreover, Uchiha Yoru's eyes become more solemn as he speaks. There are several routes from the fire temple to the daimyo's residence, including water and land routes, and each time the fire temple chooses a different route, unknown to anyone. Only the Shortbook Street is the only meeting place, but the ninja monks of the fire temple were ambushed before reaching Shortbook Street, so it's very likely that the information was leaked internally. Uchiha Yoru's calm analysis leads the anbu members to nod in agreement, as such analysis and judgment are correct given the lack of information. After all, no one would have expected the terror of the 6 paths of pain of the Akatsuki, and more importantly, the information. After finding the target, a tight plan needs to be arranged, and there's not enough time, as the opponent can't just push through. Finding the target and then pushing through? Facing this idea, everyone can only sneer, yet what everyone deems unreasonable, is indeed the reality. Information gap. Just then, a messenger hawk sounds, and the Anbu, though wearing masks, show shock in their eyes. Something happened at the fire temple. The Hokage orders all nearby leaf ninjas to assist the fire temple, investigating all traces. This Anbu squad leader, after reading the message, immediately issues the order to assist the members still searching for clues in the area. This scene makes Uchiha Yoru more shocked, inwardly admiring the 6 paths of pain, or rather, Nagato, who is truly a person who does great things when inspired. Quick to react and ruthless in methods, it seems the fire temple is almost gone, as even the 5 great ninja villages tremble at the actions of this person. Itaki, return to Short Book Street. Seeing the Anbu leaving the scene quickly without even searching for more clues, everyone knows they're facing a difficult problem. Yes, Teacher Yoru. Although Uchiha Itaki is a genius, his current strength is not yet sufficient to handle too much. Looking at Itaki's serious expression, Uchiha Yoru seems to understand what the other is thinking. When he sees no one around, he quietly shakes his head at Itaki. Itaki, my plan is to hire rogue ninjas through a bounty to set up an ambush. This isn't something I did. I don't know about it. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itaki also nods slightly. Although he has a fanatical admiration for his teacher, it has not reached the point of blindness. Perhaps the elder monk of the fire temple, who was ambushed, could do it, but the fire temple? Uchiha Itaki knows that this is a military force, with overall strength not inferior to the village's Anbu. It is a force comparable to the Uchiha clan, not something that can be shaken by one person. Clearly, this was a premeditated incident, and their task just happened to be done by someone else. Looking at Uchiha Itaki's expression, Uchiha Yoru's serious heart mutters secretly. The 4th ninja war is still far away, and the ninja world's understanding of powerful ninjas is still basic, so they do not know that some powerful ninjas truly have the ability to shake a major village. But he feels no need to explain. Even if he did, would anyone believe him? Instead, he might be suspected. A tall and short figure quickly moves through the forest. In the cold wind, a piece of white paper slowly appears in the forest, and Uchiha Yoru, who is moving fast, seems to sense something. After making hand signs secretly, Uchiha Yoru, who is on the move, lowers his voice to Itaki, speed up and return to Short Book Street. Yes, teacher, Uchiha Itaki, although somewhat puzzled, does not ask questions due to his meticulous mind. Instead, he calmly quickened his pace. In the forest, 6 figures dressed in black with red clouds slowly appear. Just then, as pieces of white paper appear, a figure emerges. However, just as Konan appears and is about to say something, the expressions of the 6 people and Konan suddenly stiffen as a dark shadow descends. Upon seeing the newcomer, a shock appears in their cold eyes. The shadow flashes past, and Konan's hand, which wants to resist, slowly loosens. The shadow kidnaps her and vanishes, leaving a trail on the ground. Miss Konan, it seems you've been careless. When the shadow reveals his true face, showing Uchiha Yoru's smile, he looks at Konan and says, it seems you've been targeted, but this time I'll give you a discount. This statement makes the atmosphere somewhat tense. The emotionless eyes of the 6 paths of pain reveal a hint of nervousness, and Nagato, hiding in a distant tree hole, is dumbfounded. It seems like a misunderstanding. The current situation seems like a misunderstanding, but it indeed looks like one. After all, 6 mysterious people in strange outfits kidnapping a woman is not uncommon in the ninja world, especially those who kidnap women with special chakra natures. Mr. Yoru. Konan, not wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, looks at the current situation. Her eyes twitch involuntarily. Although this is a misunderstanding, in the cold ninja world, this action also brings a rare warmth to the cold hearts. Good people are few. A pair of black eyes calmly gazed at the 6 paths of pain opposite. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face revealed a confident smile, and his heart was secretly calculating that he should not have messed up, especially since you didn't wear a uniform, which was a perfect opportunity to boost friendly values. You and your forehead protectors. Upon clearly seeing the 6 figures of the 6 paths of pain, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a solemn expression, and he quietly said to Konan behind him in a deep voice, they are rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. I'll cover you. Prepare to escape back to Short Book Street. Is Nagato all right? Under the guise of a caring inquiry, Konan, shielded behind him, was somewhat amused but kept her usual cool composure, her face unchanged, though she stiffly nodded her head. Nagato is still in the inn. I was targeted by them while out gathering supplies. Clearly, Konan and Nagato had been moved by Mr. Yoru in this unexpected encounter, and she had no choice but to continue playing along. Caught off guard, Konan felt a warm touch on her cold palm, seeing the other person silently place a stack of explosive tags in her hand, and also felt a touch on her hip. Her instinct was to get angry, but feeling a thick stack of explosive tags suddenly appearing in her ninja pouch, she was stunned again. Uchiha Yoru, standing in front of her, wore a solemn expression, staring at the six figures and said in a firm voice, "Rogue ninjas from the Rain Village, what are you planning by sneaking into the land of fire?" Faced with the question, the six paths of pain remained silent. At this moment, Nagato, hidden in the dark, was also bewildered. Fortunately, these were six puppet bodies controlled by him, otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru launched an attack, spewing flames from his mouth in all directions, effectively blocking all escape routes for the opponents. Run! Konan, not one to be outdated, immediately understood the awkward situation and hurriedly dodged away. Without hesitation, Konan turned and fled, swiftly moving through the forest, leaving only a silhouette behind. How is this possible? A burly man, the P2W, stood in front of the other five, extending his hands and instantly absorbing the wildly incoming fire release jutsu, a scene that shocked Uchiha Yoru. Who are you? Devapath, Pain, stepped forward, appearing as the leader among the six, coldly staring at the other and asking. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru observed the six people in front of him, his expression gradually becoming more solemn, and he said in a firm voice, "It seems I was underestimated." Uchiha Yoru's disguise was flawless, as if encountering such strange ninja techniques for the first time. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The speed at which the seals were formed to activate the ninjutsu even surprised the six paths of pain. However, a towering fire dragon was already roaring towards them. The P2W rushed forward again, extending its hands to directly absorb the incoming ninjutsu, but at that moment, a flash of cold light swept by. Uchiha Yoru had already arrived in front of them. Due to his disguise, he did not use a ninja blade but instead launched a surprise punch. However, his wrist was caught by another person. Not good. In the moment he was restrained, as if he had been careless, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed, and he instantly kicked the attacker away with a side kick. His swift body movements were already flashing among the six paths of pain. Bang bang! In a brief moment, with after-images flickering, Uchiha Yoru clashed back and forth with the six paths of pain, without gaining any upper hand. How is this possible? Every attack from a blind spot was easily dodged by the opponent. Uchiha Yoru, with a shocked expression, quickly flashed away from the fray and stood on a treetop, his expression growing even more solemn. Similarly, the six paths of pain below looked at their opponent coldly, but at this moment, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, frowned, pondering how to end this farce. He didn't want to harm this gentleman. Through the eyes of the six paths of pain, Nagato saw Mr. Yoru's solemn expression, but the next moment he was stunned. He saw a slowly emerging scarlet hue in the eyes of the other party under such circumstances. 3 Tomo spinning, the Sharingan. It's someone from Konoha. It seems you are not an ordinary person. Uchiha Yoru, standing on the treetop, pretended to be forced to reveal his identity. As the 3 Tomo Sharingan opened, he also showed a cold smile. The seal on his wrist opened instantly, and he held the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Under his solemn expression, Uchiha Yoru looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Konoha Ninja, Uchiha Yoru." However, the six paths of pain merely had a cold look in their eyes, without any response. In the eerie atmosphere, Uchiha Yoru pretended to be solemn, but inwardly he was secretly muttering, considering it a godsend opportunity. This encounter on Short Book Street was accidental, and it was not easy to build a relationship, but both sides were hiding their identities. By attracting the other's attention now, it probably wouldn't take long for the Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities to uncover his background. Since his identity would be exposed sooner or later, what better situation could there be than this one? Pretending to cover for his teammates' retreat, such a rare quality, and it turned out they were from his own side. Tisk tisk, blatantly revealing his identity without suspicion, perfect. It seems you are not planning to speak, but the methods just now, it seems your abilities are very peculiar, Akeki I Genkai? Similar to Dark Release. Uchiha Yoru mumbled to himself and instantly took this opportunity to shoot out 2 shurikens as fast as lightning. However, smoke bombs were attached behind the shurikens, and they exploded instantly, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru's figure charged in. Bang bang! Amidst the thick smoke, a series of intense collisions were followed by the sound of large trees breaking. Under the thick smoke, Pain's indifferent voice emerged, "It seems we have a difficult opponent." As the smoke gradually cleared, Uchiha Yoru looked coldly at the person in front of him. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, as if shocked by the opponent's strength. This scene did not escape the notice of Pain's 6 paths. Nagato, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. "Mr. Yoru, it's not that your physical skills are lacking, but rather a gap in intelligence." 6 people, 12 eyes, all sharing the same vision, the 6 paths of Pain saw everything clearly. Uchiha Yoru, with a solemn expression and a mix of 3 parts feigned and 7 parts genuine shock in his eyes, realized the terrifying strength of Pain's 6 paths. Although he knew it earlier, it was hard for him to imagine. Without activating the Mangeki Sharingan and relying only on the 3 Tomo Sharingan and his current ninjutsu skills, it was indeed difficult. Is this the so-called cage-level strength? Pain's 6 paths did not use all their techniques, and this scene made Uchiha Yoru think deeply. Perhaps this was an opportunity to test the legendary cage-level strength, but only for probing. After all, for a woman he had only met a few times, although she was an employer, a powerful ninja might come to her rescue, but would not go all out. He couldn't leave any flaws that would make the opponent suspicious. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru suddenly showed a smile on his face, 6 rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the rain, all in the same uniform. "It seems you have come to the land of fire for a specific purpose, considering your strength, and the fact that you target women. It seems you must be bounty hunters, a ninja organization hired to capture women and children with chakra for other countries." Guessing the opponent's purpose, Uchiha Yoru's face was filled with a smile, but the curse mark on his neck began to activate. In an instant, his body was covered with black lines, and at the same time, fierce Raiden chakra began to emerge around his body. Chapter 198, Retreat. This chapter is sponsored by Jose Vega. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Thunderous sounds echoed. The towering trees didn't break apart, but the forest itself was filled with thunderous noises, as the accumulated snow on numerous dried branches was shaken off. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru was gasping heavily, staring solemnly at the 6 paths of pain surrounding him. Although he was well aware of the opponent's abilities, he had to pretend ignorance to probe. Even so, the opponent was reserved this time, only revealing the abilities of Deva Path and Preta Path, especially the Deva Path, which is the strongest among the 6. The opponent was concealing something, and he too hid his wood release and the Mangeki Sharingan. Even so, after this exchange, both were shocked by each other's strength. "With such immense strength, what is your purpose in infiltrating the land of fire?" Uchiha Yoru, pretending to be solemn, faced the 6 paths of pain, who remained impassive. However, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was truly shocked by his strength. Such formidable power, similar to the body techniques of the Raikage of the Cloud Village. With strong defense and speed, and terrifying swordsmanship, had the opponent not been ignorant of the 6 paths abilities, he might have had to reveal his trump cards. As for ninjutsu, it's all thanks to the Preta Path's support, and the opponent is aware of this ability, so ninjutsu is only used at critical moments. "You are strong." Deva Path Pain said coldly to the man in front of him, worthy of a ninja who could write such a book, indeed having the potential. 3 Tomo Sharingan, powerful body techniques, and the snake-based ninjutsu just now, plus your name, you must be the disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin of Konoha. Facing the praise from Deva Path Pain, Uchiha Yoru cautiously nodded, "Judging by your clothes, it seems you come from an organization, but..." At this point, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled up in a victorious smile, "Time's up, I hope you dangerous rogue ninjas won't cause trouble within the borders of the land of fire." As soon as he finished speaking, under the smile of Uchiha Yoru, his body turned into a puff of smoke. The 6 paths of pain appeared simultaneously at the spot where he vanished, their Rinnegan coldly scanning the surroundings. Deva Path Pain casually remarked, "Shadow Clone Jutsu, hey! Truly worthy of a renowned ninja, managing to escape under our watch." When did the opponent perform the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu? The Rinnegan indeed did not see it, but it didn't mean the opponent was too fast to be seen, but rather, he used this technique under some sort of cover. Like the smoke bomb just now, exploding tags, and ninjutsu explosions provided opportunities to execute this jutsu under cover. He escaped, hey? Or perhaps he never planned a fight to the death from the beginning. Muttering to himself, Devapath Pain, recalling something, surprisingly showed a slight smile on his otherwise cold corpse-like face. In order to cover for his companions, Mr. Yoru, your magnanimity is acknowledged by me. But it's a pity that Konoha, although not restricting your thoughts, has limited your actions. After losing track of the opponent's chakra, Nagato, hidden in the darkness, revealed his Rinnegan, as if he could see through everything in the ninja world. Konan. Deep blue stockings and long legs glided through, with white high heels constantly treading on thick branches as she swiftly moved through the forest. Under deliberate disguise, Konan feigned the speed of an average ninja. At that moment, a faint call was heard. Although Konan already knew who was coming, she still pretended to be surprised and turned around. A figure flickered past, causing a look of astonishment on Konan's cold face. The person picked her up horizontally and quickly moved through the forest. With a stern and heavy face so close, she could even smell the other's warm breath. Is the opponent targeting you with great strength? A ninja. At that time, Uchiha Yoru's three-hooked Sharingan eyes continuously scanned the surroundings as he moved swiftly through the forest, asking his own question. Although Konan was shocked by his Sharingan, she calmly shook her head. No, Nagato and I, although missing Nin, have not taken any missions recently and have no enemies. The 6 people just now were also first-time encounters. Lying seemed natural for women, even though she was held in a stranger's arms. Stiffening slightly, she did not hesitate to lie. Then the situation might be bad, Uchiha Yoru remarked gravely as he rushed through the forest. This place has become unsafe recently, you should leave quickly. Konan was well aware of the trouble in the area, especially since Nagato had just destroyed the fire temple, causing a seismic shift in the land of fire. Hearing this, Konan nodded lightly but still feigned hesitation. Are your eyes the Sharingan? As if she had confirmed his identity, but for a missing nin like her, there was a natural gap between them and ninjas from major countries or powerful bloodline clans, like that between commoners and nobility. Uchiha Yoru, while hurrying, nodded solemnly and said, My name is Uchiha Yoru. I was on a mission, but obviously, something major has happened here, and it won't be long before you find out. But don't worry, I will provide you a way out of here. As they conversed intermittently, Uchiha Yoru, displaying the strength of an elite ninja, hurried along with Konan in his arms. In the stranger's embrace, Konan, far from the naive girl she once was, felt no romantic stirrings. She was just playing her current role as best as she could. His hand was respectful, yet the warmth from his palm on her thigh and waist forced Konan to wrap her arms around his neck. This posture helped save his strength and avoid awkwardness. After all, as a newly escaped ninja, the slightest negligence in observation could reveal her identity. Moving swiftly through the cold wind, Konan's blue-purple hair fluttered. Beneath her cold face, her heart slightly relaxed. Though they had only met a few times, his actions in rescuing her in a crisis spoke to his character, showing he was not a cold-blooded, murderous ninja. Especially the way he protected her as they left, it made her sigh softly in her heart. After so many years, she felt the warmth of care once again, even from a stranger ninja. Short Book Street. When they returned to the bustling street, Uchiha Yoru pretended to be relieved. Shadows kept leaping over the buildings until they reached the inn, where Uchiha Yoru finally put down Konan, who was light in his arms. In the town, the enemy wouldn't dare to make a move. Seeing Nagato on the bed through the window, Uchiha Yoru again appeared relieved and said to Konan. During the journey, being held in his arms for 2 hours while fleeing, especially his tense and solemn demeanor along the way, she knew in her heart there was no real danger. Her mature mind wouldn't easily be moved, but that didn't stop her from appreciating such a rare quality. The moment she fell from the warm embrace, Konan turned into a drama queen, hurriedly opening the window and calling out to Nagato on the bed, Nagato. Konan, what's going on? A cold wind blew into the room, and Nagato pretended to be confused and doubtful, looking at the two as if he had just seen Mr. Yoru holding Konan and putting her down. Mr. Yoru. Seeing Nagato's confusion, Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan slowly receded in his eyes, and a serious expression appeared on his face, not giving the other party a chance to ask. Hurry up and pack your things, you need to leave here quickly. What happened? Seeing Uchiha Yoru's solemn expression, Nagato pretended to be unaware as if he had been staying in the inn all along, while Konan, looking nervous, began packing up in the room, saying, "Nagato, it's not safe here." There were 3 people in the room, all pretending. Each thought their acting was the best, but the biggest difference among the 3 was the disparity in information. Nagato and Konan were at a disadvantage from the start due to lack of information, while Uchiha Yura knew everything about them from the beginning. This place is about to be under martial law. At this moment, Uchiha Yura helped pack up and explained to Nagato, "I won't hide it from you, I'm a ninja from Konoha. There's trouble at the fire temple, and this place will soon be under martial law. Although you are not involved, you are wanderer ninjas and will definitely be questioned." Meanwhile, Uchiha Yura went to the desk, pulled out a piece of paper and quickly wrote a travel pass, and finally took out his own seal to stamp it. "Take this travel pass and leave from the north. That direction is under the Uchiha clan's responsibility. This pass has our Uchiha clan's emblem and secret code on it, they won't make things difficult for you." At this moment, Uchiha Yura looked genuinely concerned for them, and he also vouched for the 2 as a witness. After all, no one would believe that a disabled person could be involved in the annihilation of the fire temple. Uchiha. Looking at the travel pass, Nagato appeared contemplative and said to him, "I didn't expect Mr. Yura to be from the strongest noble family in the land of fire." In response to Nagato's words, Uchiha Yura shook his head and sighed, "A noble family has its own pressures, but a wanderer ninja has the freedom they desire. The ninja's efficiency is still very fast." During the conversation, Konan has already packed her luggage, and then even lifted Nagato's wheelchair onto the carriage. Hurriedly returning in less than half an hour, she reappeared outside the town of Shortbook Street. At this time, Nagato in the carriage looked immensely contemplative. "After parting with Mr. this time, I wonder when we can meet again." Holding a book with a red cover carefully in his hands, Nagato showed a hint of reluctance and let out a deeply curious sigh, "May I ask what are Mr.'s aspirations?" As the most terrifying mercenary ninja boss in the ninja world, Nagato always spoke with an imposing aura, except when in front of the author of this book, where he spoke in a more refined manner. In response to Nagato's query, Uchiha Yura couldn't help but lift his head to look at the sunlight in the sky and revealed a confident smile. "Just like this book, I will strive in this direction, but the road must be taken one step at a time. My first goal is to become Hokage, to first change my own village and country." "Hokage, hey!" Looking at Uchiha Yura's confident smile, Nagato muttered to himself, while Konan, who was driving the carriage, looked at them both with a cool gaze. Perhaps in the future, they might not become friends. After all, one's goal is to become the Hokage and the other's is the entire ninja world. "Teacher, I have purchased everything you wanted." Just then, Uchiha Taka's figure appeared. He had just returned to Shortbook Street, and immediately received a shopping list from his teacher's summoned creature. Without stopping, he hurriedly went shopping and came here. At this moment, a bundle was thrown over. Konan looked at the bundle in her hands in surprise, but Uchiha Yura just laughed. "This is the dry food for the road, and this is for you." Pointing at Konan, Uchiha Yura smiled and shook his head, "Sometimes being too beautiful is also a sin. Inside, I have prepared men's clothes for you, as well as some disguise makeup. You should know how to use them. First, make your face look a bit uglier, otherwise it's very dangerous outside." Uchiha Yoru, who rarely jokes, made a jest. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi, standing nearby, raised his head and looked at Konan's face, nodding firmly, "Teacher is right, a beautiful woman, especially a ninja, or even more so a rogue ninja, is the most dangerous in the ninja world." "Thank you." Konan, usually cool and aloof, uttered a thank you, put her baggage aside, nodded gently at the 2, and then drove the carriage towards the north. Watching the 2 leave, Uchiha Yoru squinted his eyes, thinking that, one way or another, one was fooled, and the other had gained some awareness, which might be useful in the future. "Teacher, the mission failed. Should we go back?" Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to ask, suddenly a swift hawk landed on Uchiha Yoru's shoulder. After opening the letter, Uchiha Yoru revealed a bitter smile and shook his head, "It seems we can't go back yet. However, luckily, this mission shouldn't take long, but Itachi, you'll have to stay in Shortbook Street a bit longer." "Yes, Teacher Yoru." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi displayed all the qualities of a mature ninja, a calm mind and a preference for thinking more than talking. He never asked what shouldn't be asked, especially about the missions, as only the team leader or captain had the right to explain the mission details to them. They just had to listen. Looking at the sensible and obedient Itaki, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder everyone likes geniuses. Not only do they make training easier, but they also make everyday life easier. If it were a hot-blooded fool, he could already imagine the outcome. Clearly, he didn't like troublemaking, hot-blooded fools, unless they had certain potential that made them worthy of his acceptance, despite some shortcomings. Chapter 199, Backup Plan Before Going Back. This chapter is sponsored by Puria. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. In the Land of Fire, within a luxurious inn, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin, with a demeanor more befitting a daimyo than a ninja, impassively examines the wine glass in her hand. After a long while, a look of impatience and disgust appears on Tsunade's brow as she slowly says, "Shizuan, are you telling me that the fire temple has been destroyed?" Shizuan, although adept at reading people, misunderstands Tsunade's anger as being about the incident itself. Lady Tsunade, according to the intelligence, first the fire temple's elder monks, who were preparing to visit the daimyo's residence, were attacked. Then, the fire temple itself was destroyed, leaving no survivors, Shizuan reports solemnly, her eyes revealing shock and anger. The fire temple is an important symbol of the Land of Fire's power. The daimyo, upon learning of this, is furious and has ordered the third Hokage to send ANBU en route agents to investigate thoroughly. He has also commanded the reconstruction of the fire temple, involving the 12 guardian shinobi of the Land of Fire. All wandering monks of the fire temple have been recalled, Shizuan continues. The fire temple, a place for training monks who would serve the daimyo in various secret and protective missions, couldn't have been completely annihilated due to their dispersed activities, including intelligence gathering. However, all monks present at the temple at the time, including several high monks responsible for training, were killed, dealing a severe blow to the temple. Tsunade listens to Shizuan's report with a scornful sneer, her eyes filled with disgust. "Dirty political conspiracies," she comments. Shizuan, destined to become a reliable assistant to the 5th Hokage, is no fool. Realizing from Tsunade's comment that this might involve an internal plot, her face turns pale as she starts to ponder deeply. "Shizuan, pour the drink," Tsunade orders, seeking to drown her frustrations in alcohol, cursing the village elders in her mind. Indeed, the situation in the daimyo's residence is dire, having been made worse by the division among the daimyo's 12 guardian shinobi, especially after the arrival of Sarutobi Asuma. The elders from the village must be involved in this plot. Now, with the destruction of the fire temple, an important military force of the Land of Fire's daimyo, it's clear that the elders are stirring trouble. The destruction serves as a warning to the daimyo while weakening his power, with only the Konoha standing to gain. It must be said, from the last conspiracy theory to such a coincidence now, Konoha is really in a mess, like getting mud in their pants. It's bad either way. Moreover, Konoha did indeed plan to strike against the daimyo's mansion, but they didn't have the guts yet. They only wanted to ambush and eliminate a radical elder monk ninja from the fire temple as a warning. Such things are common in the ninja world, just a covert struggle between two sides. But it just so happened that Tsunade stumbled upon it. Are there really such coincidences in the world? If she investigates carefully, she will indeed find traces of Konoha, silently eliminating the fire temple within the borders of the Land of Fire. Tisk tisk, this time Konoha is really in a bind. Like a mute who has swallowed coptis, they have bitterness but cannot speak. The daimyo is truly furious. Konoha has gone too far, this is a warning to him. You can fight in secret, but this time you have crossed the line. And after the third Hokage of Konoha found out, he was furious, thinking even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean. A bunch of old guys, the older they get, the bolder they become. Tsunade, drinking sullenly, couldn't help but curse under her breath. In this situation, inside and out, it's filled with Konoha's maneuvers. Even if the fire temple incident wasn't done by Konoha, they are not clean either, perhaps they hired external forces. It must be said that the misunderstanding is really too big. The original 12 ninja guardians of the Land of Fire were already challenging her limits, but with the emergence of the fire temple incident, good heavens, these old guys are more wild than in their youth. Especially in this situation, it makes Tsunade even more uneasy. She really feels that the old guys in the village must have gained some kind of power, like wood release or the Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise it's impossible to explain how Konoha, now at its weakest, is still causing so much trouble. In the forest at the border of the Land of Fire, amidst howling wind and snow, a hidden tree hollow flickered with light. Within the hollow, a figure with a high bun of deep green hair, with strands of brownish yellow at the sides of the forehead protector, was visible. Despite the cold wind, this beautiful female ninja from the village hidden in the sand wore a thin, backless outfit. The fire crackling inside the hollow drew the attention of Pakura, who glanced outside at the snowstorm without a trace. "If you've seen enough, you can come out now." Her crisp voice echoed in the storm, seemingly talking to herself. However, the next moment, footsteps crunched on the snow, and a black figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing the unmistakable forehead protector of a Konoha ninja, Pakura's face lit up with a smile, though it was tinged with coldness. "I thought Konoha wouldn't come. I didn't expect you to show up near the border." Uchiha Yoru, dusty from travel, removed his hat, revealing a handsome face. He casually shook off the snow from his shoulders and sat down by the fire. The relationship between the two mirrored the alliance between their respective villages. However, Pakura remained on guard, his face calm. "It seems Konoha is determined this time, even sending a genius of the Uchiha clan." Pakura recognized him instantly. Uchiha Yoru was no longer an unknown figure. He was Orochimaru's disciple, a frontline commander, and even surpassed Kakashi Hatake in talent. His information was well known in the ninja world. There have been frictions between the Sand and Stone villages, mostly over mineral resources. "It seems the Sand village sent you to seek the Mist village's support, or perhaps to trade materials." Although the Sand and Stone villages had a secret alliance, competition was inevitable in the ninja world, especially over territory and cross-national missions. The Sand village needed external support. Given recent events, Konoha wouldn't easily assist them, making the Mist village, capable of sea transport and possessing needed resources, a logical choice. Admiring Pakura, the illustrious ninja of the Sand village, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but take a second glance and remarked, "You truly are the beauty with a back, Pakura." Taken aback by the nickname and his gaze, Pakura's eye twitched. Though she appreciated beauty, she was foremost a seasoned ninja. "Want some?" Pakura, hailing from the desert lands of the Wind Country, offered a roasted fruit with a generous and straightforward demeanor. Uchiha Yoru, without hesitation, accepted it, scrutinizing this striking character who, despite limited appearances in the original story, left a profound impact. Her strength and reputation were worth his efforts to ally. "Can't wait, can you?" Seeing Uchiha Yoru not eating the fruit, Pakura shrugged and smiled. "It seems Konoha has impressive intelligence. My movements were so secretive, yet you still managed to track me." Pakura, an elite jounin from the Sand village, 166.3 centimeters tall, weighing 46.3 kilograms, blood type A, born on April 9. Now a hero of her village, her fame rivals the current 4th Kazekage. Uchiha Yoru spoke plainly about her intelligence, but Pakura shook her head and said, "It seems that you from Konoha have come to disrupt the alliance between the Sand village and the Mist village." In the world of ninjas, it was not uncommon to assassinate envoys from other countries midway to disrupt peace talks and alliances between nations. However, this time Uchiha Yoru calmly nodded, "Indeed, we received intelligence from the Sand village, so we want to disrupt your alliance. But this time, it's a bit different. This is warm clothing, a beautiful back is indeed beautiful, but you must also keep warm. Also, I have another gift and a piece of news for you." Looking at Pakura, Uchiha Yoru did not hide anything and squinted his eyes. "Your reputation is too high. In the Sand village, you are already overshadowing the current 4th Kazekage. Don't you think this is very dangerous?" "Dangerous?" Pakura gave a self-deprecating smile, as if mocking his poor attempt at sowing discord. Uchiha Yoru did not explain further, believing that some things must be experienced to be believed, and some people will not turn back unless they hit a wall. There is intelligence suggesting that the higher UPS of the Sand village and the current Kazekage want to eliminate you as a threat. They plan to sell you out to the Mist village, hoping to use them to remove the threat while also establishing friendship. Under Uchiha Yoru's calm voice, Pakura's expression remained very calm, not believing the other party, nor showing any anger. As a renowned ninja, how could she be easily provoked? Moreover, his words were too absurd. Seemingly realizing Pakura's distrust, Uchiha Yoru gave a self-deprecating smile. "Some things are only understood after experiencing them. I'll give you this book for now. You might not understand it now, but see what fortune it brings you this time. If you survive, maybe you'll understand. If not, it might be good to take it to the afterlife. A book with a red cover was pulled out and thrown to the other party. Pakura caught it and looked at the words "My Struggle," showing a puzzled expression. Is he crazy? He came here not to fight, but to sow such absurd discord, and then gave a book? Seeing your expression, it's really too bad. Pakura's expression made Uchiha Yoru shake his head in disappointment, as if regretting something. Such a beautiful back, it would be a real pity if it was filled with shuriken. This gift might save your life when you're on the brink of death, but it might also hasten your journey to the afterlife. A black snake as thick as a finger slowly crawled out of Uchiha Yoru's sleeve, but was then put into a sturdy glass test tube and thrown to the other party. Looking at the venomous snake in the test tube, Pakura carefully confirmed there were no traps, her eyes filled with suspicion as she gazed at the other party. I don't need to act personally. As I said, there's intelligence indicating you would set an ambush in the Mist Village, Uchiha Yoru said teasingly, but Pakura shook her head, her eyes brimming with distrust. Your purpose? My purpose? It's quite simple, replied Uchiha Yoru, facing Pakura's distrust. He revealed a pitiful look in his eyes and then sighed, perhaps we are both castaways in this world. In the future, you and I may need to encourage each other. Pakura, a hero feared by the 4th Kazekage, was not just about strength. She also had her own political system. Although not fully understood, it was clear that Pakura was not a lone fighter. Thus, saving Pakura would lead to a power split in the Sand Village upon his return, with Pakura likely being at a disadvantage. The Uchiha clan in Konoha was also at a disadvantage. More importantly, in the Land of Fire, the Uchiha were isolated and could only seek allies from outside. The Sand Village, adjacent to the Land of Fire, could potentially become an ally, as well as the Mist Village's Terumi Mei. As for failure, it would not affect him much. At worst, Pakura would just end up dead. Pakura, having reached this point, was naturally not a fool. Although she still didn't believe the village would betray her, she was more solemn. Uchiha Yoru in front of her was ambitious. However, this was a good thing for both her and the Sand Village. Realizing this, Pakura smiled, slowly accepting the other's gift and revealing a political smile. Fine, I look forward to forming an alliance with you in the future. Originally, her words were more of a joke, or perhaps a way to create trouble and cause problems for Konoha, which other countries would naturally welcome. However, seeing Pakura's confident smile, Uchiha Yoru laughed in his heart. She wanted to see a spectacle, not knowing she was the main focus of it. The trouble would start with her. After a night, the two seemed to be friends in their exchanges, but each was wary of the other. When dawn broke and the snow stopped, they went their separate ways. After parting ways, Pakura was cautious until she reached the border and changed several boats before finally leaving, quietly relieved. What was the other party's true purpose? From the beginning to the end, Pakura never doubted her village's loyalty, which showed her lack of political awareness. Meanwhile, on the way back to Konoha, or rather, on his way to pick up his students and return, Uchiha Yoru's confident smile hid his solemnity. He had gone to great lengths to prepare all of this, creating a backup plan for himself. After this return, he knew the conflict between the village and the Uchiha would worsen. With Shinzo's death in battle, the old men, for the so-called stability of the village, had already started to target the Uchiha. After the snowstorm, a new year began. Uchiha Itachi was 9 years old, and the night of the clan's annihilation would erupt when he was 13. Chapter 200, Fugaku got ambushed. Short Booklet Street. Teacher Yoru, you're back. After the snowstorm, the sunshine spilled over the land, dazzlingly reflecting off the pristine white snow, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Itachi, the mission is complete, we can return to Konoha now. Uchiha Yoru, who returned dusty and weary, did not elaborate on the mission's details. Beneath his relaxed and confident smile, he was already preparing to reveal his true fangs. The information within the village indicated that the Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly isolated. The village had already started preparations, and the current situation was such that the village was forcing the Uchiha to rebel, providing a legitimate reason to eliminate what the higher UPS saw as a cancer. He no longer had time to lie low. Hence, on this mission, he straightforwardly reported back to the village with incorrect intelligence, indicating that the target had left earlier than expected. As for the mission, it wasn't that he was slacking off, but rather he would act only if it was in his interest. As for the village, he had made a dusty, hurried trip this time, which was enough of a facade, similar to the current situation with the Uchiha clan in the village. They were eager to get rid of them but still maintained a facade of decency. Teacher Yoru, father has sent a letter. After escorting the elite of our clan to the front line, he will return soon, which works well for our journey back. The usually calm Uchiha Itachi showed a rare hint of relief in his eyes. For almost every child, their father is their first idol, only to be rebelled against as they grow and seek independence. The clan head is returning just in time. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru also showed a smile. It seemed that he needed to have a good talk with the clan head this time. The confidence he gained from this trip to the village came from three sources: the foundation left by the son in Orochimaru, the 7th squad of the police department, and his family. Elder Setsuna was already old, and Uchiha Yoru, now at his prime as a ninja in the family, had surpassed the term genius. Having grown up, he could now be called a strong warrior. Upon his return, he would be appointed as the next elder, meaning he would gradually take over Elder Setsuna's influence. As a member of the militant Hawk faction, Uchiha Yoru saw it as an advantage, as this faction represented power. With the support of these three forces, he had the foundation to negotiate the future of the clan with the clan head and deservedly step into the limelight. Itachi, I will teach you well when we return. Looking at the young Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yoru smiled. He had two aces in the family, Itachi and Shisui. After this return, he was about to undergo a transformation in status. From a ninja, to later holding some power but still unable to shake off the identity of a ninja, at most being a powerful one. Now, he was about to become a powerful ninja with high authority and the ability to influence the situation. This was the transformation of his status. Thank you, Teacher Yoru. The young and naive Uchiha Itachi clearly understood what he would have to face when he returned, yet he was one of the few who showed a hint of a smile, his hand involuntarily touching the tool pouch. After returning, Teacher Yoru would rarely leave the village unless it was something important. At that time, not only would he have plenty of time to teach Itachi, but Itachi would also be able to ask about the ideal world mentioned in this book. Quack, quack. Just then, an ominous black crow, regarded as a bad omen, landed on Itachi's shoulder, cawing, which brought a relaxed expression to Itachi's face. Teacher Yoru, father, and the others have arrived. This crow was Uchiha Itachi's summoning creature, and naturally, there was a unique communication channel between father and son. Uchiha Yoru, standing by, also showed a confident smile at this scene. He was fully confident in persuading the clan leader, who still harbored illusions. In fact, both of their goals were the same: an armed coup was not an option, especially with Itachi joining their cause. As Uchiha Yoru smiled, suddenly, a flurry of startled birds flew past in the distance. Through the window, Itachi, who had been relaxed, inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding, while Uchiha Yoru just casually smiled and shook his head at the sight. The frightened birds were likely a result of ninja battles in the forest or wild beasts stirring up trouble. After all, the ninja world was never truly peaceful. Welcome, guest. Here is your lunch. At that moment, a servant from the inn respectfully knocked on the door. With a soft hum from Yoru, the door opened, revealing a lavish lunch brought inside. As the servant left, Uchiha Yoru and Itachi, maintaining the dignified demeanor of their prestigious family, sat down to eat. The moment the chopsticks lifted food to his mouth, Uchiha Yoru's relaxed expression suddenly changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Thump, thump. Suddenly, there was a soft knocking sound. Itachi, who was chewing his food, looked up without a sound, seeing his teacher tapping a secret signal on the table with his finger. The excitement in Itachi's heart instantly faded, and with a cold expression, he slowly spit out the food, his hand already reaching for the tool pouch. Thud. The door was forcefully opened, and the person who had delivered the meal was kicked inside. The intruder was Uchiha Yoru. Shadow clone. When did you? The person who delivered the meal was shocked, looking at Uchiha Yoru sitting inside the room and at the one who had grabbed him. Clearly, one of them was a shadow clone. In the next moment, with a snap, the sheath of a sword broke the jaw of the intruder, preventing him from crushing the deadly poison in his teeth to commit suicide. Since you came in, although you hid it well, your eyes clearly showed a hint of surprise, probably shocked by my sudden return. So, your target is Itachi. The shadow clone was stepping on the intruder's chest, while the seated Uchiha Yoru spoke indifferently. And you, a servant delivering food, brought an extra meal, directly from the food cart at the door. Hotels usually don't prepare extra meals, this would require a redo. Such poor acting, yet it doesn't seem like the style of the root division. With his jaw shattered, Uchiha Yoru saw the curse mark on the opponent's mouth and tongue, revealing a hint of disgust. So, did you expose yourself on purpose, or are you not really from the root division? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at Itaka beside him and shook his head, realizing that Itaka's intelligence had been leaked, and someone wanted to stir internal strife in Konoha. The root division's attempt to assassinate the son of the Uchiha clan leader failed, and the tactic of framing others for their crimes is common among countries and villages. Teacher Yoru. The clever Uchiha Itaka instantly understood that the opponent deliberately came to die to provoke dissent. Itaka's whereabouts. Although it seemed trivial, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of gravity. Only the village and his father were aware of Itaka's intelligence. After the incident at the Fire Temple, there were many Konoha ninjas within 100 miles of Shortbook Street. This could only be done by an insider. How old was Uchiha Itaka now, and was it worth the village taking such a risk? Then, the target. Suddenly thinking of something, Uchiha Yoru's face changed, and he urgently asked, Itaka, when is your father expected to arrive? By evening, from the northwest. Let's go. As the window shattered, two figures swiftly moved toward the northwest. Uchiha Yoru's expression was extremely grim. Just after the incident at the Fire Temple, the daimyo's mansion suspected Konoha. If something happened to both the father and son of the Uchiha clan leader at this time, under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, wouldn't it be a warning from the daimyo's mansion? Provoking the conflict between the Uchihas and the daimyo's mansion, at worst, they wouldn't cooperate. The Uchiha clan would be completely isolated within the Land of Fire. One trap led to another. Itaka, informed the clan leader of the ambush. Although Uchiha Itaka was still stunned, the intelligent and calm Itaka, known for obedience, didn't doubt his teacher Yoru and immediately summoned his spirit beast, a crow. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as they left Shortbook Street, huge fireballs attacked from all directions in the woods. Seeing this, Uchiha Itaka was about to form seals when a strong force hit him on the shoulder. Boom! Under the roaring sound of the fire release ninjutsu, a hawk's cry echoed through the sky amid the explosion's smoke. Uchiha Yoru instantly summoned his spirit beast and flew into the sky with Uchiha Itaka. Not good, Uchiha Yoru is back. Change of plans. Send a signal flare immediately. The Uchiha Yoru flying in the sky looked down and saw shadows emerging from the forest below, their methods extremely ruthless, clearly aiming to kill and silence. Thunderous sounds filled the air as exploding tags tied to kunao were rapidly fired towards the target in the sky. It was then that Uchiha Itaka displayed his extraordinary shuriken skills, far surpassing his peers. The chaotic flight of the shurikens on a strange trajectory managed to knock down all the incoming kunao, causing the exploding tags to detonate mid-air. Lord Yoru, someone called out. Proceed full speed towards the northwest. Facing Uchiha Yoru's stern voice, the summoning beast, an eagle, didn't hesitate at all, even ignoring the kunao fired by ninjas below. Itaka, now tell me all the information in detail. Uchiha Yoru's face was extremely grave at this moment, as if everything was starting to connect, part of a scheme from the beginning. For the current Uchiha clan, if the clan leader and his son were to die, one outcome would be chaos and leaderlessness within the clan, and there was another possibility. They were framing him. No wonder the village always delayed his return with missions, he had thought it was the village's attempt to divide and coax the ninjas who had returned to the village. So they were waiting for him. Even if the framing failed, if the Uchiha clan leader and his son died here, the village just needed to spread the news that he happened to be in Shortbook Street at the time. Tisk tisk, the clan leader ambushed, and the genius Uchiha Yoru did nothing. Returning to the village was originally to take over the responsibilities of the aging elder, but now with the clan leader's position vacant, who in the current Uchiha clan could stop him? Thinking it over, Uchiha Yoru's expression became even more serious. He had always been protected by Orochimaru and his family, and he hadn't yet reached a noticeable standard. But now it was different. When the news of him preparing to take over the elder's position spread within the family, he stepped into the forefront. He was no longer a ninja hiding under the wings of others but a ruler who spread his own wings to protect others. The situation with Orochimaru's forces, perhaps one village was unable to handle it, another didn't expect him to grow so fast, and another was the death of Shinzo. Shinzo had suddenly disappeared on the front line, despite his numerous previous achievements. Teacher Yoru. Uchiha Itaka also showed a tense expression. Despite his calm and intelligence, he was still a child, and now his father was in danger. My communication with my father has always been through the summoning beast, the crow. I never revealed it in Short Book Street, and before that, it was at the Whirlpool Country base on the front line, at that time. As Uchiha Itachi calmly recounted all recent events, a terrible thought suddenly struck his mind. The information about Uchiha Fugaku had leaked from him. The eagle's fierce cry echoes in the sky above, its sharp eyes intently scanning below as it swiftly flies. Lord Yoru! Suddenly, with a soft cry from the eagle, Uchiha Yoru, with his hair fluttering in the wind, sharply focuses his eyes, noticing a rising cloud of dust in the distance. Amidst swirling smoke, a vague and huge shadow violently dissipates. Susanoo! Realizing something is amiss, Uchiha Yoru shouts, "Itaki, protect yourself in the sky." With a loud bang, Uchiha Yoru swiftly takes out a signal flare from his blade pack and sets it off in the sky. At the same time, his body is instantly covered in curse marks, and with the fierce cry of the eagle, it swiftly flies away, ready for action. In the distance, amidst the swirling smoke, signs of ninjutsu attacks are everywhere, and everyone notices the signal flare in the sky. Oh no, it's a signal flare from the Uchiha clan. Masked black-clothed ninjas exclaim in surprise upon seeing this, sensing a change in the situation, almost there. The elite members of the Uchiha clan, trapped and in disarray at the center, roar in fury upon seeing the signal flare. Reinforcements, it's our reinforcements! Boom! Amidst the chaos of ninjutsu, the eagle's fierce cry resonates above, and young Uchiha Itachi, witnessing the scene below, has his Sharingan eyes spinning wildly. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire, like a torrential waterfall, descends from the sky, its range and power terrifyingly immense. Uchiha Yoru, with his full power and would-release body enhanced by the curse mark, has executed a ninjutsu surpassing the A-rank level. In an instant, an entire forest is transformed into a sea of fire. A single ninjutsu changes the landscape, and in the crackling blaze, not even screams can be heard. A bolt of lightning strikes from the sky, revealing several battered figures under a skeletal phantom in the sea. Lord Yoru! Upon seeing the arrival, one of the battered Uchiha Genin immediately cries out in surprise. It's then that Uchiha Yoru sees clearly. The 4 Genin of the Uchiha clan, though battered, still stand guard around, while Uchiha Fugaku kneels on one knee, protected by the others. However, he looks terribly wretched, with black blood at his chest and mouth. He is panting heavily, and most eerily, one of his eyes is a bloody, empty socket, while the pattern in his other eye is even more sinister. The Mangeki Sharingan, now exuding a strange black and purple aura. Chapter 201, Something Major Happened. Clan Head. Lord Yoru, we've been betrayed. Uchiha Genten is a traitor, he has assassinated the clan head. The elite members of the Uchiha clan quickly reported the information. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru realized that Uchiha Fugaku, with only one Sharingan eye, looked somewhat pale and purplish. The black-purple pigment in his eye sockets was clearly a sign of poisoning. There was a wound in the abdomen where blood continuously flowed out, and notably, the blood was purplish-black. Yoru. When he saw the reinforcements, Uchiha Fugaku, who was usually stern, showed a rare smile on his face, and Uchiha Yoru hurriedly approached. Don't touch me! These are nano-insect level poison bugs. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku urgently shouted to stop him, but he spat out a mouthful of black blood. At that moment, a figure appeared. Uchiha Yoru, in the distance, had a face full of anger. Approaching him was a shadow clone. Uchiha Yoru quickly put on rubber gloves and said calmly, Clan Head, what you need to do now is suppress the raging chakra in your body. Otherwise, the poison will spread throughout your body following the flow of chakra in your veins. You guys protect the clan head. The real Uchiha Yoru shouted to the 4 people, and finally, he looked around at the gradually dispersing firestorm with a murderous intent. In the firestorm, some survived by using earth release to defend themselves, while others used water release. Their cooperation meant almost no one died directly. This was an elite force. This is fire release. A masked ninja was shocked as he looked at his burnt arm, and the ninjas behind him protecting him all had burns, they were scalded by high-temperature water. In the final moment, they used water release, but in the firestorm, the water rapidly evaporated, turning the water barrier into boiling water. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, another terrifying level of ninjutsu burst forth. At the same time, Uchiha Yoru, surrounded by lightning, transformed into a lightning bolt and disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the remnants of the firestorm, there were screams and the sound of colliding ninjutsu. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori. Sage Art, Fire Release, Ash Hiding Technique. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Uchiha Yoru instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. With the boost of Sage Art, Chidori, his speed increased to another level. Then, with the Ash Hiding Ninjutsu, a large area was set ablaze, obstructing vision. This elite force, comparable to ANBU, screamed continuously, not because they were weak, but because their opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. They had already used a lot of chakra in their ambush, and now facing Uchiha Yoru, who had activated the Cursed Seal and Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat power was among the strongest at the cage level. With the massive increase in chakra after merging with Mokuton, a succession of large-scale ninjutsu roars crazily one after another. Powerful ninjutsu capable of moving mountains and overturning seas are large-scale attacks, while at the same time, Raiden ninjutsu swiftly shuttles through the sea of flames, with no one able to withstand it. Boom! Various ninjutsu are poured down crazily, and this group of masked ninjas is quite eerie. The captain in charge of this operation couldn't help but sweat coldly when he saw this scene, realizing this was beyond his level. Retreat. The plan has changed, the mission has failed. The signal to retreat is issued immediately. This is a well-trained group, each member fearless of death. Some are responsible for a suicidal rearguard while the rest, already prepared, scatter and escape without hesitation. A flash of lightning streaks by, and the masked captain, looking at his pierced chest, reveals an indifferent smile. Pfft! Blood flows continuously. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face looks extremely unpleasant. A complex seal pattern appears on his arm, hindering the flow of chakra in his arm. The capture plan has failed, the destruction plan is complete. Facing certain death, the captain chooses to use his life to buy time, revealing an indifferent smile and uttering cold words. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru reveals a cold smile. Capture failed? It seems you are from the root. Although I don't know how the information was leaked, your so-called capture must be related to the Mangekyo Sharingan of the clan head. If the plan failed, then you have absolute confidence in your talks in destroying the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the flashing lightning, Uchiha Yoru slowly raises his head, revealing his strange eyes, causing a shock to the opponent. The Uchiha clan still has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the next moment, darkness engulfs him, and as life fades away, the prohibition inside his body activates, his body sizzles, and flesh and bones visibly corrode into stinking white smoke, leaving behind only his clothes and weapons. This is a common trick of the Anbu, root and secret units of various countries. The body is rigged with prohibitions that activate upon death, completely destroying the body to prevent information leakage. Under the lightning and thunder, the battlefield is filled with the roaring of powerful ninjutsu, arriving quickly and leaving just as fast. In just a short moment, the surrounding forest is covered with fires and countless traces of ninjutsu. The empty clothes of about a dozen people prove their recent existence. Clan head. Father. As Uchiha Taka descends from the sky after ensuring safety, everyone sees the son of the clan head showing sorrowful and angry emotions for the first time. With 3 Tomo in his eyes showing ferocity, at this moment, no one cares about the genius who opened 3 Tomo at just 9 years old, instead, they are all sorrowfully looking at their clan head. Cough cough, don't come near me. At this moment, the weakened Uchiha Fugaku coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then raised his head, showing a strained smile. Looking at the Sharingan in his son's eyes, he revealed a proud smile. Itaki, worthy of being my son, you have awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 9. And you, Yoru? Uchiha Fugaku turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yoru with a complex and regretful expression. Mangeki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has actually awakened 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, haha. A line of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, filled with unwillingness, relied on the 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. With these, the Uchiha clan had enough confidence to contend with the higher UPS of Konoha, waiting for the next generation of talents to grow up. He had seen the hope of the clan's glory in his hands, but then... Puchi! Watching Fugaku spit out fresh blood again, everyone gasped in shock. Meanwhile, the shadow clone Uchiha Yoru spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Clan head, this is a nanoscale poison bug, which has spread throughout the body along the chakra pathways. Clan head/father. Everyone, being elite ninjas, knew what it meant for the poison to spread throughout the body. It was almost like waiting for death. Yoru, you are the most brilliant genius of the Uchiha clan now and the strongest existence besides me. Now, I want you to take on the responsibilities of the clan elder ahead of time. Here, now you are the supreme commander. Uchiha Fugaku's vision was blurring, but he was relieved to see Itaka before his death. Now, what he was most concerned about was the clan. Hearing the clan head's words, Uchiha Yoru knew what it meant. Under his subdued emotions, his heart was even more excited. Clan head, although your eyes have been infected with nanoscale poison bugs, the power of the Mangeki is still intact. Now I need to remove this Mangeki Sharingan and seal it. Once we break the poison bug's curse on it, it will become a powerful aid for the clan in the future. Hearing such ruthless words from Uchiha Yoru, everyone did not get angry, and even Uchiha Itaka silently looked at his father. Amidst the unnerving sound of flesh being separated, Uchiha Fugaku's blurred vision gradually fell into darkness as his only eye was removed. Seal. The Mangeki Sharingan was placed directly into a test tube. Then, Uchiha Yoru solemnly began to form hand seals. Under the sealing jutsu, the Mangeki Sharingan slowly degenerated into an ordinary eyeball as it lost chakra, and the black-purple range of the poison in the white of the eye also stopped spreading. Cough, cough, I, Uchiha Fugaku, have been the clan head for over a decade, have not achieved much, and even brought the clan into dire straits, bringing shame upon the clan. Today, I rightfully face this tribulation. Uchiha Fugaku, now sitting cross-legged on the ground, spoke regretfully in his weakened state, and everyone fell silent after hearing this. Although Yoru is young, he is powerful and broad-minded. I nominate Uchiha Yoru as the new clan head in the name of the clan head. After you return, you can tell Elder Setsuna. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Fugaku felt a mix of regret and sorrow, not fearing death but resenting that the position of clan head had to be passed to someone else. After Uchiha Yoru activated the Mangeki Sharingan, Fugaku realized it was too late. If he forcefully made a will to make Uchiha Itaka the young clan head and head Shisui, the elder, support him, it would cause turmoil within the clan upon Yoru's return with the Mangeki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan couldn't withstand such instability. If only Itaka were older and Fugaku could preserve his Mangeki Sharingan eyes, he could entrust them to Itaka before his death, with Shisui's support, and offer Yoru a position of real power as an elder. That would have been a possibility. Unfortunately, Itaka was too young, and his Mangeki Sharingan had been infected by a poisonous insect, turning everything into a mirage. Moreover, with the current unstable situation in the clan, Yoru's Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly command respect from all clan members, not to mention his status as the disciple of one of the legendary Sunin. This was the best choice for Fugaku. Yoru, I entrust Itaka to you, said a weak Fugaku, holding Yoru's hand, covered in rubber gloves. Yoru was conflicted between grief and joy, grief for losing a Mangeki Sharingan clan head, and joy for potentially becoming the clan head himself. Clan head, Yoru, understanding Fugaku's intentions, bent down to listen, not worried about being infected by the poison insect as a shadow clone. Suddenly feeling something in his hand, Yoru's expression became grave, and Fugaku, weak and hoarse, whispered in his ear. The clan is in your hands. The higher UPS in the village have always had issues with the Uchiha. After you return, Elder Setsuna will assist you. Also, take care of Mikoto, Itaki, and Suzuki. Fugaku's last concern was his family and clan. As he exhaled his last breath, his weak hand gradually lost its strength. Clan head. Father. Yoru solemnly observed everything, admiring the clan head who sacrificed everything for the safety of his family and clan. The information passed through his hand made Yoru sigh in melancholy. Fugaku's life was burdened with heavy pressure, and his complex journey ended in this life. Yoru's initial plan involved a division of responsibilities, with Fugaku handling the clan and Yoru dealing with Orochimaru's direct force and some clan ninjas, forming two powers. But all that was disrupted. Seal the clan head's body and take it back to the village. Although everyone is still in grief, a calm mind is more important than anything for a ninja. At this time, they know that being sad is useless. Father. Uchiha Itaka looked at the lifeless body in front of him with disbelieving and vacant eyes. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out of his throat. However, the scenes that kept flashing in his mind were of the warmth of his family, his father who rarely smiled, and then his teammate whom he thought he could trust. It was from him that his father's information was leaked. It was his teammate. He himself had caused his father's death. Under the heavy burden of self-blame, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan in Uchiha attack, his eyes began to spin wildly, with the 3 black tomo almost forming a continuous pattern. But as the chakra in his body surged wildly, and a large amount of a certain hormone was secreted in his brain, his vision suddenly blackened, and he fainted. Itaki. Amidst the blurry voices, he fell into darkness. People around him were filled with shock, and Uchiha Yura moved forward gravely to check on his student. Itaka has just fainted. Scout the area for information as quickly as possible and take care of the clan head's body. A sealing scroll appeared, and with a sealing jutsu, Uchiha Fugaku's body was wrapped and sealed. This was done to prevent the body from decomposing and to seal the nano-poisonous insects inside Uchiha Fugaku's body. Quick! Send a message to Elder Setsuna, and have the family prepare. We will return to the village as fast as possible. Such a major incident at this time could be expected to bring great turmoil to the Uchiha clan, especially given the already strained relationship between the village and the clan. Yes. The remaining 4 Uchiha Jonin, capable of being bodyguards, knew the gravity of the situation despite their sadness and anger. The 4 quickly scouted the battlefield, searching for any clues they could find. Chapter 202, New Clan Head. Konoha. In the dimly lit underground chamber of the route, 2 large squads of elite members were deployed. When they returned, only 7 survived, a sight that nearly turned Shimura Danzo's face green with fury. Barely containing his roaring anger, Danzo's voice was hoarse and trembling, a perfectly laid plan, so detailed, and yet only one eye. And an eye on the verge of exhausting its power at that. 2 elite squads from the route, along with specialized sensory and medical ninjas, in total he had dispatched 37 elites, and only a handful returned? The loss of 30 elites was a heavy blow to the route. Most of Route's strength was built on intelligence gathering and various experiments. Resources were already strained for combat, and now they had lost their high-end combat power. Waste. Suppressing the urge to kill these 7 survivors, the only eye visible on Shimura Danzo's face was filled with fierce bloodshot veins. Danzo. Just then, the door was violently pushed open with a loud bang. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, walked in furiously, followed by Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudiden. They, too, looked dissatisfied with Danzo. Danzo. You've gone too far this time. The root ninjas wisely retreated, and a soundproof barrier was quickly erected around them. Danzo, who gave you the audacity to ambush the head of the Uchiha clan? Do you realize the impact it would have if this were exposed? First the grief of losing a child, then the incident at the fire temple, and now an ambush on the Uchiha clan head. All these events made even the usually composed 3rd Hokage roar in anger. The 3rd Hokage's roar only fueled Danzo's anger. He felt wronged. Wasn't everything he did for the village? After all the painstaking efforts for the village, no one appreciated the sacrifices, and here they were, scolding him right as they entered. It was too much. Hiruzen. How much weaker can you get? It's because of your leniency that the Uchiha clan developed the Mangekyo Sharingan without your knowledge. Do you want the village to experience another Nine-Tails attack? Since it was already discovered, Danzo was furious and defiantly displayed the spoils of the recent mission, confidently confronting them. Mangekyo Sharingan. As the ferocious Mangekyo Sharingan was revealed in the test tube, Koharu Yudiden and Homura Mitokadu's expressions changed drastically. Their dissatisfaction with Danzo vanished instantly upon seeing it. Even the sight of the Mangekyo Sharingan brought back oppressive, suffocating memories to their minds, stirring fear. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, looking at the test tube in Danzo's hand. Danzo, at this moment, was more determined, his face grim as he faced the 3. I've long said the Uchiha clan harbors ill intentions. If it weren't for this ambush, this Mangekyo Sharingan would still be hidden among the Uchiha, and who knows, another Nine-Tails attack might occur any night. The report of this operation is here. Do I need to spell out the horrors of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo grimly threw the battle report that his subordinates had handed him to Hiruzen. Since the Mangekyo Sharingan has already been exposed, the loss of the root must also be made known. Danz. You've gone too far this time. It was clear that the Uchiha clan's hidden Mangekyo Sharingan had stirred up their long-buried fears, allowing their anger towards Danzo to be alleviated. Gone too far. Shimura Danzo, looking at the third Hokage who was still scolding him, coldly said with an ugly face, "What I regret now is being careless, which led to such a huge loss for the root. The existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, I suppose, needs no reminder." At this moment, Shimura Danzo, with one eye exposed, was filled with gloom and dread. Now the Uchiha clan still possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan, which means they have the capability to instigate the Nine Tails disturbance again. Faced with Shimura Danzo's alarmist talk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu Udaten and Mito Kato Homura, who all came from that era, naturally knew the severe consequences. Order given, increase the guard for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If any member of the Uchiha clan approaches the Jinchuriki, they may be executed first and reported later. Clearly, the fear of the Mangekyo led the usually composed Sarutobi Hiruzen to immediately overlook Danzo's punishment, step outside, and shout solemnly to the Anbu members outside the barrier. Although there was a barrier, with lip reading and the third Hokage's trembling finger secret signals, the Anbu members outside immediately nodded solemnly to acknowledge the order. The Uchiha clan. In a secluded area, the Uchiha clan hung up white sails, showing expressions of anger and grief throughout the clan. The clan head of the Uchiha was ambushed and killed on his way back, a bolt from the blue that shook the entire clan. At the Uchiha family head's memorial service, many Uchihas came to pay their respects, along with other major clans and jonin from the village, as the clan head's demise was a shock to Konoha. As night fell, the scent of burning candles wafted through the morning house, while the courtyard was filled with people. Each one dressed in black clothing adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, their faces a mixture of cold indifference, sadness, and anger. The elite of the Uchiha clan in the village were all gathered here. All eyes were on an elder with white hair, yet an imposing demeanor, Elder Setsuna. Elder Setsuna stepped up to the spirit platform, with Uchiha Mikoto in black, sorrowful attire, and the young Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi beside him. Sit! With a whoosh, all the elite Uchihas, from inside the house to the courtyard, simultaneously sat down cross-legged. The Uchiha clan, unlike other families and in control of the police department, almost had the quality of a military unit. Elder Setsuna, imposing yet holding back his grief and anger, hoarsely raised his hand. Let's not discuss the clan head's demise for now, but with no second shadow in the village, the Uchiha clan needs a new head that can command respect and bear the clan's responsibilities. As his aged voice echoed, most people looked gravely towards the front few. The position of clan head was not for them, only the strongest within the clan were eligible. However, Elder Setsuna surveyed everyone and solemnly said, before his death, the former head, Uchiha Fugaku, entrusted the clan to Uchiha Yoru, and even recommended him as the new clan head. With Elder Setsuna's words echoing, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Uchiha Yoru. Barely 18, a disciple of the Sannin Orochimaru, and the most outstanding genius of the clan. His strength was unparalleled in the clan, but not everyone was convinced due to his age. His youth was a concern, and there were other viable candidates with sufficient age and experience among the strong jonin of the clan. Uchiha Yoru, stepped forward. In a voice aged yet powerful, Uchiha Yoru, dressed in black, emotionlessly stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly moved beside the elder and sat down facing everyone. Elder, Uchiha Yoru may be the strongest genius in the clan, but isn't his experience too limited? The Uchihas were always proud and outspoken, admiring the strong and not hesitating to voice their concerns. As someone spoke up, all eyes turned, some showing dissent. With Uchiha Fugaku dead and his son Itachi only 9, he couldn't inherit the clan head position. Thus, a new clan head needed to be chosen. Before his death, the head entrusted Yoru, and we nominated him. Just then, the 4 elite Uchiha accompanying the clan head as guards raised their arms in agreement. After all, they had witnessed everything and were thoroughly convinced by Uchiha Yoru. Lord Yoru is the most talented ninja in our clan with enormous potential. I agree. I also agree. Gradually, one after another, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan raised their arms in agreement. In just a short moment, a third of them expressed their support. It's undeniable that despite his young age, Uchiha Yoru's prestige had garnered him so much support. This also revealed the Uchiha clan's reverence for the strong. Watching the clan members, Uchiha Yoru's expression remained unrippled. This scene was quietly observed by Elder Setsuna, who nodded in approval. A clan head needs more than just strength, temperament is even more crucial. Uchiha Yoru had already proven his administrative capabilities while assisting Orochimaru, and now he demonstrated a maturity beyond his young age. Experience. Elder Setsuna then sneered, looking around at everyone. Since when did our Uchiha clan rely on experience? Uchiha Yoru, at 14, joined Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin. Since then, he has managed affairs for a ninja corps of over 1,000 on the front lines. After returning to the village, he was responsible for the 7th Police Squad and Orochimaru's affairs, handling everything efficiently. He later rushed to the front lines, serving as the commander in the Whirlpool Country battlefield, becoming the youngest commander in Konoha's history. He led over 1,000 ninjas against the Mist Ninja, often holding the upper hand, and even defeated the Sukazan Fugyuki from the mist. At this point, Elder Setsuna coldly chuckled and said, "Is the experience of defeating the Sukazan Fugyuki enough? Once could be luck, but twice, 3 times?" He maintained dominance on the front lines for a full year. Though it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone understood the implication: who else in the clan could match such achievements? Probably not even the former clan head, provided the Mangeki Sharingan wasn't revealed. "I support Lord Yoru." "I agree." Following Elder Setsuna's rallying, more hesitant people gradually raised their arms in agreement. At this moment, nearly half of the clan expressed their support. With the former clan head's dying request for recommendation and Elder Setsuna's support, Uchiha Yoru's position as the Uchiha clan head was almost certain. At this moment, all eyes were on the young man who had just turned 18. The most brilliant prodigy of the Uchiha clan was about to become the head of the clan. Meanwhile, Elder Setsuna respectfully bowed and stepped back from the main seat, giving Uchiha Yoru the opportunity to shine. Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up under everyone's gaze, first bowing to the crowd to express his gratitude. All the elite Uchiha nodded in acceptance. Although some were still reluctant and hesitant, the decision was now final, and they could only nod in acceptance. Then, Uchiha Yoru turned and bowed to the widow Uchiha Mikoto, who, with a face of sorrow and hurt, also bowed in return. After the death of Uchiha Fugaku, she knew what was about to happen and now just wanted to protect her 2 children. The new clan head's ascension meant the previous head's young children were potential threats, as the son of the former head had the right to inherit the position of the next clan head. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku's final entrustment before his death was also partly due to Uchiha Yoru's role as Itake's teacher. This was also why Uchiha Mikoto had almost no objections. Currently, within the family, probably only Uchiha Yoru had a lesser chance of harming her 2 children, although this was only a relative comparison. No ruler would watch a potential threat exist right before their eyes. In the end, Uchiha Yoru nodded slightly to the elder. It wasn't that he didn't understand the rules, but now that he was the clan head, a nod to the elder was sufficient as a form of etiquette. The 2 previous formalities were for the support of the people and the wife of the clan head, both in line with etiquette. The final formality was when Uchiha Yoru turned around and bowed at 90 degrees towards the spirit hall behind him. Uchiha Yoru, turning around without hesitation, sat cleanly and neatly in the main seat, surveying everyone. "Greetings to the clan head." With a unanimous shout, all members of the Uchiha clan bowed to greet the new clan head, including the elder, Uchiha Mikoto, Suzuki, and Itachi, each bowing in thanks. Facing everyone prostrating at his feet, Uchiha Yoru felt a complex mix of emotions, both light and heavy. This was different from his previous positions, such as the 7th captain of the police department or the frontline commander. Those were just official titles, but becoming the head of a clan meant having complete control over the life and death of the entire family. In the family, his word was law. He could even kill without the Hokage's approval. Below 1 person, above tens of thousands. Although not literally tens of thousands, the feeling was the same. As everyone gradually raised their heads, Uchiha Yoru naturally saw the worry in some people's eyes. After all, his age was a disadvantage, and it was normal for some to worry about the future of the clan, especially since the family's situation in the village was not good. There were also a few who were clearly dissatisfied, as Uchiha Yoru, despite his rising fame in recent years, was not universally accepted as the strongest in a clan known for its powerful members. Chapter 203, Guests Arrived. Everyone. Under the watchful eyes of a group of powerful ninjas, Uchiha Yoru calmly looked at everyone, displaying the composure and authority of a great general, unfazed even as Mount Tai crumbles before him. The Uchiha clan has faced this catastrophe, and your understanding of the family's situation in the village is surely greater than mine, as I have been on the front lines for years. This statement shifted the focus to the safety of the clan, subtly emphasizing that he had been on the front lines, implying that everything he achieved was hard-won. As the Uchiha clan faces turmoil within the village, and I, Uchiha Yoru, have become the clan head, it is my mission to revive our family's glory. Therefore. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's eyes slowly revealed the 3 Tomo Sharingan, looking at everyone with an unyielding, cold, and domineering aura. So. My rules are the rules of the Uchiha clan, not to be provoked, questioned, or violated. Uchiha Yoru's becoming the clan head is supported by the backing of Elder Setsuna and the forces under the former clan head Fugaku, making his ascent smooth. However, Uchiha Yoru's proud and domineering tone aroused anger and dissatisfaction among the proud members of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, Uchiha Yoru had yet to establish sufficient prestige since taking office. But the next moment, everyone present, all elites of the clan, showed shock. They saw Uchiha Yoru's 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly connect into a strange pattern. Mangeki. Mangeki Sharingan. How is this possible? Clearly, a few people in the front row were aware of the Mangeki Sharingan's existence, and as soon as these words were uttered, the crowd was visibly shocked. Most of them might not recognize the Mangeki, but being in their positions, they were certainly familiar with the clan's history. After all, it hadn't been that long since the legend of the Mangeki Sharingan was told. Some, disbelieving, activated their own 3 Tomo Sharingan, but were even more shocked upon doing so. Under the suppression of bloodline, their 3 Tomo Sharingan paled in comparison to the Mangeki, instilling in them an instinctual submission and fear, similar to the fear animals have towards their king. Any objections now? As Uchiha Yoru's indifferent voice echoed, everyone fell silent. Elder Setsuna, upon seeing these eyes, could not hide the trembling in his murky eyes. It had appeared. The legendary eyes had once again emerged in the Uchiha clan. Greetings, clan head. Seeing the excited Elder Setsuna bowing deeply to the young Uchiha Yoru, he never thought he'd see the hope for the clan's rise again at his age. Elder Setsuna, who had witnessed the terror of these eyes before, was very clear about the significance of these eyes. Greetings, clan head. This time, the oppression stemming from their soul bloodline completely made everyone feel the terrifying pressure of death, causing all doubts and defiance in their eyes to dissipate. The Uchiha clan is a group that worships the strong, a trait that comes from deep within their bones. Uchiha Yoru, being a member of the same clan, naturally evokes their fanaticism. The power of the Sharingan is invincible, and the legendary Mangeki Sharingan truly exists. Under the gaze of the Mangeki, everyone chose to submit. Only those with the Sharingan could feel the village's changes between each other. Those confident in their own strength, at this moment, felt an intense oppressive aura and instantly understood everything. Why would the clan head entrust his wishes to him on his deathbed? Why would the elders be so resolutely in choosing him, with even the previous clan head's forces almost completely submitting? Setting aside other factors, absolute power is enough to make Uchiha Yoru the head of this clan that worships the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, knowing the future, realizes that the village's wariness towards the Uchihas cannot be appeased with patience alone. Therefore, he chose to reveal his Mangeki directly, unifying the clan and deterring any hostile forces. Clan head. In an instant, the elder suppressed his excitement. He agreed with Uchiha Yoru's decision to reveal his Mangeki, as its appearance could instantly unify the clan's hearts, achieving a purpose of inspiration and deterrence. The former clan head's last words were to entrust the clan and family to the clan head. As soon as the elder's words fell, Uchiha Mikoto gestured to her 2 children beside her, and the 3 of them bowed in unison. We greet the clan head. This time, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. Facing the pleading in the elder's eyes and the complex expressions of the people, his gaze fell on Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Suzuki. With the new king ascending, the bloodline of the old king becomes a threat. This is a rule in any era, in any family, even among wild beasts. It's a natural law of survival. However, Uchiha Yoru looked disdainfully at everyone, nodding and saying solemnly, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Suzuki, from today onwards, will be my disciples and enjoy the treatment of a junior clan head. With Uchiha Yoru's disdainful demeanor towards dealing with the former clan head's bloodline, it immediately stirred the favor of the entire Uchiha clan. This favor wasn't out of kindness, but pride. The pride of the Uchiha clan seemed to be fully embodied in Uchiha Yoru, the new clan head. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, as if he already knew everything, looked up at his teacher, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that with his teacher's pride, such words meant they were true. Uchiha Sasuke, at this time, was still unaware of all this. Among the people, Uchiha Mikoto and her father, the elder, exchanged glances and both nodded slightly. In a major clan, women are typically considered subordinate, unless they reach the level of a kage, where their strength can change their status. Otherwise, it's not even a discussion. Uchiha-le, Uchiha. Uchiha Yura coldly called out 4 names. These 4, bowing their heads, responded solemnly, Clan Head. You 4 failed to protect the former clan head. Effective immediately, you are relieved of all duties in the police department and are reassigned to the Naka Shrine. As the cold voice echoed, everyone was momentarily stunned, then a sense of warmth rose in their hearts. In principle, the 4 of them, no matter what reasons they had for being guards, are unavoidably responsible for their actions. Now, they are being punished by being sent to the Naka Shrine, which frankly, is already a lenient treatment. Following the clan head's order, the 4 of them, grateful, immediately knelt and paid their respects. From the moment the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, Uchiha Yura's style, cold, arrogant, and domineering, was indeed very much like their Uchiha clan. They initially thought this was to assert authority, but it turned out to be a display of mercy. It was precisely this combination of kindness and authority that gradually made everyone start to overlook the young clan head's age. Being demoted to the Naka Shrine, though they lost their positions, allowed the 4 to focus on their training, waiting to be called upon again. Regarding Uchiha Yura's methods, Elder Setsuna secretly nodded in approval. His approach was more ruthless and decisive compared to Fugaku. Given the precarious situation of the clan in Konoha, these 4 were invaluable assets. This handling of the situation was considered the best and most ideal. After all, as guards who failed to protect, they were indeed at fault and deserved punishment. But in the current situation, preserving more strength for the clan was most important. Then, Uchiha Yoru, looking at everyone, began to issue his orders after assuming the position. This information leak has caused heavy losses to our clan. As Uchiha Yoru said this, he slowly turned his head to look at Elder Setsuna and said in a deep voice, Elder, please visit the Hokage Tower later. The Uchiha clan needs to recall at least 70% of our elite forces from the border front lines, including those on missions. I understand, the elder replied. The second order surprised Elder Setsuna, who then showed a relieved expression. His way of doing things was decisive, without any hesitation or delay. If Fugaku were to handle this, he would probably hesitate and consider many factors. But Uchiha Yoru used this opportunity to take a hard stance. Our Uchiha clan has suffered heavy losses, and we must recall our elites. Even the Hokage can't object to this. If the first order was to stabilize the Uchiha clan, the second was a strategy towards Konoha. Consolidate power. And the excuse was entirely reasonable, even the third Hokage couldn't object. Our clan head has fallen, who dares to say our losses aren't heavy? And this time, is it not targeting the Uchiha clan? Calling back most of our dispersed forces is both rational and reasonable. The Uchiha clan has suffered significant losses. Effective immediately, the police force's 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads are recruiting elite ninjas from the village. Boom! This was a significant move. The police force was essentially the Uchiha clan's private armed force, a fact known to all. It's not that the Uchiha didn't want to recruit outsiders, but they dared not. Recruiting so many people, what are they planning to do? Announcing the recruitment of elite ninjas from the village into 4 of the 9 squads of the police force was, frankly, an expansion of forces. But the reason was very clear, our Uchiha clan has suffered severe losses, even the clan head has fallen. Upon hearing this order, those with ambitious or militaristic inclinations immediately showed excited and fervent expressions. Following the clan head's order. At this moment, most people showed passionate eyes and shouted, indicating that under the village's pressure, the militaristic faction within the Uchiha clan had gradually begun to take the upper hand. Uchiha Yoru's action directly exposed his ideological direction, which was completely aligned with the militaristic faction. However, under the worried gaze of Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Yoru's eyes showed no ripples. The Uchiha clan lost a clan head, a high-end combat force with the Mangekyo Sharingan. If they didn't seize the opportunity to fight fiercely now, it would be a waste. Bluntly put, it was using the deceased to find a vent. Our clan head is gone, who dares to say the loss is not heavy? Now that the police force has suffered heavy losses, we must recruit. As for the original members, simply reassign them to form task squads. Knowing the village's view of the Uchiha clan, not seizing the opportunity to expand the troops would be foolish. From today, the Uchiha clan announces an alliance with the Hyuga clan, allowing intermarriage and mutual support. When Uchiha Yoru announced his third policy, the entire Uchiha clan was stunned. An alliance? Did the Uchiha clan have allies now? After so many years of the village ostracizing the Uchiha clan, the idea of allies seemed far-fetched. But now they had an ally, and it was the Hyuga clan. Everyone knew that this Hyuga clan was a branch family, but did they care? The Byakugan, known as the second greatest dojutsu and the second family of Konoha, had split, and one branch was not as strong as before, but still ranked next to the Sharingan. In terms of power, the Byakugan was enough for the Uchiha clan to treat them as equals. Is this true, clan head? Even Elder Setsuna was moved. Uchiha Yoru's young face showed no emotion, but a terrifying thought arose in his heart. Such a big move couldn't be achieved in a day or two. Uchiha Yoru had been in an alliance with the Hyuga branch from the start. Then there was only one possibility. The situation of the Hyuga clan's split, the power that Orochimaru had accepted as a beneficiary, had now become Uchiha Yoru's dowry. Not only Elder Setsuna, but others also thought of this, and their view of Uchiha Yoru changed instantly. Awe, respect, etc., even without relying on the Uchiha clan, he still held power. Now, he simply merged his own power with the clan's. Realizing this, Elder Setsuna immediately showed excitement. The addition of the Hyuga branch meant the Uchiha clan's strength would not decrease but increase. Especially with an ally, perhaps Uchiha Yoru, the young clan head who had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, really was the one to lead the clan out of the mire. 3 consecutive policies, the first mixed kindness and severity to win people's hearts. The second showed their fangs and won the loyalty of all militarists. The third added an ally, boosting prestige and securing an unshakable position in the clan from today. The power of the Hyuga branch was enough to excite the doves, who didn't oppose the hawks but didn't want to tear the village apart. The alliance also proved the doves right, like hitting the jackpot. The doves were excited, thinking to bond with the Hyuga branch and establish a firm friendship. Uchiha Yoru's 3 policies stabilized the clan and eliminated the possibility of turmoil, also sending a message. I'm young, not conservative like Fugaku. I'm ambitious. Elder, the third Hokage and other clan heads have arrived. At that moment, a Uchiha ninja reported back, and everyone in the courtyard and house looked up at their new clan head. Elder Setsuna was shaken, secretly alarmed by the young man's ability to win hearts and stabilize the clan with just 3 policies. No wonder Orochimaru valued him so highly. Chapter 204, Openly Fighting. Konoha, Uchiha clan's territory. As the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and various clan heads entered the yard, they all showed a look of gravity in their eyes, and even many from the smaller clans showed fear. At a glance, from inside the house to both sides of the courtyard, there were Uchiha ninjas dressed neatly in black. Under each face, it was clear that they were all elites of the clan. It was normal for these people to appear after the clan head's death, but the determination in their eyes, and even the naked, oppressive gaze, was not right. Shouldn't the Uchiha clan be unsettled or at least show some disturbance after their clan head's sudden death? Like a struggle for the new clan head or chaotic morale. Yet, at this moment, these Uchiha elites seemed as united as wolves. Something's wrong. Together with Hiruzen came the Konoha's F4. After all, with the Uchiha clan head's incident, they naturally had to come. However, Shimura Danzo narrowed his eye, revealing a sinister look, as he sensed something amiss. He even secretly gestured to Hiruzen, but the third Hokage, without any hesitation and showing a mournful expression, slowly stepped into the house. Lord Third Hokage. As they entered the house, the expressions of everyone who came changed, the Konoha's F4, the Inoshikacho heads, and others, all showing gravity. Inside the house, at the spiritual altar, were Uchiha Yoru and Elder Uchiha Setsuna, and observing the changes in the demeanor of all the Uchihas inside and outside, they all understood one thing: the Uchiha had chosen their new clan head. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, but deep in Danzo's eyes, there was a hint of regret. He thought he should have created some chaos earlier, at least to incite some infighting within the Uchiha. Upon entering, everyone paid their respects to the late former Uchiha clan head and then turned to nod to the family members and the new Uchiha clan head. I deeply regret the incident with Fugaku, said Hiruzen, a man who had held the reins of the Konoha's politics for many years, showing no flaws in his sorrowful expression. "We need an explanation from the third Hokage for the assassination of the former clan head," suddenly declared Uchiha Yoru, first nodding to the third Hokage to show respect for his position, but then his following words were like a thunderbolt. In the Konoha, aside from himself, no one dared to confront Hiruzen like this. In an instant, Danzo, with his sinister single eye, burst out in anger. "How dare you? Uchiha Yoru, you are too arrogant." In that moment, the dozens of elite Uchiha in the room all showed grave expressions. Under the fearful eyes of the other clans, the room was surrounded by the blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan. Gulp. Someone had already been so shocked by the scene that they couldn't help but swallow quietly. They always knew the Uchiha clan was arrogant, but this was outrageous. The pressure from dozens of three-tomo Sharingan eyes was unprecedented. Under such pressure, Danzo's gaze became even more sinister, as if to say, "See, the Uchiha clan has finally shown their fangs. Fugaku's murder is being investigated, and we are still awaiting reports," said Hiruzen. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed no change in his expression, his face still edged with sorrow, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. He spoke gravely to Uchiha Yoru. It seemed as if he was grieving for the sudden loss of such a powerful force in the village. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, having held the position of Hokage for decades, surpassing countless geniuses, showed his mettle by remaining unflustered in the face of adversity. However, Uchiha Yoru appeared prepared and calmly faced the short, elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. In their gaze, it was as if both were trying to see through each other's thoughts. At that moment, despite Hiruzen's sorrowful demeanor, he was secretly anxious, worrying if Shimura Danzo had left any evidence behind. "Damn it, don't mess up now," he thought, concerned that provoking the Uchiha clan might lead to unrest in Konoha. "Lord Third Hokage, someone leaked the root of clan head Fugaku's return, along with a betrayal. This would be difficult for an outsider to accomplish." As Uchiha Yoru spoke calmly, the clan heads were curious to know what exactly had happened. "Root Division Chief, Shimura Danzo, your disdain for the Uchiha is well known. There's no need for such threatening looks." Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's tone shifted, directly confronting Danzo, who was revealing a sinister eye. But his next statement caught everyone off guard. "Yamanaka clan head, please stay behind after this." Uchiha Yoru's remark left many puzzled, and the least noticeable in the crowd, Inoichi Yamanaka, just nodded slightly in response, his expression hidden behind sunglasses and a high collar. "Bring them in," Uchiha Yoru instructed softly, leading to 3 Konoha ninjas being disheveled, to the shock of the onlookers. They are the team head, a Jonin ninja of the Uchiha, the former clan head's son, and his 2 Chunin ninja teammates. The team leader's surname is Sarutobi. As Uchiha Yoru spoke in a neutral tone, Shimura Danzo became furious. He always despised this clan and their arrogance was intolerable. "Uchiha Yoru, you've captured fellow villagers on your own, even using interrogation techniques against them. Who gave you the audacity? Who emboldened the Uchiha clan?" Shimura Danzo, along with Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udaten, having been in positions of power for years, were not used to being challenged. Danzo's outburst led to furrowed brows among the rest. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, while Danzo seized the opportunity to assert his authority, invoking rules in a seemingly justifiable manner, causing dissatisfaction among the clan heads. The Uchiha elites inside the room also frowned, more out of concern, as the 3 captives seemed mentally exhausted, as if they had undergone severe interrogation. "Who gave me the courage? Who emboldened the Uchiha clan?" Facing this question, Uchiha Yoru stood up slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before resting on the diminutive third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing a defiant look. The second Hokage personally ordered, witnessed by the first Hokage. The Uchiha clan was tasked with forming the police force, responsible for managing all security within Konoha, endowed with the rights of apprehension, investigation, execution of tasks, interrogation and armed response. Uchiha Yoru, with an unobstructed and soaring gaze, looked at the third Hokage and spoke. However, it was Shimura Danzo who had rebuked him. In this blatant act of disregard, Shimura Danzo's face turned unpleasantly grim. Who among the heads of the great clans of Konoha would dare to be so presumptuous? It seemed that years of deference to the high-ranking officials of Konoha had led them to believe their status was above all the great clans, calmly enjoying all the privileges their power brought. Although the police force is one of the 6 divisions of Konoha, in terms of power, only the root and Anbu could match it. As for who gave me the courage? As Uchiha Yoro said this, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a mocking smile. His eyes swept over the elite members of the clans around him, and his face gradually showed a firm and solemn expression as he exclaimed. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans together to bring peace to a chaotic world. It is the Uchiha surname that gives me the courage. His voice, strong and resonant, echoed in the ears of the listeners, causing a change in their expressions. How many years had it been since this matter was mentioned? So long that even the Uchiha clan itself had almost forgotten their status as the masters of the village, so long that they had initially been somewhat fearful of the Hokage's power. The various clans of Konoha, however, were struck with a sense of dread, looking at each other, realizing something bad was happening. This time, the Uchiha clan had produced a formidable figure, not someone they could easily manipulate. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with a cold light, but his hoarse cough instantly disrupted the atmosphere. In an instant, the aura that Uchiha Yoro had gathered dissipated. Merely a cough had drawn everyone's attention to the third Hokage. It has to be said, in a clash of masters, every move is lethal. Uchiha Yoro was even more nervous inside, knowing he couldn't let his guard down when dealing with this old fox. Do these three need the assistance of the Anbu for investigation? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still with a sad expression, spoke up, acknowledging the police force's authority to do so. Every department in Konoha is willing to assist the police force in investigating this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen's skill was already refined to perfection. However, this confrontation was never on an equal platform from the beginning, the difference in information had already decided everything. Uchiha Yoru, with a grave expression, stared directly at the third Hokage and slowly took out a scroll from his bosom. The memories of these three have been extracted and copied. Our Uchiha clan has already grasped that the intelligence leak came from them. Also, during the assassination attempt on our clan head, although they were all zealots, their bodies can still prove everything. As Uchiha Yoru signaled with his eyes, several Uchiha ninjas slowly brought stretchers in front of everyone. When the white cloth was lifted, mutilated bodies were revealed. Either the head was directly severed, or the heart was pierced, or even cut in half at the waist, all while being treated for preservation. As everyone frowned upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru coldly said, "These people all have seals on them. The moment they lose their life force, the seal would trigger. Their teeth all contain poison, and their brains have restrictions." Saying this, Uchiha Yoru bowed solemnly to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, relying on Raiden Jutsu, we disrupted and paralyzed the sealing jutsu, thus preserving this evidence. But our Uchiha clan is not skilled in sealing techniques, so we ask for the Hokage's assistance. The Uchiha are not adept at sealing techniques, so only the sealing team remains. However, at this moment, Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy. Fortunately, his face was naturally unattractive, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned slightly. "Right, we found a clue from this. The ambush on the Fugaku clan head seems to be by the same group who attacked Lord Shinzo. An open conspiracy. A blatant one. Shinzo's matter itself involved his participation, and he could indeed leave the same minute traces on these bodies." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed, looking deeply at the young man in front of him, seemingly doubting the truth of his words. Shimura Danzo's face turned even more ominous, filled with frustration. The Uchiha matter was his doing, but not Shinzo's. Yet, with such an accusation, it seemed that something might be uncovered. More importantly, he indeed had thoughts of manipulating Shinzo and had actually done something near him. Damn it! This is the pain of losing a child. No matter how good his relationship with Hiruzen, this would cause a rift. "I shall order the sealing team and Anbu to investigate this matter with the police force," declared Sarutobi Hiruzen with a strong and firm voice, appearing so righteous and just at that moment. Condolences. This was the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of their new young clan head, Uchiha Yoru, confronting the high-ranking officials of Konoha for the first time, taking the initiative and gaining the upper hand. This scene made Elder Setsuna secretly relieved. The young man's methods were truly beyond his age. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the defensive, was impeccably guarded. The major clans of Konoha witnessed the fall of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, and saw the prowess of this new, young, and energetic clan head. As everyone silently mourned for the family and prepared to leave, the voice of Uchiha Yoru, the young new clan head, was heard again as they were about to step out of the room. Third Hokage, the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy casualties, but for the safety of the village and the honor of the police force, from today onwards, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th divisions of the police force will recruit elite ninja from the village to jointly maintain the village's safety. Also, recall some of the Uchiha elites from the front lines. We can't let another incident like with Shinzo and Fugaku happen again. Boom. Uchiha Yoru, seizing the opportunity, was blatantly expanding his forces and consolidating power. And the justification was for the public good. The police force's duty was to ensure the stability of Konoha. With two major incidents happening within the Fire Country, it suggested their failure in duty. Therefore, strengthening their power was both reasonable and appropriate. Privately, the Uchiha clan had lost a clan head and had not yet retaliated. What more did you want? And your son was involved too. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo was almost furious, as the young man had seized the opportunity. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly raised his hand to restrain Danzo's anger. But when he looked back, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes appeared in everyone's view, bringing back memories of fear in their minds, followed by a collective gasp of shock. Chapter 205, The Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, the heads of the major clans and the members of the Leaf Village's F4, including the third Hokage, revealed expressions of fear. A person's reputation precedes them. The members of F4 had the fortune to witness the true terror of this level of bloodline in the past, and the various clan heads were also aware of its history. After decades, the Uchiha clan once again possessed such eyes. Clan head. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, all the elite members of the Uchiha inside the house showed a frenzy of enthusiasm, shouting in unison, which made the clan members outside the house join in. The Uchiha's might was overwhelming. Today, instead of destabilizing after the clan head's death, the Uchiha united more closely than ever because of the unprecedented Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, who activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, calmly looked at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if ignoring everyone else. This arrogance displayed the Uchiha pride in full. After the assassination of clan head Fugaku, our family was in disarray. As a member of the Uchiha, I awakened our clan's strongest bloodline, the Mangekyo Sharingan, under this immense pressure. Uchiha Yoru calmly said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if it were a trivial matter. I hereby report this to Lord Third Hokage. His last sentence was filled with immense confidence. At that moment, in the eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan, no other clan head mattered except for the village's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was worthy of his gaze and on equal footing. Such an arrogant and proud attitude made all Uchiha members excited, while the other clan heads showed understanding. Arrogance and pride were synonymous with the Uchiha. It was understandable and expected for a young member of such a prestigious clan to reach this level. However, this scene was particularly jarring to Sarutobi Hiruzen. His authority as Hokage was challenged, or rather, the stability and dignity of Konoha was threatened. I understand. With the Uchiha clan head awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, I will inform the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Uchiha Yoru dared to reveal it publicly to intimidate and cover up the disgrace of the previous clan head's assassination. After all, the assassination of a clan head was shameful to spread, but the emergence of a new clan head with the Mangekyo Sharingan shifted the focus, overshadowing the past disgrace. Sarutobi Hiruzen and everyone else understood this very well, but it was very characteristic of the Uchiha. For a prestigious family, honor is above everything. After the third Hokage and others left, the morning hall became silent again. Then, Elder Setsuna, with a worried expression, sighed and said, "Clan head, isn't openly showing the Mangekyo risking envy from others." Envy. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, smiled sarcastically, looking around at all the elite Uchiha inside and outside the house, his words instantly filling them with pride. When has the Uchiha clan ever not been envied? Just this sentence alone was enough to stir excitement in the proud Uchiha clan, even among the more pacifistic members, awakening the pride embedded deep within them. The Uchiha clan held a blind adoration for the Sharingan. The pacifists yearned for peace, but the Sharingan was seen as an invincible force in their bones. So, could the Sharingan be synonymous with peace? All of this was observed by Uchiha Yoru. He was weary at heart, but he had no choice. Since the Sharingan was revealed, he had to fully exploit the benefits it brought. Otherwise, merely enhancing his power would be a waste. Elder Setsuna, he called out softly. Under the elder's puzzled gaze, Uchiha Yoru spoke indifferently, the concealed Sharingan is indeed a lethal weapon, but the Uchiha clan is now like a fish on the chopping block. Time has passed so long that some have started to forget the fear in their memories. Some fools think the Uchiha are now an easy target. After this, the Uchiha need a power that can deter others. Saying this, Uchiha Yoro glanced around at his clan members, whispering, "Elder Setsuna, don't you think what the Uchiha clan needs most now is stability? To secure external peace, we must first have internal order. To secure external peace, we must first have internal order." The aged elder Setsuna repeated these words, finding them very sensible. He had lived many years and witnessed the rise and fall of countless families. On reflection, it seemed that most families suffered significant losses due to internal issues, leaving them vulnerable to enemies, or collapsed due to internal conflicts. In the original story, wasn't it internal problems within the Uchiha clan that led to their downfall? The Uchiha's Sharingan had the greatest effect internally, unifying people and calming the anxious hearts. Externally, it was a force of deterrence. Aberame clan head. As outsiders left, Uchiha Yoro turned to the Aberame clan head left behind by him. With a high collar covering half of his face below the nose, and wearing sunglasses, the man, known as the strongest insect-using ninja in the ninja world, appeared almost unnoticeable. What does the Uchiha clan head wish to ask? Facing Uchiha Yoru, who had kept him alone, Aberame Shibi was constantly guessing, but still unclear about the other's intentions. However, Uchiha Yoru simply nodded and gestured with his eyes, leading them to a room in the back hall. Inside the room was a mummy wrapped in sealing bandages. Seeing this, Aberame Shibi's expression tensed slightly, yet he still couldn't guess the other's intention. Seal release. In the next moment, Uchiha Yoru calmly formed a hand sign, and the seal slowly collapsed, revealing the person inside, the body of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head. Although Aberame Shibi's expression was hidden by sunglasses, a drop of cold sweat at his temple betrayed everything. Aberame clan head, these nanoscale poisonous insects seem to be unique to the Aberame clan, don't they? Shouldn't there be an explanation to the Uchiha? Facing the threat in Uchiha Yoru's calm tone, Aberame Shibi, with a solemn expression, slowly stepped forward. Black bugs began to crawl out of his body. As he approached the corpse of Uchiha Fugaku, especially when touching the purple skin, the bugs instantly began to die off in droves. At this moment, Aberame Shibi's pupils contracted behind his sunglasses, realizing what the Uchiha clan head meant. Aberame clan head, our former Uchiha clan head's death is somewhat unclear and ambiguous. At this time, Elder Setsuna also slowly entered the back hall, his hoarse voice echoing with an evident threat. Nanometer-level poison bugs, now only Aberame Shikuro and his son Aberame Torun in the Aberame clan can control them. Shikuro fell in the Nine Tails attack, and Torun has been absorbed into the root organization. The usually calm Aberame Shibi opened his mouth and slowly spoke out everything he knew, but these unhelpful words had no significance to Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru's calm gaze was inscrutable, making him even more intimidating. Especially the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan made him, the Aberame clan head, lose any will to resist. Just the fact of nanometer-level poison bugs on Uchiha Fugaku's corpse was enough for the Uchiha clan to declare war on the Aberame clan, and even the Hokage would have no reason to stop it. Swallowing hard, Aberame Shibi took a deep breath. At this moment, he almost hated the elders of the root, but his clan was now facing a life-and-death situation. Dare I ask, Uchiha clan head, what does the Uchiha clan intend to do? Despite the Aberame clan being on the brink, he needed to understand the opponent's intentions, or else it would be too frustrating to be confused. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled slightly, and then a sad sigh escaped him. The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. With just these words, Aberame Shibi's heart tightened, but Uchiha Yoru calmly walked to the window, looking out towards the distant Hokage rock. Konoha, like the third Hokage and Danzo, has grown old and decayed. The Uchiha clan founded Konoha, so this is Uchiha's home. Don't worry. Although there are still disturbances at the borders of the Land of Fire, they are no longer a threat. It's time for Konoha to choose a young and powerful Hokage. Hearing this, Aberame Shibi's expression stiffened, asking directly, does Uchiha clan head intend to participate in the selection for Hokage? Although it was a question, he seemed to already guess the intention. Even Elder Setsuna showed excitement. A Hokage from the Uchiha clan would solve all problems. However, Uchiha Yoru just smirked disdainfully and shook his head, those who are corrupt and crave power will not willingly give up their authority. If they really had such courage, the fourth Hokage would not have sacrificed himself. Uchiha Yora seized the opportunity to express his views, regardless of whether the listener believed him, and continued with his purpose. The events involving White Fang, Orochimaru, and the Hyuga clan, among others, have proven one thing: the village's higher UPS don't allow powers they consider uncontrollable. The entire Konoha has seen the current state of the Uchiha, so what the Uchiha clan needs now is self-preservation. Watching the hesitant expression of Aberame Shibi, Uchiha Yora decisively said, after the Nine Tails incident, the Aberame clan also redivided their territory, which is also on the outskirts of Konoha, not far from the Uchiha clan's area. I've heard that the Aberame clan prefers to live dispersely. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan occupies the most lush and fertile forests of Konoha. If the Aberame clan wishes to relocate to the Uchiha territory, we welcome them with open arms. As Uchiha Yora spoke calmly, his true intentions became clear. Aberame Shibi couldn't help but inhale sharply upon hearing this. After a brief moment of shock, Aberame Shibi, despite his experience, was taken aback by this overt threat. Uchiha clan head, this matter is of great importance, and the relocation of a clan's territory is usually determined by the higher UPS of the village. Aberame Shibi, no fool himself, brought up the third Hokage's administration as an excuse, despite being at a disadvantage. If it were Uchiha Fugaku in the past, he might have had reservations, not due to capability, but due to a lack of information. From the beginning, Uchiha Yora knew of the village higher UPS determination against the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Fugaku was hopeful, or rather, no one expected the village to be so ruthless. They thought at most it would be a warning, or a severe weakening. Thus, Uchiha Yora's attitude towards the higher UPS was different from Fugaku's. He knew their intentions, so he was always aggressive, without any consideration. If they are already intent on annihilating the Uchiha, why should he care about ethics? His methods were naturally unscrupulous. Send someone to deliver the evidence of the nanoscale poison bugs on Fugaku's body to the Hokage's office, and call a meeting of all the Jonin-level ninjas in the clan tonight, he ordered to an elder, ignoring Aberame Shibi's attempt to bring up the village higher UPS. The elder, wise as a fox, immediately understood and carefully took out a part of the nanoscale poison bug evidence from the former clan head's body. Aberame Shibi watched all this with cold sweat dripping down his forehead, observing the young but composed new Uchiha clan head. The Uchiha had gone mad to make such a young person their leader. Doesn't he know the dangers of youthful impulsiveness? Uchiha Yora's words were actually a final ultimatum to the Aberame clan. If there's no response tonight, the Uchiha clan will take revenge. Uchiha clan head, this is a significant matter, I need to discuss it with my clan, said Aberame Shibi, bowing his head. Uchiha Yora nodded calmly. The difference in their statuses was apparent, not out of arrogance, but determined by power. Since the Sharingan was revealed, he was now facing the old folks of Konoha's higher UPS. As for the other clans in the village, he had no patience for them, just naked contempt. The fear of the Sharingan deterred everyone. Anyone who dares to intervene must be prepared to face the wrath of the Uchiha. Aberame Shibi hurriedly left the Uchiha territory, heading straight for his clan. Watching the departing Aberame clan head, the elder commented with a rare look of satisfaction, "Clan head, your threat really scared the Aberame clan." Threat? Looking at the elder, Uchiha Yora showed a disappointed expression and sighed. It seemed that the entire Uchiha clan had not realized the village higher UPS intention to eradicate them. The Uchiha had always been hopeful, while the attitude of the higher UPS had been clear since the Nine Tails incident, to be wary and guard against the Uchiha. If an opportunity arose, they would eradicate the threat completely.
Thanks for listening.